Hello everyone, I have a good line. Listen, every human fears death, yet they live their lives as if it will never come. They chase after fleeting pleasures, build fragile empires, and cling to memories that time will erase. In the end, they are forgotten. What worth is a life that leaves no mark? Chapter 1. Kingdom of Fiori. A permanent neutral country with a population of 17 million is also a magical world. Magic seems to have become a part of people's lives. Not only are there magic shops where magic can be bought and sold, there are even people who use magic for a living. Magnolia, Port. Finally, I'm almost home, I'm exhausted. Makarov, who was short in stature, was carrying a package that was about the same size as him, and thumped his old waist. The streets are full of people, and the traffic is so busy. Old man, is the guild you mentioned here? Beside Makarov, stood a teenager who looked to be about 11 or 12 years old. The boy has black broken hair, deep black eyes, wearing white short sleeves and black shorts, a long knife pinned to his waist, and a package on his back. Smelly brat, you said you would call me president. Makarov patted the boy's thigh in dissatisfaction. As for why it is the thigh? Makarov is only as tall as a boy's thigh. Yes. The boy nodded perfunctorily. Come with me, I will take you to see the old man's guild. Makarov didn't care about the boy's perfunctory attitude, and led the boy towards the center of the town with a smile on his face. Soon the two came to the gate of Fairy Tale. Looking at the building that looked like a tavern in front of him, and the flag hanging above it, the boy couldn't help but said, "That's it. Fairy Tale." Makarov smiled slightly, and said, "Fairy tale, do fairies have tails?" Hearing Makarov's words, the boy couldn't help turning his head to look at the proud old man. Makarov's words continued, we don't even know if goblins exist. Because of this name represents eternal unknown, eternal adventure. Eternal adventure. Listen to you, President, the name seems quite interesting. The boy nodded, then looked up at the flying flag. Of course, this is a great guild. Makarov smiled and pushed the door open. The door opened with the boy full of anticipation. After all, Makarov had been describing how good the guild was along the way, so the boy was naturally very curious. Crack! The door opened slowly, and the scene inside caused the boy's eyes to widen instantly. I saw the incomparably noisy inside, and the noise was endless. A group of people were yelling at each other, and a fight started when two sentences were wrong, followed by debris flying all over the sky. Plates, wine glasses, stools, flying all over the sky. Old man, is this the great guild you mentioned? The young man turned his head stiffly and looked at Makarov slowly. He didn't call him president anymore. At this time, Makarov's face was covered with black lines, and the veins on his forehead protruded like a well. You guys, give me enough time to stop. Finally, when a shoe hit Makarov's face, Makarov became exasperated, his body rapidly expanded and he yelled at the inside. Two big hands slammed the guys who were still fighting to the ground. Just now, he was bragging about how good his guild is, just trying to trick this monster boy into the guild, but in the end, these guys actually demolished his guild like this? With Makarov's roar and suppression, the noisy guild finally quieted down. Yo President, you are back. Long time no see, President. President, welcome back. President. Everyone in the guild didn't care about the angry Makarov, and greeted him with a smile on his face. Hey! Makarov sighed, and his body quickly shrank back to its original size. Ahem! Makarov coughed twice, and after attracting everyone's attention, he pointed to the boy beside him and said, Everyone, let me introduce. This is the newcomer to the guild, Genryusai Heath Ledger, and he will be a new member of Fairy Tale from now on. Everyone, please get along well. President, where did you trick you, kid? Fairy Tale is almost becoming a nursery now. Macau unceremoniously exposed Makarov's background. That's right, that's right. Wakaba echoed again and again. Makarov shouted, shut up. It's not because you guys are useless that I have to go out and find talents. If everyone in the guild is as lazy as you, the guild will be over, and to be honest, you are no match for Genryusai. What? President, you say I'm not a brat's opponent? I'm too contemptuous. Ha ha ha. Macau, you are underestimated. As Macau's old opponent Wakaba unceremoniously ridiculed Macau. Macau. The guild is full of young people, are you dissatisfied? At this time, a little girl with silver white hair jumped in front of Mao, grabbed Mao's collar and said with a bad expression. Macau was taken aback, and quickly admitted with a smile and said, No, no, Myra Jane, you are different from them, you are already a mature girl. Macau. Then you have a problem with me. A girl with long crimson hair put down her teacup and said very calmly. No, no. Erzi, you are not the same. Mao waved his hands repeatedly with a bitter expression on his face. The nursery refers to us? It looks like we are going to have a fight. The cherry-colored short-haired boy glared at Macau, snapping his fingers. Count me in. You're older than us, what's the big deal? Count me in. And I. Seeing that he was about to be beaten up by a group of little devils, Macau immediately faltered, and looked at Makarov with eyes for help. None of these brats are simple, their strength is not weak, and some of them are stronger than themselves. Seeing this scene, other members of the guild laughed heartlessly at Macau and said, Ha ha ha. Macau, you are finished, who made his mouth so broken? I seem to have seen the miserable appearance of Macau being beaten. Ha 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 ha. It's too bad, Macau. Chapter 2. Genryusai, show them your strength. Makarov whispered in Genryusai's ear. Genryusai thought for a while and nodded, his pupils contracted, and an invisible pressure instantly pressed on everyone. Boom! Boom! The glasses were broken one by one, and the wooden seats were cracked. Ah! Wow! What's going on here? This gravity! In an instant, most members of the guild couldn't bear the sudden heavy pressure, and fell to the ground, as if they were carrying a heavy burden. Some powerful members are also sweating profusely to resist the oppression from the soul. Ryutsu. After a large amount of spiritual pressure is released, it is enough to make the opponent fall to the ground and cannot stand up. Only Makarov looked the same, looking at everyone in the guild with a smirk. But soon, he stopped laughing. Bang, bang bang. Crack. On the wine cabinet, bottles of unopened wine bottles were blown to pieces, and the fine wine spilled all over the floor. The seat, which had been used by the members of the guild to fight, was overwhelmed and broke into pieces. There were even cracks on one of the walls of the guild, and they were still spreading. Stop it! You want to tear down the guild? Malalov jumped up and knocked Genryusai on the head, and said angrily. Genryusai said with an aggrieved expression, I have already controlled the strength of the spiritual pressure. The guild itself is a shabby project, so blame me. Saying that, the spiritual pressure dissipated. Hoo! It is finally over. What's going on with the gravity just now? Gravity magic, it doesn't look like it. Everyone in the guild climbed up after the disaster, panting heavily. That gravity is not only strong, it even feels breathless. Urza, Myra Jane, and the others also wiped the sweat off their faces, looking at the harmless Genryusai with lingering fear. Only then did the others come to their senses and looked at Genryusai in horror. Macau asked with a dull expression, President, you mean that the gravity just now is his magic? Makarov nodded, and said with a serious expression, Yes, but the magic used by Genryusai is not gravity magic. It's a super magic called Ryutsu, a magic that can directly suppress the soul of life. The gravity just now is the effect of Genryusai's magic. It is magic that acts directly on the soul, and can even affect reality. The gravity you just felt is the expression of the oppression of the soul. Even the objects in reality are crushed into pieces. The key is. Having said that, Makarov glanced at Genryusai's long knife pinned to his waist, and continued fearfully. Genryusai can materialize his own soul power and possess the special power to destroy everything. Makarov also didn't specify the power of the Zanpakutō at Genryusai's waist. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard Makarov's words. Although soul magic is rare, it is not without it. But Genryusai's Ryutsu magic has never been heard of before. Most of the soul magic is hypnosis, control, like thought body and so on. If it is stronger, let the animal soul attach to itself, use the power of the animal soul to fight, or attach its own soul to the puppet for manipulation. But Genryusai's Ryutsu super magic turned out to be a direct attack on the soul of life. And there are other special abilities, in the words of the president, possess the power to destroy everything. This is too handsome. Oh my god! There is such a terrifying magic. Ryutsu? It seems to be the same as soul magic, but it seems to be completely different. President, you are amazing. Where did you find such a new monster? As expected of the president. Almost everyone in the guild looked at Genryusai with a different look. He looked like an ordinary boy, but he possessed terrifying power. Hearing everyone praise himself, Makarov said proudly, "Humph. Of course I know people with my eyes, ha 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 ha." After Makarov and Genryusai put their luggage away, a group of people surrounded Makarov and Genryusai, asking various questions. What exactly is Genryusai's special power? What is spiritual pressure? How did Makarov trick Genryusai into bringing him back to the guild? In short, a group of them, like curious babies, kept asking questions. Makarov didn't explain Genryusai's magic any further, but simply said how he brought Genryusai back. It turned out that Makarov was going to visit friends, but when he arrived in a remote area, he felt more and more hot. And the further you go, the hotter you feel, as if you are in a crater. The key problem is that Makarov has visited this place more than once. There is obviously a snow mountain in front of it. When I passed by it before, it was not cold, at least it was cool. But why is it so hot now? With this question in mind, Makarov used magic power to cool down, wrapped his whole body, and continued walking towards the hot center. Traveling through the scorching land, they found Genryusai and brought him back to the guild. Makarov did not elaborate on the process, but when he first met Genryusai, he was indeed completely shocked by the surrounding scenes. Snow mountains and forests are all gone. The earth was scorched black and stretched for thousands of miles. Endless flames poured out crazily, cutting out cracks one after another, and the scorched black earth was still burning. And in the center of the flames, a figure who was not considered burly stood standing on the spot holding a knife. Anyone who hadn't seen it with their own eyes would have thought it was a terrifying natural disaster. It is the flame that descended from the sky, burning everything in the world. When Makarov saw that all this was just caused by a kid practicing magic, he made up his mind to let this kid join his guild. On the one hand, it is to increase the strength of his guild, and on the other hand, it is to prevent this young man's power from being used improperly by some people with a heart. At that time, it was a terrible disaster for the whole world, and someone had to guide it correctly. After much cajoling, he managed to lure Genryusai into his guild. Chapter 3. Hey, your name is Genryusai, right? I'm on fire, come fight me. Natsu. While everyone was still immersed in the terrifying power of Genryusai's super magic, Natsu came to Genryusai and challenged him. Everyone is very aware of Natsu's aggressive character. Almost all of them have been challenged by Natsu. And Natsu has never dared to fight no matter how strong his opponent is. Natsu, you were lying on the ground just now, you won't be the opponent. Who said that? I was careless just now. Natsu-on, I support you. Don't be compared to newcomers, go up. When everyone was booing, Genryusai said slowly, well, I don't control my power very well now, so there is no need to fight. Natsu's eyes became more aggressive. You mean you are afraid of hurting me? If you can do it, try it. Well, that's one of the reasons, and the other reason is that I'm afraid of ruining the town. Genryusai wasn't lying, his full strength of the original solution could really turn the town into ashes. Everyone in the guild was also stunned, this young man can really say incredible things casually. Then I'm more fired up, Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu was even more excited, his fists were on fire, and he rushed towards Genryusai. Oh, I still have to fight. Genryusai sighed and held out two fingers, he didn't really want to fight. Broken Path 4, by Lei. A bolt of lightning shot out from the fingertips. Ah! Natsu, who couldn't dodge in time, was hit directly, and flew upside down screaming, with no room for resistance. Boom! It happened that there was a big hole in the cracked wall. Not good. Natsu! Natsu, are you okay? Natsu! Everyone in the guild ran over with concern, only to see Natsu, who was a little black all over, with white smoke coming out of his mouth, and his body was still shaking. Apparently the after effects of being electrocuted. Damn it! Natsu was on his feet quickly, and he didn't seem to be seriously injured other than a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha, Natsu, I was instantly killed. It's too bad. The gap is a bit big, Natsu. Seeing that Natsu was fine, everyone laughed again. Only Lissa walked up to Natsu, wiped his face for him, and asked with concern, Natsu, are you okay? It's okay. I was careless this time, but next time I will definitely win back. My name is Natsu Delanigal, and I will definitely beat you. Hello, my name is Lissa, this is my sister, Myra Jane, this is my brother Elfman. You are very powerful, next time we will have a duel. Oh, come on, Myra Jane. My name is Urza Scarlet, I will be my partner from now on, please give me your advice. I'm Grateful Buster, and it's good to see you slapping that eye-catching BD. What did you say? You pervert. Want to fight? Who is afraid of whom? Bang! Bang! Pumba! Soon, the bewildered guild members fought again. Genryusai and the boys and girls in the guild are also familiar with each other, sitting and chatting with each other during dinner. It is very lively. Genryusai enjoys this atmosphere very much. This reminded him of his life in the orphanage before time travel. That's right, Genryusai is a blue star traveler and an orphan. He remembered that he was working overtime at home to correct materials during a rainy day, when he suddenly heard deafening thunder, and then lost consciousness. When I woke up, I came to this world with a Zanpakutō in my hand. Why did he know it was Zanpakutō? Because suddenly there was an old man's inheritance memory in his mind. These include chopping, punching, walking, and ghosting, the 4 required fighting skills for the god of death. The old man's name is Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, the captain of the soul world in the world of death, who has the strongest and oldest Zanpakutō Blade Ruohuo. He immediately thought that he had crossed into the world of death god. And in addition to the captain's inheritance, there is also a broken collapsed jade in his body, which is constantly nourishing his spiritual pressure. In order to adapt to the customs of the other world, he changed his name to Genryusai Heath Ledger. As for the name before crossing, he chose it himself anyway, so he didn't feel sorry for his parents, since he didn't know who his parents were anyway. In line with the principle of keeping a low profile, and there are countless strong people in the world of the god of death, he began to practice spiritual pressure in the desolate snow-capped mountains, practicing Shunpo, White Strike, chopping technique, and Ghost Way. Most importantly, Shija Zanpakutō. And he also discovered that as long as he kills a creature, Bengyu can absorb its soul and deny his own spiritual pressure. With the help of Bengyu, Genryusai solved Zanpakutō in a very short time. However, because of his own spiritual pressure, he couldn't exert the true power of Blade Ruohuo. In this way, Genryusai practiced while mastering the power of Fluent Blade, but Makarov came to him and invited him to join Fairy Tail. Only then did he realize that what he crossed was not the world of Grim Reaper, but the world of Fairy Tail. But to be honest, Fairy Tail Genryusai has only heard of this manga, but has not read it. After Genryusai left the orphanage, he worked hard to make money, and when he had spare time, he watched several well-known anime. And I usually have a lot of work, so I don't have so much time. I haven't finished watching Dragon Ball, and Shinigami has also seen the Broken Face, and I haven't watched it after the war on the top of the pirates, but I still finished it with Hogyoku. As for Fairy Tail, I only know a little about watching videos occasionally. I really don't know the specific content. If it weren't for Makarov who invited him, he wouldn't even know that he was traveling through the Fairy Tail world. After all, he doesn't even know the names of other guilds. Chapter 4. Genryusai, come here, this is Fairy Tail's coat of arms, where do you want it printed? After dinner, Makarov said to Genryusai. Genryusai thought for a while, took off his shirt and said, just print it on the back, I want to be a man who bears this crest. Makarov's eyes lit up when he heard Genryusai's words. He showed his neat teeth and smiled and said, "Little brat, you have a lot of ambition. Then let me see if you can really bear this coat of arms in the future." As he spoke, he picked up a large seal and stamped it on Genryusai's back. In the evening, Genryusai lived in the boys' dormitory of Fairy Tale. He didn't have any money with him now, and even the money for the dormitory was paid by Makarov in advance. "I didn't expect to travel to Fairy Tale. If I knew it, I would have read this comic." Compared to death, Fairy Tale has a much smaller world view, but the danger is not low at all. The strongest black dragon, Akunarolia, should not be as strong as the commander-in-chief Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sashige. No matter how high the magic resistance of its dragon scales is, I don't believe it can withstand the blazing swastika. If the enhancement of spiritual pressure depends on practice alone, it will be too slow. People in the God of Death world live for hundreds of thousands of years. It's no problem to slowly accumulate spiritual pressure. I don't have that much time. We still have to rely on Bengaiu. In this case, I will take on more tasks to exterminate monsters, demons, or dark guilds, so that Bengaiu can absorb more souls. It's best to let Bengaiu evolve, so that I can rely on Bengaiu's power to break through the boundaries of the God of Death, and maybe one day I can surpass the strength of old man Yamamoto. Forget it, don't think about it. Go see what tasks you can pick up tomorrow. Anyway, it's still a few years before Urza and Natsu grow up. Although Genryusai has never read the Fairy Tale manga, when he occasionally watched the video, he still knew that the protagonists of this manga were the little ghosts of the guild. The final boss is a black dragon named Akunarolia. The next day, early in the morning, Makarov didn't object when Genryusai said he had to do a mission. He still has great confidence in Genryusai's strength. However, considering that Genryusai has just joined the guild after all and lacks experience, he still doesn't understand many things. So Makarov arranged for Urza to take Genryusai to do 2 tasks first, to get acquainted. Genryusai didn't object either. After all, to put it simply, he didn't even know the way out. Even after accepting the task, he doesn't know where the above address is or where to go to complete it. During this time, you still have to get acquainted with the new world as soon as possible. Fortunately, I don't know if it is because of the benefits of time travel, he knows both language and characters. It is not difficult to integrate into this world. While thinking this way, Urza led Genryusai to the entrustment bulletin board, and introduced. "Our guild has quite a number of commissions, you can choose the right one." Genryusai looked at the densely packed entrusted panels in amazement, looked at them one by one from above, and carefully picked them up. Urza has been in the guild for a long time, so he explained to Genryusai in detail. General guild tasks are roughly divided into 3 categories, and the rewards also range from low to high. Genryusai stood there squarely, staring at Urza seriously with wide eyes. The lowest level is to use magic to handle some chores for people, such as working in a certain restaurant or concert hall. Although this type of earning is small, it is no problem to do a few more orders to maintain daily food and clothing. Medium commissions are asking wizards to carry out some dangerous commissions, such as picking herbs in high-risk areas and exploring unknown areas. This is our main source of income. Advanced commissions have a certain possibility of death. Most of them are crusades against dark guilds, monsters, or quelling disputes, and they earn more money. Urza took out a magic pen out of nowhere, wrote a series of blue characters in the air, paused and said again. On top of this, there are S-level missions, 10-year missions, and the highest level 100-year missions. You don't have to think about these for the time being. The difficulty is scary. Urza pointed to a medium commission with a pen, and said, I recommend that you do this type of mission first, and after you have trained your strength, you will be able to take on higher missions. After hearing this, Genryusai quickly took out a few orders with suitable conditions from a pile of commissions, and after seeing the above rewards, he said with satisfaction, just take these. Genryusai didn't aim too high and accepted the high-level entrusted task as soon as he arrived. Instead, he followed Urza's suggestion and chose a medium-level entrusted task. Then let's set off later, go back and pack some things, and gather at the gate of the guild. Urza showed a slight smile, crossed his arms and smiled with satisfaction. Genryusai is much more obedient than Natsu. When he took Natsu on a mission for the first time, he was clamoring to do the hardest mission. Genryusai has nothing to bring, anyway, according to Urza, the mission location is not far away. I bought some dry food and water on credit from the guild, and it was almost enough, and the boys' dormitory did not return. Boom! After waiting at the gate of the guild for a long time, I finally saw Urza's figure. Only. Urza, are you wanting to do a mission with me? Looking at the pile of luggage being pulled by the cart, Genryusai fell into a daze. A wizard needs to bring so many things with him when he goes out to do missions? Am I not prepared enough? Are all entrusted tasks in this world so troublesome? Yeah, what's the problem? Urza said as a matter of course. Well, then what else do I need to bring? Genryusai was ashamed to ask. Forget it, I've brought all the things I need. Next time you have to pay attention, you must be fully prepared when you go out. Urza waved his hand generously, and educated in the tone of someone who has experienced it. Yes, I will work hard. Genryusai nodded seriously. Let's go. Urza led the way contentedly. Along the way, they also took out a pair of maps to popularize the most basic geographical knowledge for Genryusai. The Melon Village we are going to this time is in the northwest direction of Magnolia, not far away, you can go there by horse-drawn carriage. Blah blah blah. Urza was very responsible and told Genryusai the time of the carriage, the train, the port, and the general arrival destination. The village of Ryujin has recently been infested by demon bears, and the crops have been severely damaged. We are entrusted to expel or kill the demon bears. Expelling the devil bear costs 100,000 J. Besides the 100,000 J for killing the devil bear, the village also recycles the fur of the devil bear. The more complete it is, the more valuable it is. The devil bear meat can also be sold to merchants in towns, anyway, blah blah blah. Genryusai nodded knowingly. The same task is completed by different wizards, and the rewards are different. This is the difference in experience. Chapter 5. Melon Village. After more than 2 hours of traveling by carriage, Urza and Genryusai finally arrived at the mission location. Urza untied the rope tied to the back of the carriage, pulled the luggage of her cart, and said to Genryusai, "Let's go to the village head first to find out the details of the commission." Good. Genryusai followed Urza on the village path. Along the way, feel the customs of the world, as well as the beautiful original ecological scenery. Not long after, under the guidance of the villagers, the village head was found. "Master Sorcerer, is it just the two of you?" The village chief Ryujin looked at the one who was not as tall as himself, and Urza and Genryusai expressed doubts. "Village chief, please rest assured, we are fairy tale mages, and we will definitely complete your commission," Urza said seriously, and showed the mission order. "This is a formal guild, a certificate when doing tasks. Otherwise, how can others believe that you are not here to collect information like a commission to wipe out the Dark Guild?" Looking at Urza and Genryusai's young faces, the village chief could only pray that they could really stand alone. "Then please come to the two mages. The devil bear is haunting the crop field. We dare not approach it. Several people in the village have already been injured." The village head looked bitter. After all, crops were their main source of income. "Don't worry, village chief, we will definitely help you solve the problem," Urza said seriously. Genryusai didn't speak the whole time, and he, a novice, was not familiar with these procedures, so I left it to Urza to negotiate. It is his task to deal with those devil bears. The two of them followed the village head to the crop field not far away, and saw 7 devil bears eating the vegetables in the field. A group of villagers held weapons, but they dared not go forward. Genryusai was very interested, staring at the demon bears without blinking. Although he knew that bears were omnivores, he had never heard of them. Would they come to eat the vegetables in the crops? Oh! This is a magical world, and monsters are more or less intelligent. That's all right. Compared with looking for food in the forest, this large cropland is indeed more convenient. The village chief is here. The village chief is here. Why are there two brats behind the village chief? I don't know, it shouldn't belong to our village. Everyone be quiet, these two are Lord Fairy Tale Mage. The village chief looked at the villagers who were humming and talking loudly. Genryusai looked at everyone's distrustful eyes and didn't say anything. After all, even though it was a magical world, it was unbelievable for two 11 and 12-year-old kid to chase away a magic bear the size of an off-road vehicle. My name is Genryusai, leave these devil bears to me. Genryusai decided to speak with strength. Let's go up together. Urza said worriedly. No, don't worry Urza, just a few magic bears, it won't take long. Genryusai smiled proudly, and his figure disappeared instantly. Urza's pupils dilated, she couldn't see Genryusai's movements at all. Ugh! Puchi! Ah! When he saw Genryusai again, he had already appeared behind a demon bear, and the Zanpakutō at his waist had been pulled out. I saw bright red blood splattered from the neck of the devil bear, and let out a desperate wail. Pang! With a sound, he fell heavily into the crop field and lost his vitality. Oh, that's amazing, my lord mage! It killed a demon bear that big with one blow. It's too powerful. I didn't even see how Lord Sorcerer passed. I didn't even see how to kill the devil bear. Aha, now our crops are saved. Seeing this scene, the villagers no longer doubted Genryusai's strength, and they all praised Genryusai happily. Urza also had a serious face at the moment. Not because of the devil bear, but because of Genryusai's strength, which greatly exceeded her expectations. Because just now, she didn't see clearly how the devil bear was beheaded. Roar! Ah! The remaining 6 demon bears, seeing the death of their companions, became ferocious, and one demon bear rushed towards Genryusai. Looking at the running devil bear and the flattened crops, Genryusai looked uncomfortable. After all, the crops would be destroyed if this continued, but because I cared about the crops, I didn't use the broken way. And a complete devil bear skin is even more valuable. Ugh! Shunpo appeared behind the running demon bear again. As they crossed, drops of blood dripped from the blade in Genryusai's hand. And the running speed of that devil bear became slower and slower, until it fell to the ground with a sound of pang, and the blood spurted from its throat flowed all over the ground. Shua! 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 In less than a few minutes, the remaining demon bears were all beheaded by Genryusai. Although Urza still couldn't see Genryusai's movements clearly, he showed a happy expression. Thank you very much, Master Sorcerer. The old village chief excitedly shook Genryusai's hand. Just call me Genryusai, our mission is done, right? Genryusai wiped the blood off the blade and sheathed it. That, not yet, there was a huge demon bear before, and it led a group of demon bears to attack the village. The village chief explained, but his eyes were a little dodgy. After all, he only said that there was a magic bear attacking the village, but he didn't say how strong it was. Genryusai looked at the village chief speechlessly, playing word games, which was completely inconsistent with the reward. Genryusai didn't care about taking care of that giant devil bear, after all, this was worthy of his first mission. But Genryusai doesn't like this kind of behavior, after all, no one likes to be cheated. I will report this matter to the president, but Mr. Village Chief, I think you should go to Fairy Tale to redefine the difficulty of the mission. I don't want my partner to get hurt because of your wrong behavior. Also, we have the right to terminate this mission. Urza stood up and looked at the village chief with a serious face. She has experienced this kind of thing before, and there is no need to ask why. Yes, I just asked someone to do it. However, please don't terminate the mission, otherwise, if the giant devil bear takes revenge, our village will be over. Please, my lords. The village chief pleaded tearfully. Let's go to the mountains and have a look. Genryusai's favor with the village chief has dropped a lot, but he still decides to go to the mountain. Because just now the souls of the 7 devil bears were absorbed by the Bengyu in his body. Genryusai could feel that his Ryutsu seemed to have strengthened a little bit. Good. Urza didn't object either. Although the village chief was not authentic, it was Genryusai's first mission after all, and he had to complete it perfectly. The village chief looked at the backs of the 2 and sighed, he could only pray that they were careful. My own village has nothing to offer because of the demon bear infestation. If the task level is high, I can't afford the reward. Quick, help Master Sorcerer, keep the magic bear well. Don't move around. Yes, village chief. Urza also guessed the difficulty of the village, but she did not compromise. After all, it would be her companion who was injured. Urza, do you think the devil bear is delicious? You'll know if you don't try it. Chapter 6. The night covered the land, and the forest was even more terrifying. Shishi. Ho 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 ho. Ah. From time to time, the roar of monsters could be heard in the forest, and in the darkness, pairs of glowing pupils could still be seen. Decisive. Under a big tree, Urza and Genryusai sat on the ground by the campfire. Several pieces of skewered devil bear meat and 2 big bear paws were roasting on the bonfire. Looking at the sizzling barbecue and bear paws, Urza sprinkled various seasonings. Where did the seasoning come from? Don't forget, Urza's magic knight has a storage space. This is also what Genryusai doesn't understand, why drag a load of luggage when there is storage space? It's ready to eat. Genryusai couldn't wait to pick up a bear's paw, blew it twice and then gnawed it. It's so delicious, Urza, your craft is this. Genryusai gave Urza a thumbs up with his mouth full. The immature Urza smiled slightly, cutting the bear meat with a knife in his hand, and began to eat in small bites. The food looks much more refined than Genryusai. Genryusai, can I ask you a question? Urza looked at Genryusai suddenly and said. Genryusai stopped gnawing the bear's paw, and looked at Urza suspiciously. Why did you join the guild? This. Genryusai raised his eyes and thought for a while, then said indifferently. I don't know, I have been practicing alone, and the president is the first person I met. Then I was invited to. Anyway, I'm very happy. I like this guild atmosphere very much. Genryusai showed his white teeth and smiled happily. Then he continued to gnaw the bear's paw in his hand. Happy? Yeah, the guild is really happy. I also like fairy tale. Urza smiled, looked at the star-studded sky, and muttered to himself in a low voice. Ah, I'm full. I'm full. Urza, whoever marries you will be so happy in the future. The hall above is the kitchen below. Genryusai rubbed his chubby belly and grinned while picking his teeth. Ugh! The young Urza's face turned red in an instant. He stammered and said, What, marry, no. Marry. Ha ha ha, Urza, you look so shy, so cute. Genryusai looked at the bewildered and shy Urza, and laughed heartlessly. Shut up. Urza punched Genryusai on the head in embarrassment. Xiaolian still blushed and roared, quickly think about how to find that super big devil bear. Genryusai touched the bag on his head and looked at Urza innocently. Just when Urza was about to strike, Genryusai pulled away immediately. With his right hand clenched and hammered on the palm of his left hand, he said. I thought of it, you can directly look for the magic bear's spiritual pressure. How to find it? Urza asked. I can use the spirit breath of the devil bear to find the soul of the devil bear in the forest, which is the location of the spiritual pressure. Genryusai smiled confidently. Boom! Genryusai took another punch, covered his head with his hands and looked at Urza aggrievedly. Why did you hit me again? With such magic, why didn't you use it earlier? Do you like staying in the forest so much? That, I forgot. Genryusai was embarrassed, and looked at Urza who was glowing red all over with a guilty conscience. Forget it, it's already dark, and it's not suitable for action. Even if we find that devil bear, we have to spend the night in the forest. Urza withdrew his momentum and said helplessly. With that said, Urza took out the sleeping bag from her storage space. I will watch the first half of the night, and you will watch the second half of the night. No, go to sleep, it's not good for girls to stay up late, I'm fine. Genryusai patted his chest and said. Urza didn't hesitate at all, nodded and said, then I'll leave it to you. After speaking, he lay down in the sleeping bag. Genryusai froze in place. You are really not polite at all. There is no way, the words that are spoken and the water that is spilled cannot be taken back. Genryusai sat next to the sleeping bag, cross-legged, and began to practice Ryutsu. Although he was cultivating, he knew every move around him clearly. The next day. As soon as Urza opened his eyes dimly, he met a pair of teasing black eyes. It took a long time for Urza to react. She was actually hugging Genryusai's waist now, with her legs wrapped around his feet, in an octopus pose. At some point, the sleeping bag had already been kicked to her feet. Urza's little face turned red in an instant, and quickly moved aside, pointing at Genryusai. Don't look at me, it's because you don't sleep well, but I didn't do anything. Genryusai threw up his hands, like a victim. Stop talking. Otherwise. Urza's pretty face flushed, otherwise, she didn't know what to say for a long time. Genryusai looked at Urza teasingly. I have to say, Urza's youthful and shy appearance is really cute. Otherwise, I will never talk to you again. Did you hear that? Urza stared fiercely at Genryusai. Well, I promise. Genryusai held up 3 fingers. Urza finally put away the sleeping bag with satisfaction, and the two of them washed up briefly, and then began to look for the giant devil bear. The heart of the south, the pupils of the north, the fingertips of the west, and the heels of the east, gather with the wind and disperse with the rain. 58 of the way of binding, slap your toe and chase a bird. After Genryusai chanted, a wave of Ryutsu spread out. After a long time, Genryusai opened his eyes which were closed tightly. Found it. Genryusai smiled, and walked quickly through the forest, followed by Urza. Although Genryusai didn't know about the Ryutsu of the super demon bear, he couldn't trace it specifically. But he can track the magic bear's spiritual pressure, and then perceive the strongest spiritual pressure among them. I believe that it is the super big devil bear he is looking for. Chapter 7. Crack. We're back. Urza and Genryusai had just returned to the guild, and what greeted them was not greetings from their partners, but intense noise and debris thrown around. BD, are you looking for death? Come on. You think I'm afraid of you? Save you for stealing Laozi's wine, go to hell. Who told you to sue me yesterday, you BD? Exhibitionist. Hanging eyes. Go to hell. Who's afraid of whom, BD? Bang. Bang bang bang. Boom, boom boom. Ah! How dare you attack me? Macau, you idiot. Die. AHH. Looking at the guild that was united again, Genryusai only felt kind and helpless. But when he felt Urza beside him, whose whole body was glowing red and exuding coldness, Genryusai silently took 2 steps back. Boom! A banana peel fell on Urza's head. You! Finally, Urza's accumulated anger exploded. Give me enough time. Quiet. The powerful momentum made the guild, which was still noisy just now, instantly quiet down. Ha ha ha, I won. Only Natsu, dangling the panties that had been ripped off Grey, laughed smugly. He didn't notice at all that a figure exuding murderous aura appeared behind him. LOL. Boom. Bang bang bang. Just when Natsu was still laughing the most, Urza punched him and knocked him to the ground. Afterwards, the inhumane unilateral beating. Ah! Urza. Natsu finally found out that Urza was back, but it was too late. Covering his head in his expert hands, he curled up in a ball, bearing Urza's wrath. Call. After a while, the satisfied Urza clapped his hands and stood up. Lissa squatted on the ground, picked up a stick from somewhere, and poked Natsu who was lying on the ground with a bruised nose and white eyes. Urza, welcome back. Seeing that Urza seemed to have calmed down, Macau swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and greeted him flatteringly. Welcome back, Urza. Let's take Genryusai to do the mission this time, how did it go? Genryusai, welcome back. Is the mission complete? How about it? Welcome back, Genryusai. Soon, the guild members who reacted greeted each other. After a while, the guild became lively again. A group of people put their arms around Genryusai's shoulders and asked questions. As for Natsu lying on the ground, no one cared at all. Thanks to Urza's help this time, it was successfully completed. Genryusai took the juice from Wakaba and started chatting with everyone with a smile. I heard that your mission level has improved this time. Well, that village concealed the number and danger of the devil bears. You're not hurt? No. Very smooth. Ha ha ha, it's amazing, I completed a high-level commission for the first time. Everyone cheers to Genryusai. Cheers. Oh. By the way, where is the president? The president is out, and it should take a few days before he comes back. Then my mission. Give me the commission completion certificate, and I will record it for you. Thank you, Macau. Ha ha ha, little thing. Genryusai handed over the commission completion certificate of the village chief of Ryujin to Macau, and returned the money on credit to the guild along the way. Although the level of this mission has been raised, the reward is still 100,000 J. However, the devil bear skin and devil bear meat sold for 200,000 J, and the huge devil bear alone was worth 100,000 J. Originally, Genryusai was going to split half with Urza. But Urza only accepted 10,000 J, and refused to accept any more. For this mission, Genryusai received a reward of 280,000 J. Another 10,000 J is the fee for the guild. Fairy Tail draws a very small fee. It only draws 10% of the task. Most guilds ask for 30%, and some even take half and half. Spring goes and autumn comes, 1 year later. Fairy Tail. Work. Work. UBD, that mission was the one I saw first. Warren said while grabbing Warren's clothes. Who said that? Obviously I got it first. Get out of the way, I came first. Obviously I was the first. Hey, what's going on everyone? Lissa looked at the crowd scrambling on the taskbar, and asked the president a question. I know, this is related to everyone's assessment. As the old man inside the kid, Kana smiled mysteriously. What kind of assessment? Let's talk quickly. Lissa was very excited, and Elfman looked over curiously. It's the S-level assessment, and it will be the day of this year's S-level assessment soon. Makarov said directly drunkenly. President. I should have said it. Kana is not happy, and finally can return to the previous generation. Ha 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 ha, sorry. No wonder my sister is busy doing tasks during this time. Well, during this period of time, my sister is doing medium tasks alone, and I don't bring brother Elfman and me with me. Ha ha ha, Myra Jane is afraid that you will be in danger. Boom. Suddenly, the taskbar exploded. Natsu and Grey met each other's eyes, and the aura began to rise again, and the two confronted each other about the same task. Hey, that's my job, BD. Huh? You hang your eyes, you can breathe fire, can you do this kind of task? The two were considered enemies, and they even quarreled over a task that didn't pay much. Grey and Natsu, or most of the little ghost heads in the guild, can only do low-level commissions. The guild leader only allows Laxus, Genryusai, Urza, Myra Jane, and Kana to complete medium and above entrusted tasks. Bastards! Both of you are not allowed to do that task. And fix the task bar. A huge fist sent the two of them flying. Really, it doesn't let me, an old man, worry at all. Chapter 8. OM. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Attention Magnolia residents. Attention residents. The guildarts are coming. The guildarts are coming. Enable guildarts mode. What is the guildarts pattern? Genryusai, who was sitting on the sidelines drinking a drink, looked curious. He hadn't heard of this model yet. Natsu also stopped arguing with Grey, and laughed and said, I didn't expect that uncle to come back. Kana froze immediately when she heard the radio, and sat uncomfortably on the chair. But everyone was curious that the guildarts model didn't notice, only the president took a deep look at her. Genryusai opened the door curiously and looked at it, and the picture he saw made him wonder if the technology in this world was used in a strange place. The town is divided into squares, and these houses are constantly moving, and eventually a road leads directly to the guild gate. I saw an uncle with red hair and unshaven beard, stroking his hair with his hand, feeling a little embarrassed to appear in everyone's field of vision. As the figure continued to approach, the president also became nervous. Hey, President, long time no see. The uncle saw the hearty greetings from the crowd, and walked quickly towards the guild. A hole. The door is next to it. Boom. The president said it was too late, and a big hole was instantly opened in the wall of the guild. Ha 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 ha, sorry, I didn't pay attention. Gildarts stroked his greasy red hair awkwardly. Gildarts, currently the only S-rank mage in Fairy Tail, usually performs 10-year missions and only returns once in a long time. Really, it's still so worrying. Oh. How about the Gildarts 10-year mission? Did you bring any special products? Everyone is very happy to see Gildarts again. After all, this guy is really rare to see. It would be nice to come back once a year. Yo, Gildarts. Natsu was very happy and jumped on it directly. Genryusai on the side stared slightly. He didn't know Gildarts, but he could feel that this uncle was very powerful, much more terrifying than everyone he had seen. Perhaps only the chairman can be compared with it. Interesting, the soul is also very powerful. Genryusai secretly made an assessment. Oh, long time no see, Kana-chan, you're pretty again. Hey, Gray, you're not wearing any clothes again. Gildarts patted Kana's head and smiled boldly. Genryusai looked at Kana with a happy face, and couldn't help feeling a little strange. No way. No way. Could it be that Kana likes this uncle? Then this is too bloody, but there is a big difference in their ages. Genryusai looked at the current number 1 Fairy Tail. He was really a monster in terms of magic power, at least much stronger than the old Holy Cross president. Getting to know Myra Jane, sighing that there are a few more lovely Gildarts, feeling Genryusai's gaze. Oh? Interesting kid. Gildarts could vaguely feel that Genryusai was not simple. Hey, the president has kidnapped a few more brats. Gildarts teased Makarov before sitting down next to Genryusai. Hi kid, my name is Gildarts. Gildarts greeted Genryusai with a grin. Hi uncle, my name is Genryusai Heath Ledger. Genryusai introduced himself solemnly. Genryusai, strong brat, ha ha ha. Uncle, you are not simple. Gildarts, fight me. Natsu didn't know which corner he ran out of, and hit him unceremoniously with his fiery fist. Boom! Gildarts reached out and hit Natsu in the face as he was charging. With stars in his eyes, Natsu fell down. Ha ha ha, it's still so lively. You see. It's a party. Oh. Quiet. Seeing that an inexplicable banquet was about to be held, Makarov spoke to stop it. Everyone in the guild fell silent instantly, and looked at the president one after another. Since Gildarts is back, everyone should stop doing tasks. We are going to announce the S-level assessment list in the next few days. Oh! Everyone looked excited. After all, this is a big deal. Okay, let's welcome the Gildarts home banquet, let's begin. The president suddenly raised his glass. Oh! Welcome home, Gildarts. Cheers! Boiling instantly. 3 days later, the Fairies Guild. Shua. Fairy Tail President Makarov and Gildarts stand above the stage. Oh. President. It's been a long time. Announce it soon. Who is this year? Markelo cleared his throat and said, Ahem, according to the rules of Fairy Tail since ancient times, I will announce the participants of the S-rank wizard assessment. Oh. Natsu shouted excitedly, I'm on fire. Markelo went on to say, this year's exam venue is deep in the back mountain canyon. Oh! What is the content of the test? The content is different every year, so there is nothing to refer to, but it is the same difficulty. Because those who pass can become S-class wizards. I have carefully observed the abilities, minds, and souls of each of you this year, but there are only 2 of you who can participate in the assessment. Only 2 people. President, let's announce it. Ahem, the S-level assessment list will be announced below. The president looked at the crowd below with a serious face. There are 2 people participating in the S-level assessment this time, and they are Laxus Driar. Oh! Laxus snorted when he saw his name, but the smile on his lips gave him away. Genryusai Heath Ledger. Oh! Great brother Genryusai. Lissa jumped on Genryusai's body, smiling and happy for Genryusai. Don't lose. Urzel looked away, but also very happy for him. Of course Genryusai smiled. Damn it, I must participate next year. Myra Jane said unconvinced. Genryusai and Laxus looked at each other, both of them had cruel smiles. This time the S rank must be me. ×2. You can only participate in this assessment by yourself, no foreign aid is allowed, and the final assessment content and results will be determined by Guildarts. Above. Chapter 9. 2 days later. The Hyushin Grand Canyon is a natural and dangerous place. Under the canyon, there are strange rocks, miasma, and monsters everywhere. The environment is not suitable for human survival. Above the canyon, Makarov, Guildarts, Laxus, and Genryusai looked at the bottomless canyon in front of them, and there were roars of animals from time to time. This canyon is too big, it's a miracle of nature. Genryusai looked at the abyss and canyon under his feet, and sighed. The canyon below is not only big, but also the monsters are quite powerful. Guildarts put his arm around Genryusai's shoulders and added an angry laugh. So old man, what is the content of our assessment? Laxus folded his arms around his chest and asked with a stinking face. Guildarts placed 2 S-level beast masters in the canyon ahead of time. Your first assessment is to find and eliminate those 2 beast masters within 3 days. Makarov looked at Genryusai and Laxus with a smirk on his lips. There are so many monsters down here, there should be an S-level beast king, right? Why are there 2 more? Genryusai turned his head and asked suspiciously. He, good question. You must be the 2 beast masters dropped by Guildarts. They have special symbols on them. Makarov grinned. What special symbol? Makarov and Guildarts both laughed and said nothing, apparently letting them find out for themselves. What if 2 beast masters are dealt with by one person? Then pass the assessment directly, and the other person fails the assessment. Makarov said lightly. It's a test of luck. Genryusai shook his head helplessly. It's a boring trick. Laxus said proudly, I think you should admit defeat early. Don't talk too soon, Laxus. Genryusai confronted each other without showing any sign of weakness. Humph, let's wait and see. Laxus snorted coldly, lightning flashed on his body, and he rushed towards the canyon below. He talks about tricks, but he is more impatient than anyone else. Genryusai joked a few words, and jumped directly into the canyon. It's nice to be young, but Laxus has a rival too. Guildarts smiled and sighed to the president, after all, Laxus has never been able to integrate into the group of brats. Yet, they're all good kids. Thinking of his grandson's character, Makarov shook his head in distress. When he was about to fall to the bottom, Genryusai used Ryujin to condense under his feet and stopped directly in midair. And Laxus was still running, although he started 1 step ahead, he was 1 step slower than Genryusai. S-rank Beastmaster? The soul should be very powerful. The heart of the south, the pupils of the north, the fingertips of the west, and the heels of the east, gather with the wind and disperse with the rain. 58 of the way of binding, slap your toe and chase a bird. Genryusai uses Ryujin to find targets with powerful souls. I found it, I hope it's the 2 beast kings who were tested. Genryusai hurried on his way, and his figure quickly moved in the canyon. I also encountered many monsters along the way, but Genryusai didn't stop, and the monsters couldn't catch up with Genryusai's speed at all. Soon, Genryusai found a beastmaster, a 4-armed, golden-back gorilla. Roar! Apparently, the golden-back gorilla also spotted the person who trespassed into its territory. Bear! Without warning, the golden-backed gorilla attacked first, blazing flames from its mouth. The 39th round gate fan. A round protective shield appeared in front of Genryusai, blocking the rushing waves of fire. Although I don't know if you are the target I am looking for. But since I've done it, I'm not polite. Kingslander. Mask of flesh and blood, Vientian, soaring wings, and what bears the name of human beings. Burning heat and disputes, turbulent waves of the sea, go south. Genryusai chanted quickly while using Shunpo to distance himself. 31 of breaking the way, red cannon. Boom! Ah dash! The crimson fire burst out, enveloping the golden-back gorilla in an instant. The fiery flames caused the golden-backed gorilla to roar fiercely, and a smell of burnt hair filled the air. Roar! Boom boom boom! But after all, he was the king of beasts. The golden-backed gorilla slapped his chest with 4 big hands, and used brute force to disperse the fireball around him. And at the moment when the fireball dissipated, he jumped up high, raised his 4 thick arms, and slammed down on Genryusai. 26 Curved light. In an instant, the brilliance flickered. The canvas made of Ryutsu covered Genryusai's body, completely covering his figure. The whole person seems to have completely disappeared. Bang bang! Boom boom boom! The golden-backed gorilla, who had lost his target, hit the ground hard with 4 fists, and a huge deep pit was smashed out of the ground in an instant. Dust and smoke were everywhere, and broken stones were flying all over the sky. Roar! The golden-backed gorilla roared angrily, looking for Genryusai with its scarlet vertical pupils. The turbid coat of arms that reveals the light faintly, the unruly and crazy attitude, emerges but denies. The paralysis instantly prevents the long sleep. The crawling steel princess, self-destructing clay puppets one after another, unite, bounce back, cover the earth, know yourself. Physical weakness. Suddenly Genryusai's chanting sounded in the air, but it was unclear from which direction it came from. And it took a long time to chant this time. The golden-backed gorilla felt a strong sense of unease, which came from the intuition of the beast. It kept roaring and bombarding the surrounding ground, trying to find Genryusai. Broken way, 90 black coffins. At the end of the chanting, it turned out to be a broken path as high as 90. A huge black cube-like space imprisoned the golden-backed gorilla, and Genryusai appeared with his back to the black coffin. Puchi! Puchi! As countless pitch-black blades appeared outside the black coffin, they pierced into the black coffin. OM! The black coffin dissipated, and Genryusai staged a wave of real men, never looking back at the explosion. The black-backed gorilla was dripping with wounds and covered in blood, and fell powerlessly behind Genryusai. It doesn't look like this beast king. After searching carefully, Genryusai didn't see any special symbols. He rubbed his hair and said, "It seems that this assessment is not that easy. But it can be regarded as a harvest." The soul of the Beast King was absorbed by the collapsed jade in his body. I don't know if Laxus found it. No, I can't lose to him. The heart of the south, the pupils of the north, the fingertips of the west, and the heels of the east, gather with the wind and disperse with the rain. 58 Of the way of binding, slap your toe and chase a bird. Genryusai started looking for a new target again. He couldn't believe it. Chapter 10. Boom! A huge humanoid beast king fell down, with a deep knife cut on its neck, bleeding profusely. Hoo! Genryusai let out a heavy breath and wiped the sweat from his brow. This is already the 5th one. What is the special symbol? Am I so unlucky? Genryusai didn't find any special symbols on this S-rank beastmaster, obviously not the target of the assessment requirements. No, I can't lose to Laxus. Thinking of Lacroix's arrogant face, the man's desire to win immediately ignited. Although the assessment requirement is 3 days, Genryusai intends to pass this round of assessment on the first day. Do not ask. Asking is a contest between men. The heart of the south, the pupils of the north, the fingertips of the west, and the heels of the east, gather with the wind and disperse with the rain. 58 Of the way of binding, slap your toe and chase a bird. Once again use Ryutsu to find targets with powerful souls. A few minutes later, Genryusai disappeared in place with Shunpo. On the other side, above the canyon, arrangements were made on Genryusai and Laxus so that by magic one could see their every move. What a monster kid, he killed 5 S-rank beast kings in a short time. Gildarts stroked his chin, looking at Genryusai who was on his way in front of the magic screen. Ha ha ha, Gildarts, be careful of being surpassed by younger generations. Makarov sat on the ground, drinking rum, and smiled triumphantly. No old man is unhappy when he sees his own children are strong. But Genryusai seems to be a little impatient. His magic power consumption is not small, and he didn't choose to rest, but went to find new targets. This will be a loss. Looking at the movement of Laxus in front of the magic screen, Gildarts said with a smirk. Makarov took a sip of his wine indifferently, laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, is this going to be interesting? Blindly relying solely on personal bravery will encounter unexpected changes. The strength of an S-level mage is not only strength, but also a strong heart." "That's right, ha ha ha." Gildarts laughed approvingly. "I finally know what the so-called special symbols are." Along the way, Genryusai finally arrived at the location of the Beastmaster he had found after beheading several monsters blocking the way. Looking at the two-headed giant wolf in front of him, it was as tall as a 3-story building. Genryusai was extremely sure that this two-headed demon wolf was one of the targets of the assessment requirements. Because on the body of this demonic wolf, there is a head portrait of Gildarts with a special magic brush. Ha 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 ha, Genryusai finally found it. "President, my drawing skills are pretty good, and I'm 70% handsome." Above the canyon, Makarov and Gildarts laughed uncontrollably at the sight of Genryusai's bloody expression. "Hi, no matter what, I can finally complete the first round of assessment." Genryusai suppressed a bunch of words in his heart that he wanted to complain, and slowly pulled out the Zanpakutō. Don't look at Genryusai killing 5 S-level Beastmasters in a row, but his spiritual pressure consumption is also quite a lot. If it weren't for Bengaiu absorbing the soul and denying his spiritual pressure after beheading the Beastmaster every time, he wouldn't be able to achieve such a result. You must know that the S-level Beastmaster is against the S-level magician. Ah! The two-headed demon wolf felt Genryusai's killing intent, and there was a deafening wolf howl, and Genryusai only felt a ringing in his ears. Couldn't help covering his ears. But at this moment, the two-headed wolf rushed over, extremely fast. The 9 of Binding Dao, collapsing wheel. At the critical moment, Genryusai's fingertips released a yellow rope-shaped spirit particle, which caught the body of the two-headed wolf. Pang! But in less than 3 seconds, the two-headed demon wolf broke free from the rope-shaped spirit, and slapped its claws hard. However, this also bought time for Genryusai to react, and Shunpo quickly avoided the wolf's claws. 26 of Breaking the Way, Red Flame Plug. Genryusai appeared next to the two-headed wolf, with crimson flames shooting out from his palm. Everyone knows that the wolf is an animal with a copper head, iron bone, and tofu waist. So what Genryusai attacked was the waist of the two-headed wolf. Ah! Hoo! Unexpectedly, the two-headed demonic wolves reacted extremely quickly, and one of the wolf's heads roared and spewed out a violent gust of wind. The strong wind blew away the flames directly, and cut Genryusai's body in many places. Hoo! This S-rank wolf is not simple, it's much stronger than the 5 beast kings just now. Genryusai panted heavily, and hid aside in some embarrassment. But this is also normal, just like the same S-level mages, the strength is also very different. Obviously, the Beastmaster that Gildarts is looking for is not average. Roar! Boom! Hoo! The two-headed magic wolf did not give Genryusai a chance to breathe, and the two wolf heads raised at the same time. Spews raging flames and violent hurricanes at Genryusai. The wind helps the fire, and the fire borrows the power of the wind. The surrounding temperature rose instantly, and the flames swept through the wind, like a tornado fire pillar, covering Genryusai. Genryusai's eyes were shining brightly, and his expression was extremely serious. Holding the handle of the knife with his right hand, the blade slowly unsheathed. With the blade out of the sheath, the aura is condensed and raised little by little, until it reaches its peak. Cut and chop. The moment the sword was drawn, the Ryutsu gathered the blade's extremely fast vertical slash. With lightning speed and deafening momentum, split the tornado fire column in half. Chapter 11. Cut and chop. Genryusai split the tornado fire column in half with lightning speed and deception. This! What a powerful slash! Seeing the flaming tornado split in two, Makarov and Gildart's eyes widened. Even when the wine bottle in his hand fell into the canyon, there was no response. Actually, what I'm best at is the way of the sword. The figure of Genryusai appeared above the two-headed wolf in an instant, holding the handle of the knife with his left hand, and slashed down fiercely with the knife in both hands. Puchi! Auhuhuhu! Blood gushes out, and the demon wolf howls. I saw the wolf head on the left with the magic of wind cut in half. Bright red wolf blood spilled on the ground. Roar! Bear, bear! The angry demon wolf became fierce, spewing out crimson fire waves furiously. Brush! Genryusai disappeared into the air in an instant before the wave of fire hit him. Oh ho 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 ho! Bang! Bang! Boom boom boom! The crazy wolf didn't care about it, and chased Genryusai frantically, and the ground was blasted into big holes. Die! Genryusai also consumed a lot, and his forehead was sweating profusely. Appearing suddenly at the side of the demon wolf, he raised his knife with both hands and slashed at the wolf's head's throat. Ah! The blazing flames emitted by the demon wolf were cut open, and the cutting blade hit the wolf's head with unabated momentum. Puchi! Boom! The huge demon wolf swayed twice, and fell to the ground unwillingly. At the throat of the wolf's head, a smooth and deep wound appeared, and the ground was stained red with blood. Hoo hoo hoo! Genryusai panted heavily, wiped the sweat off his face, a happy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Finally passed the first round of assessment. Genryusai stepped forward, ready to cut off the wolf fur with the portrait of Gildarts. Boom! Zzz! At this moment, suddenly, a thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck between Genryusai and the wolf's corpse. Laxus! The lightning dissipated, and the tall Laxus, wearing earphones, appeared in front of Genryusai. What a mess, Genryusai! Laxus mocked unceremoniously. Why are you here? Genryusai looked at Laxus suspiciously. Every time he uses slap-toe chasing sparrow, he clearly feels that Laxus' soul breath is in the opposite direction to him. Why? Genryusai, let me tell you a truth. As a mage, the first thing to do every time you do a mission is to get enough information. Your Ryutsu magic is obviously easier to find the target than me in this kind of assessment. Laxus smiled coldly and said calmly. So? Genryusai brightened up and said, you've been following me. That's right. Laxus wasn't embarrassed at all. They are not dueling, since they are trying to pass the assessment, of course they each rely on their own means. Then your soul. Genryusai suddenly thought of something, his pupils shrunk. It seems that you guessed it. Big Slow. Big Slow, the most recent member of the guild due to his worship of Laxus, was also a member of the later Thunder Gods. Master the magic of the star map and the Eye of Fortune, you can attach the soul to the doll and manipulate it. The old man said that foreign aid is not allowed, but he didn't say that the use of magic props is not allowed. Laxus smiled triumphantly. Let the soul doll made by Big Slow, and the magic props to hide the soul breath. It was meant to be used against Genryusai, so it was prepared. I didn't expect the content of this assessment to play such a big role. This is something Laxus didn't expect either. Genryusai didn't say anything more, let alone something like despicable. The assessment is to do everything possible to win. This can only be blamed on Genryusai's inexperience. It is better to suffer a loss in the assessment than to stumble in the future tasks. This is also the purpose of the assessment. For the sake of helping me get rid of this Beast King, leave now. But you have to hurry up, if you let me find the last Beast King, you will have no chance. Laxus waved his hand, not taking advantage of others' prestige, meaning to knock down Genryusai now. He followed Genryusai all the way, just to find the Beastmaster who was the target of the assessment. With the pride of Laxus, he would not bully a person who consumes similar mana. Genryusai was non-committal, that's not okay, I won't just leave if I don't beat you up to vent my anger. Oh! How dare you say? Laxus took off the earphones, and the electric light began to flicker all over his body, and there was a slight sense of electric leakage. At least Genryusai thinks so. Beat me, this Beastmaster is yours. I can't wait more than that, Genryusai. Laxus was very excited at the moment, and the electric light all over his body became more intense. Who among us is the strongest fairy tale? Genryusai tilted his head and thought for a while and said, the strongest mage in fairy tale, if you don't count the president, should be Gildarts, if you mean the two of us. Genryusai looked directly at Laxus and said with a very serious tone, that must be my strongest. Hehe, let's say such things after surviving the thunder. Come on then, Laxus. Genryusai's body began to glow red, and then the flames soaring into the sky began to burn. The two magic forces began to rise and collide, and sparks seemed to spark in the middle. Above the canyon, Makarov and Gildarts, looking at the magic screen, are the two facing each other. Gildarts, who do you think will win? Makarov asked. Gildarts smiled wryly, you really want me to? Looking at Gildarts' expression, Makarov shook his head and said in a very serious tone, I know what you're thinking, Laxus is my grandson. After a pause, he said, Genryusai too, all the homeless children in the guild are, and I never take sides with anyone. Of course I know that. Gildarts nodded, then looked to the sky, just like Ivan, but Laxus is your grandson after all, you should hope that he can win. But Makarov shook his head and said, no, actually, I hope Genryusai can win more. Laxus is too conceited. Maybe it will only improve after experiencing failure. Ha ha ha, that's right, just watch and see who is the final winner. Gildarts scratched his head and laughed, and said, if that kid Genryusai was in his prime, there shouldn't be such suspense. That's right. But in the world of mages, there is no absolutely fair battle. Ha ha ha, yes. Accidents in missions are often so sudden. At the bottom of the canyon, as the flying stones in the middle fell, like the referee's gunshot, the two disappeared in place in an instant. In the middle came the sound of collision between the two people who were constantly confronting each other. Chapter 12. Laxus relies on lightning speed, Genryusai relies on amazing physical strength. That's right, every enhancement of Ryutsu will also improve Genryusai's physique to a certain extent. For details, please refer to Saragi Kenpeki. At this moment, the speed of the two parties was even so high that it was difficult for the naked eye to see clearly. Bang! Bang! Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two fought against each other for several rounds, and then returned to their original place. Laxus covered his trembling hands and looked at Genryusai solemnly. I didn't expect this guy to consume so much magic power and still have such a powerful combat power. What a monster! Genryusai also shook his numb right hand and said, it's really troublesome, you're all electrified. Damn it! Are you kidding me? Laxus tore the clothes to pieces, revealing his strong muscles. The tattoo on the chest is also extremely hideously supported by the muscles. Not at all, you are really strong. Genryusai said seriously. You are also very strong, so you are qualified to be my opponent. Laxus whispered. Then he looked at Genryusai and said, Hehe, the warm-up is over, you can't enjoy this level of fighting at all, show your true skills, or you may die here. After a short fight, Laxus no longer regards Genryusai as an opponent who consumes too much magic power and needs him to release water. But a truly powerful opponent, an opponent worthy of his all-out efforts. As he spoke, Laxus' already strong muscles began to swell again, and his figure began to grow taller. Maybe you don't know yet, my real power. At this moment, the lightning on Laxus' body became more intense, and the remaining electricity raged across the rock from Laxus' body. The rock was charred as if struck by lightning, turning into black charcoal, and the debris was blown away by the wind. Genryusai clearly felt that the magic power of Laxus was even bigger. I saw Laxus raised his head and a golden magic circle appeared in front of him, his mouth was filled with golden lightning. Looking at this familiar pose, Genryusai couldn't help thinking of Natsu in the guild. This is the Thunder Dragon's roar. An extremely thick thunderbolt roared out of Laxus' mouth. Seeing this, Genryusai drew his sword instantly. Helping and chopping. The blazing sword slashed through Laxus's roar like a bamboo, and finally turned into residual electricity and disappeared into the sky and the earth. Dragon Slayer. At this moment Genryusai understood that Laxus magic, like Natsu's, is dragon-slaying magic used to fight dragons. Unlike Natsu's, Laxus Dragon Slayer attribute is more violent. Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Genryusai, who had just slashed and roared, found that he had lost the trace of Laxus, felt the roar of thunder and lightning from behind. Genryusai hurriedly turned around and slashed down like a fire with the flowing blade in his hand. Thunder Dragon's collapsing fist. Laxus' heavy punch was successfully smashed by Genryusai with a flowing blade, but this punch was a bit heavy to be honest, and Laxus' lightning strike was also a strong exaggeration. Genryusai faintly felt a little paralyzed in himself. The two hit each other. Laxus said seriously, "I can feel that you have been suppressing your own strength. Use your full strength, let me see, the powerful power that is forbidden by the old man, and is not allowed to be used in the guild." Genryusai smiled and said, "Since you want to see it so much, then I will satisfy you." As he spoke, pointing the tip of the knife obliquely at the ground, a powerful ryutsu swept across the audience from Genryusai at the center. "With the remaining spiritual pressure I have, I may not be able to hold on for too long, it seems to be a quick decision." Genryusai thought secretly, the flames around him violently churned. Everything is ashes. The blade is like fire. Endless flames poured out like crazy, as if they were going to swallow the entire canyon. And in the center of the flames, that not-so-burly figure stood in the center holding a knife. Like a ghost from hell. The earth was burned and rocks turned into lava. The trees in the distance dried up quickly, and then were completely ignited. Soon, the temperature of the entire canyon rose sharply, and the heat wave rolled. Laxus looked around in shock. This was the first time he saw Genryusai's power. Although I heard the old man unintentionally mention it before, but there is no such intuitive feeling that is more oppressive. Is this Genryusai's true strength? Feeling the dry heat in the air, watching the flames soaring into the sky below the canyon in the distance. Gildart gulped at the ghostly Genryusai on the screen who seemed to come from hell. Sweat dripped from Makarov's forehead continuously, and was melted by the scorching heat emanating from the surroundings in the next moment, and he thought to himself. I've only seen it once, and the fear that burns into my soul can't be eliminated. This is what Genryusai called, the strongest and oldest Zanpakutō of the flame system. The blade is like fire. Don't die. Laxus. After finishing speaking, Genryusai slashed down heavily with his right hand. Boom! The soaring flames immediately burned everything in the canyon to ashes. Rolling towards the surroundings, the turbulence filled the air. In the blink of an eye, a lot of rock walls around the canyon were devoured and burned. Ha 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 ha, this power is amazing. Dragon-slaying profound truth thunder overwhelms the raging waves. Laxus turned his hand to the sky, and countless thunderbolts formed a huge thunder cloud. An exaggeratedly large amount of lightning came straight to Genryusai bathed in flames. The blazing flame collided with the golden thunder and lightning, followed by a violent explosion. The next moment, the thunder and flames clashed, and the surrounding earth seemed to be unable to withstand such pressure, and began to disintegrate and shatter. Boom! After a stalemate for a while, the thunder and lightning were finally swallowed by the flames. Even the ground beneath his feet seemed to be melting. This is a natural disaster. The golden flame, like an endless scorching sea, was burning fiercely in the canyon. The entire sky was rendered pure gold by it. The terrifying high temperature, even though they were far enough away, Makarov and Gildarts on the top of the mountain still felt the terrifying billowing heat, blowing against the wind. But what they didn't expect was that the terrifying flame that they thought might burn for at least a few days and nights only lasted for a short 2 or 3 minutes, and then it was over. At this time, they all turned their gazes to the canyon below. Even though they had seen it once before, Makarov and Gildarts couldn't help but gasped again when they watched it again this time. I saw that the original forest, which was covered with intricate rocks of various sizes, had completely disappeared at this moment. Whether it is trees, rivers, or rocks, they have completely disappeared now. The only thing that can be seen is the large scorched earth that represents destruction and severance. That large area of black, as if someone splashed some black stains with ink in this canyon, it looks so dazzling, so thrilling. Hoo! Genryusai leaned on the knife and half-kneeled on the pitch-black ground, his face was terribly pale, as if he would fall down in a second. Laxus lay naked on the ground, his body was pitch black, and the hair all over his body was scorched black and curled up. If Genryusai hadn't controlled the flames in the end, I'm afraid Laxus wouldn't have fallen so easily. Chapter 13. When the flames have completely dissipated, the scorching heat in the atmosphere can still be felt. Looking at all the areas in sight, they all turned into scorched earth and lava. There is also a comatose, naked Laxus at his feet. While panting heavily, Genryusai couldn't help scratching his head and said, "It seems to have gone too far. It's overdone." At this time, Makarov and Gildarts came over and complained loudly. Gildarts quickly came to Laxus' side to check, and found that he was just passed out, and he didn't suffer too much damage, at most there were some burns. With Dragon Slayer's physique, he can recover soon. Gildarts couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and nodded to Makarov, giving him a reassuring look. Makarov finally let go of his heart, and shouted, "You brat, look what you have done. The canyon will be destroyed by you. If Gildarts and I hadn't stopped it, the forest up there would be on fire." As he spoke, Makarov was outraged and patted Genryusai on the shoulder. Boom! Unexpectedly, Genryusai was directly slapped and fell to the ground, motionless as if dead. Genryusai. Seeing Genryusai fell to the ground, Makarov was terrified and checked quickly. "President, what's the matter?" "Phew. It's okay, it's just that my mental and physical strength was severely exhausted, and I passed out. This brat is too brave." Makarov breathed a sigh of relief, his body puffed up, and he carefully carried Genryusai on his back. They just remembered that Genryusai defeated Laxus while consuming a lot of mana. What a monster kid! When Laxus woke up, he felt burning pain from all over his body. Looking at the somewhat familiar ceiling, there is also the feeling of being restrained all over the body. Only then did he realize that he was wrapped into a mummy. Looking around, Laxus realized that it was actually Polyasika's home. For the old man's friend, Polyasika, Laxus still respects him very much. "When I was young, because of my frailty, my body could not bear the powerful magic power from my grandfather Makarov, so I was treated by Polyasika many times. So this place, Laxus is still very familiar with. It's just that Polyasika has a weird personality and doesn't like to be disturbed. It's been a long time since Laxus came to visit. I lost." Laxus' memory only stays at the moment when he was engulfed by the flames, and he doesn't know anything about the rest. "Damn it! I lost. That guy is really strong, I really can't be reconciled." Laxus' eyes were unwilling, and he clenched his fists. "Polyasika, are they all right?" At this time, Makarov's tearful eyes came from outside. "It's just that the magic power and physical strength are exhausted too much. Your grandson's burns are not serious. When they wake up, you can leave." Polyasika said coldly. "Let them rest here for 2 days. Makarov, you know I don't like humans." Polyasika looked at Makarov and said heartlessly, she didn't want her peaceful life to be broken. Hearing the voice of the old man outside, for some reason, Laxus found himself relaxed a lot. Suddenly, he heard movement beside him. Turning his head with some effort, "I have to say that the firmness of the bandage is really nothing to say." They met a pair of dark pupils that had just woken up with a hint of confusion. "Genryusai." Laxus' pupils shrank. Seeing the mummified Laxus, Genryusai came to his senses with a victorious look on his face. Childish. Although Laxus thought so, his real thought was that he was very angry. Genryusai stared at Laxus with his eyes, 3 points of pride, 7 points of indifference, and 90 points of embarrassment. Laxus glared at him a few times, and when he found that the other party was getting more and more awkward, he silently looked away. He can't see other people making fun of him. The key is that I really lost. It's a complete loss. How can it be repaired? Hey! You are awake, and you are still very energetic. Ha 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 ha. Gildarts walked in, looked at the two staring at each other, and laughed heartlessly. "President, they are awake. Okay, let them be honest, I'll get them something to eat." Makarov's happy voice came from outside the door. "Hey, uncle, what's the next level?" Genryusai sat up and asked with a smile. He was just spiritual pressure and exhausted, not injured like Law causes. "Return to the next level. Did you pass the first test? The old god Gildarts sat aside and said jokingly. The first level is not. You burned all the demon wolves, not to mention the corpses, the ashes are gone. Hearing Gildart's words, Genryusai looked embarrassed. Isn't there another one? I'll catch you today. Genryusai was about to get up as he said that. Sit down. Makarov came in with 2 bowls of porridge, and gave Gildarts an annoyed look. Putting the porridge aside first, looked at Genryusai and Laxus, and said calmly. After yesterday's battle, combined with your current physical condition and venue issues, the assessment has been cancelled. Cancelled? How can I do that? Be safe and don't be impatient. Makarov solemnly declared. Now I announce that the S-rank mage assessment is officially over, and the winner of this assessment is Genryusai. Then he looked at Laxus and said, Laxus, I have seen your strength, but this time, you lost. Laxus didn't refute, and snorted, I lost this time, so I have nothing to say. Then he looked at Genryusai and said, but don't get too excited, next year I will definitely become an S-class mage, just wait for me, sooner or later I will defeat you. Okay, just let the horse come over. Genryusai happily showed his white teeth. Let's eat first, you 2 brats. Snort. Ha ha ha, little Laxus needs to be fed. Shut up, it's so noisy. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 14. In the end, Makarov spent a whole day at Polyaska's place to recuperate. The next day, the Fairies Guild. Boom. Guys, we're back. Makarov pushed open the guild door and returned with Gildarts, Genryusai and a bandaged Laxus. 1. It's back. The president and the others are back. Seeing Makarov and the others, everyone in the guild gathered. President? Who has become an S-rank mage? Genryusai, it must be Genryusai. Laxus, I think it's Laxus. Didn't you see that Genryusai's body is unpainted, and Laxus is all bandaged? It can't be that neither of them passed. President, don't be secretive, let's announce it. That's right, President. Makarov stood on the table and announced loudly, this time, the person who passed the S-rank wizard test is Genryusai Heath Ledger. Oh. Sure enough, it's Genryusai. Genryusai beat Laxus, it's amazing. Congratulations. Genryusai. As expected of Genryusai, he became an S-class mage at the age of 13, probably the youngest S-class mage in the entire kingdom. Marvelous. We, Fairy Tale, have a second S-rank mage. Ha 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 ha. Makarov opened his hands, grinned and said. To celebrate the birth of a new S-rank mage, we have a banquet. Oh. Everyone shouted excitedly and surrounded Genryusai. Laxus was still so out of place, without saying a word, he turned and left on his own. Congratulations, Genryusai. Urza handed over a glass of juice and looked at Genryusai with a smile on his face. Genryusai thanked, took the juice and had a drink with Urza. S-rank mage, I must participate next year. Wait Genryusai, I'll catch up to you in a minute. Before Urza, he will become an S-class wizard. Myra Jane walked over with her younger siblings and said unwillingly. S-rank mage, I'm on fire, Genryusai will fight with me. Natsu ran over excitedly. Ai. Natsu, you will lose badly. Happy strikes unceremoniously. Those are not important, duel with me. Boom. Urza punched Natsu on the head dissatisfied, and said coldly. It's a banquet now, give me a little peace of mind. Ai. Natsu and Happy embraced tearfully. Everyone, have another drink. Oh. Damn it, that's my meat. Who cares about you? Did you just sneeze into my wine? The next time I will become an S-rank mage, I must be an exhibitionist. What did you say? Obviously it will be me, you hang your eyes. Do you want to fight? Come on. Boom. Macau, how dare you push me? A hole. Bang bang bang. Bang, bang bang bang. Not surprisingly, a good banquet turned into a fight after a while. It was lively all day. In the evening, Genryusai returned home contented. That's right, Genryusai has his own house in Magnolia. A manor with a very nice environment away from the city center. After working for half a year, Genryusai moved out of the boys' dormitory and bought the property with all his savings. As for why you didn't live with your partner and moved away? Can you imagine how it feels when you are sleeping and the walls of your dorm are suddenly broken? While you're in the shower, Natsu and Gray barge in. To say too much is tears. Time flies like an arrow, and the sun and the moon fly like a shuttle. Time is like a galloping horse, flying away from us. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed since Genryusai became an S-class mage. OM. Ding ding. Ding ding ding. Attention Magnolia residents. Attention residents. Genryusai is coming. Genryusai is coming. Residents, please prepare for evacuation. Careful reminder, if there is a fire, please flee immediately. Don't try to put out the fire. The air is hot and dry, please hide in the water or prepare cooling magic props. Repeat. Residents, please prepare for evacuation. Cautious reminder, if there is a fire, please flee immediately. Don't try to put out the fire. If the air is dry and hot, please hide in the water or prepare cooling magic props. Activate Genryusai mode. Boom boom boom. Almost every household has a fire wall on the wall, and magic props to cool down and put out the fire can be seen everywhere in the town. Some wealthy residents even set up a defensive magic circle on the fire wall. A main road that runs along the train station to the Fairy Tale Guild. Genryusai, who had just got off the train, was speechless when he heard the announcement resounding through the town. I said to myself, as for this? I'm not a terrorist, I just go home, as for being treated like this? Very sad. 3 years have passed, and Genryusai is 16 years old, already a handsome boy. A black windbreaker, short black hair, deep eyes, handsome face, fair skin, tall and straight figure, looks very handsome. Standing there with a simple long knife at his waist, it gave people an extraordinary feeling. Squeak! The gate of the Fairy Tale Guild was opened, and Genryusai walked in with great vigor. Everyone in the guild looked over and greeted with smiles on their faces. Genryusai. Welcome back. Finally back, Genryusai. Long time no see. Genryusai. Your boy is back. Natsu jumped out, looked at Genryusai excitedly and shouted, Genryusai! Come and fight me! Go away Natsu! It's not your turn to fight, I'll come first. Urza kicked Natsu away and came to Genryusai and said. Genryusai, you are finally back, I miss you every day. Myra Jane looked excited and stared at Genryusai with wary eyes. What? Everyone looked at Myra Jane and the flattered Genryusai in surprise. Confession. Is Myra Jane confessing to Genryusai? Surely it's a confession. As expected of Myra Jane, how bold. Hurry up and agree, Genryusai. Lissa shyly said to Myra Jane, Sister, when did you like brother Genryusai? I didn't even know. Sister, if you like Genryusai, I have no objection. Elfman said with a blessed expression. Genryusai said with a happy expression, if it's Myra Jane, I can do it. I agree. Has the strongest couple in the guild been born yet? Only then did Myra Jane realize what she had just said, her pretty face flushed instantly, and she yelled at the people around her, I think about defeating him every day. What are you thinking about? And Genryusai, UBD, don't say anything that is misleading, I didn't, UBD. Myra Jane ran out blushing, Lissa and Elfman hurriedly followed. Chapter 15. President. Long time no see, I'm back. Genryusai walked up to Makarov and happily sat beside him. Peng. Smelly boy, welcome back. Makarov handed over a glass of Genryusai's favorite juice, and smiled happily. President, what the hell is that Genryusai model? I'm not Gildarts, I feel deep malice. Makarov laughed mockingly, it's not your own fault, you boy is much more dangerous than Gildarts. Gildarts can only destroy a little wall at most, you are burning everything. What incinerates everything? I've never undid flaming blade in Magnolia. Genryusai took a sip of the juice and said aggrievedly. Makarov didn't take it seriously, and said, who told you that your magic is so powerful? Back then, it was 1,000 miles away in order to eliminate the Dark Guild. And even if you haven't used Flowing Blade in Magnolia, the newly learned Fenian has brought a lot of damage to the town. This, he. Genryusai touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Since the growth of Ryutsu was slow 2 years ago, Genryusai had the idea of learning magic. Unexpectedly, his magic talent is actually very good. Not only is his magic power huge, but he has also awakened 2 kinds of magic, Burning Flame and Teleportation. Teleportation is a space-type auxiliary magic with little destructive power. But Fenian is different, perhaps because of the reason why the blade is like fire. Fenian is different from ordinary flame magic. Not only is it amazingly destructive, but it also has the characteristics of blasting and burning. And the temperature is extremely high, not even weaker than the high temperature of God-extinguishing magic. When Genryusai was just learning magic, because of lack of control, he often caused explosions in towns and even burned down many houses. So, how is the 10-year mission accomplished? Makarov stopped teasing Genryusai, turned his face, and asked very seriously. Genryusai said with a smile, "It goes without saying, of course it's a perfect solution." Hearing Genryusai's words, people in the guild also talked a lot. 10-year mission, a success. Genryusai is as good as Gildarts in his 10-year mission. The next step is to challenge the century-old mission. Amazing! As expected of the so-called Flame Calamity Mage. Genryusai's ears moved, and he looked fiercely in the direction of the voice. "Hey! Which BD gave me this title? It's too ugly, and I didn't do any damage at all." Everyone ignored Genryusai's dissatisfaction at all, and said happily, "Ha ha ha, your magic is so terrible, and the area burned by you is still not a blade of grass." "Yeah, that's right, although you generally don't do any damage, once you do, you can destroy everything. Burning everything and scarring the land for thousands of miles, the title Flame Disaster is quite vivid." Ha ha ha. Genryusai was also very helpless. As long as he saw what he had explained, he would feel from his heart that it was a terrible disaster like hell. Makarov also showed a smile on his face. The 10-year mission means that it has been released for 10 years and no one has completed it. Quests of this level are not only released in Fairy Tales Guild, but also in other guilds. Being able to complete such a task is a manifestation of the strength of a guild, and it also affects the guild's rating. Now he can show off to the presidents of other guilds and the council, and thinking of this, his mood becomes quite good. "Genryusai, it's just right to come back this time. I have a task for you." Makarov handed another glass of juice to Genryusai, and said with a smile on his face. "Stop. President, I just came back from the 10-year mission, let me take a good rest. I don't plan to take the mission during this time. I'm an adult, and I still want to talk about a sweet relationship." Having said that, Genryusai looked at Urza and Myra Jane and Lissa who came back. Boom! Genryusai was hit on the head by Makarov. "You stinky boy, don't be too bothered, and Lissa is not yet an adult." Hearing what Makarov and Genryusai said, Lissa lowered her head shyly. Myra Jane stared at Genryusai with an uneasy face, but there was a hint of shame in his eyes. Urza's complexion was normal, but the ears hidden under the long hair were hot and red. Makarov took a sip of his wine, and then said, "You don't need to travel far for this mission is the assessment of S-rank wizards." Quiet. The noisy guild fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned. S-rank mage assessment. Is it that time this year? It was laxus for the first 2 years, and then it all failed. Yeah, so far, our guild only has 3 S-rank mages. I don't know who is qualified to participate in the assessment of S-rank wizards this year. Who is it? The president will announce quickly. Makarov stood on the bar, coughed twice, and then said seriously. I originally planned to announce it in 2 days. Since Genryusai is back today, let's announce it here. After this year's observation, there are 3 people who are qualified to participate in the S-class mage assessment this year, namely, Urza Scarlet, Myra Jane Strauss, Kana Alberona. Above. Oh, Urza, congratulations! Come on, Kana. Sister, it's great that you can participate in the S-level assessment. Ryujin, come on. After hearing the list, the members of the guild expressed their encouragement to the three of them. Gray said angrily, damn it, I didn't get selected this time. Next time, I will definitely strive for the S-class mage qualification. Natsu said unwillingly. Urza and Marajana's eyes met, and sparks seemed to spark between the two of them. The two have been rivals since childhood, and their strengths are also equal. This time, the S-level assessment is just suitable for two people to compete. Ahem. Now, let me explain the assessment rules for this year. After Makarov signaled everyone to be quiet, he continued, for this assessment, you can choose a partner from among the guild members, except for S-rank mages. The details of the assessment will be announced on the same day, and Genryusai will be the final examiner. Above. Both Urza and Ryujin set their eyes on Genryusai. Although they are competitors, the person they most want to surpass is Genryusai. I remember 2 years ago, during the Laxus assessment, Genryusai was also the examiner. Yes. Laxus has become an S-rank wizard. But Laxus was beaten badly, and his hair was burned off. Ha ha ha, don't say it, I think it's funny when I think about it. That's right, that's right. I don't know if Urza and the others will. No way, Urza and the others are girls, if you burn their hair off, then. It's scary to think about it. Natsu clenched his fists and said excitedly, I'm on fire. Urza, let me be your partner. Sorry, Natsu, I'm going to choose Gray as my partner this time. Urza refused, and Gray gave Natsu a defiant smile. Why? I can't compare to this exhibitionist. Gray's modeling magic can adapt to a variety of situations and can provide me with a powerful help, whether it is combat or otherwise, it is very comprehensive. Gray proudly said, Natsu, this chance to fight Genryusai belongs to me. Urza and Gray team up? This combination is very strong. That's right, that's right. Natsu turned his attention to Ryujin, only to hear Elfman say, Sister, this time I will definitely help you become an S-rank mage. Well, I'm going to become an S-rank mage earlier than Urza. Ryujin and Elfman, siblings cooperate more tacitly with each other and are very competitive. Kana. Natsu puts his last hope on Kana. If you don't mind my weakness, it's fine. Kana has little confidence in himself, after all, the opponents are Urza and Ryujin. Great, don't worry. I will do my best to help you become an S-rank mage. I'm on fire. Kana and Natsu, the overall strength is not weak. It seems that the competition for S-rank mages this time will be very fierce. Chapter 16. Listening to the noise of the guild, I watched Urza and the others who were gearing up. Genryusai whispered to Makarov with a displeased face, Master, you all know that I want to fall in love, and you still want to trick me. After the last assessment, Laxus hasn't said a word to me until now. Every time we meet, he stares at me with eyes that want to eat me. You didn't have much to say to him. As for why you stared at you, who told you to burn him to a bald head, ha ha ha. Makarov still remembers Laxus, who was full of confidence and wanted to challenge Genryusai again. After Genryusai started to unravel the blade, he was burned like a black-boned chicken, and most importantly, all the hair on his body was burned off. During those days, Laxus didn't come out to meet people at all. Thinking of Makarov made him laugh. For this reason, after Laxus grew his hair, he practiced desperately, doing S-level tasks. Just thinking that one day, I will seek revenge from Genryusai. Genryusai said dissatisfiedly, Hey, old man, obviously you told me to give him a good lesson and severely dampen his spirit, so now it's all on me. Is there? Why don't I remember? Hey, as you get older, your memory doesn't work well. Now you are the only S-rank mage in the guild. Why don't you want me to join you? Makarov pretended to be confused, and said while drinking. After this is done, you can't stop me from picking up girls. Genryusai pointed to Urza, Ryujin, and Lissa. Make a deal. Makarov reached out and shook Genryusai's hand, as if some kind of shady deal had been reached. Ah! What's wrong? Lissa couldn't help shivering. I always feel like I'm being watched by something, maybe it's my illusion. Sister, you must work hard for this assessment. Do not worry. In a few days, everyone who participated in the assessment took a boat to a remote uninhabited island. This time, a total of 6 people participated in the assessment, and each of them was more messy than the other. Makarov thought over and over again, and decided that it would be better to find a remote place with no one around. Ouch! Natsu was lying on the side of the ship's rail, vomiting non-stop, with a look of collapse. Are you okay, Natsu? Happy said to Natsu. It's so ugly. As a mage, I'm seasick. It's so embarrassing. Gray taunted Natsu unceremoniously, and took off his clothes while talking. Genryusai said, I really don't understand why Natsu is so dizzy with transportation. Urza said calmly, maybe it's because it's Dragon Slayer. Genryusai rubbed his chin and thought to himself, so, that guy Laxus also fainted in transportation? You can try it next time. As if thinking of the embarrassment of Laxus, Genryusai couldn't help showing a wretched smile. President, you can already see the island. Lissa said prettily to Makarov, who was enjoying the sea breeze comfortably. Oh? It's here. Then I will announce the content of this assessment. Hearing Makarov's words, everyone gathered together. Except Natsu. This assessment is very simple, island survival is eliminated. Island survival eliminated. Urza and the others looked at Makarov with puzzled eyes, waiting for the president to clarify. That's right, it's island survival and elimination. You can go to that island now, and Genryusai will land on that island in an hour. You can use any means to eliminate other people before Genryusai lands. If you do it, you can pass the assessment directly. If you don't decide the winner after Genryusai lands, he will eliminate you indiscriminately. Of course, you can choose to hide or fight. As long as you don't leave the island, you are free to make any choice. The last one to fall will become the new S-rank mage of the guild. Urza looked at Makarov and said, President, you seem to have missed one result, that is, we will defeat Genryusai. Myra Jane, Kana, and the others also looked at Makarov, and they all had such plans in their hearts. Hearing Urza's words, Makarov showed his teeth and smiled indifferently, if you can do it, all 3 of you can be promoted to become the new S-rank mages of the guild. Real. Hearing Makarov's words, the eyes of the 3 of them brightened. Kana, in particular, felt a rush of anticipation. Do you understand everything? Makarov said with a smile. Get ready, President. President, let's get started. Okay. Then I announce the S-level assessment, now. Start. Ice make floor. As soon as Makarov finished speaking, Gray created a frozen path on the sea surface, and then immediately slid towards the island. Change, armor of black feather. Urza put on a black armor, with a pair of devil-like wings on his back, flapping his wings, and flew to the island at an extremely fast speed. Don't try to run, Urza. Accept the soul of Satan. Myra Jane quickly received the soul of Satan, transformed into Satan's posture, grabbed Elfman, and chased after him. Natsu and Kana were the last 2. Seeing that all 6 people landed on the island, their figures gradually disappeared from sight. Genryusai said to Makarov, President, didn't your rule tell them clearly that they should join hands to deal with me? Yet. There is only 1 hour, so it might not be impossible to decide the winner, but if you fight with all your strength, it will consume a lot of magic power. If Genryusai lands, he'll be in a passive state, and it won't do anyone any good. But if you want to unite, you have to be careful whether you will be attacked by your opponent. The president actually created a problem for everyone. Levy thought for a while and said that she came to watch the battle, and by the way, she could use word magic to heal the injured people urgently. Chapter 17. Stinky boy, what do you say? Genryusai said with a troubled look on his face, I was wondering how to make them happy after defeating them. Stinky boy, you are really confident. To be honest, I want to see you capsized in the gutter. In the mutual teasing and chatting, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. There was no movement from the island. Obviously, Urza and the others did not fight, and they didn't know whether they joined forces or fought on their own. The time is up, it doesn't look like there is a fight, it's obviously easier for them to decide the outcome of each other, ... It seems that I have to give them a blow. As he spoke, Genryusai drew out the simple Zanpakutō from his waist. Stinky boy, be careful, don't hurt anyone, just let them know the gap between the strong. Makarov ordered. This was also discussed with Genryusai before boarding the ship. Let Urza and the others truly realize what fear is. Fear is not a sin, it is a process of knowing one's own weakness. Aware of one's own weakness, one can become strong and gentle. Lissa, Levi, and Happy all looked confused. They don't know what Genryusai wants to do. After all, they had never actually seen each other, and Genryusai began to unravel like a fire. At most, I just saw reports about Genryusai in Magic Weekly, and the photos of being burned as 1,000 miles away from the Red Land. I have a bad feeling. Levi said, holding Happy. Hey! Happy also agreed with Levi. Lissa looked worriedly at the back of Genryusai holding a knife. Tap, tap. I saw Genryusai stepped out of the boat, but did not fall into the sea, but stood directly in mid-air, as if the ground under his feet was not air, but ordinary ground. Look again, Genryusai's figure has appeared more than 10 meters away. In the next second, he was in the mid-air of the island. This. What kind of magic is this? Levi, Lissa and Happy all looked surprised. Coming. Be careful. I'm on fire, come on, Genryusai. Don't be careless. Urza, Myra Jane, Kana, and others discovered Genryusai, who stepped into the island for the first time. The six looked at Genryusai, who had drawn his blade, all of them looked serious and guarded. Everyone, don't die. Genryusai said lightly. A powerful ryutsu swept the audience from Genryusai as the center. Everything is ashes. The blade is like fire. Boom. The terrifying golden flames instantly reduced everything around Genryusai to ashes. Ah! What's the matter? Lissa, Levi, and Happy in the distance looked towards the direction of the island, and screamed in horror. Endless flames poured out like crazy, as if they were going to swallow the entire island. And in the center of the flames, Genryusai stands in the center holding a knife. Like a ghost from hell. The earth was burned and rocks turned into lava. Urza and others watched all this in horror. This was the first time they really saw the power of Genryusai. Is this Genryusai's true strength? Monster! Monster! Feeling the high temperature like being in a volcano, watching the soaring flames in the distance. All six of them turned pale with astonishment, stunned and at a loss. The city is on fire. Genryusai's right hand holding the knife swept across the entire island. Boom! The raging flames instantly diffused towards the surroundings. Wherever the flames passed, everything on the island was completely burned to ashes. My God! What kind of flame is that? Everyone watched the rising sea of flames in disbelief. How could there be such a terrifying flame? Kana was stunned. Kana! Why are you still in a daze? Quickly hide underground. Natsu was the first to react, and immediately spewed out flames, creating a big hole in the ground. Hearing Natsu's call, Kana also jumped in immediately, and set up defenses with magic cards. Change, armor of black feather. Accept the whole body Satan's soul. Damn it, my ice modeling magic is useless at all. It's so hot that the moisture in the air is evaporated. Quick, hide in. At the last moment, the four of them also hid deep underground. Boom! Terrifying flames swept across the entire island, with devastating power, burning everything in front of it. The forests and rivers on the island were all reduced to ashes. The mountain rocks melted into magma, and the earth was burned into a pitch-black scorched earth. The terrifying high temperature, even if they were far enough away, Makarov and others who were in the sea still felt the billowing heat, blowing against the wind. Flames come and go as fast as they come. Genryusai slowly sheathed the knife, and everything on the island disappeared. On the entire island, there is only a large piece of scorched earth that represents destruction and severance. A post-disaster scene like the end of the world appeared before everyone's eyes. Boom! Peng peng! The distressed figure of Lu Dao managed to get out from the ground, and looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. At this moment, their bodies were flushed, their mouths were dry, their mouth skins were cracked, and they were severely dehydrated. Although they didn't face the flames directly, the terrifying high temperature almost steamed them. If Genryusai hadn't controlled the temperature and time of the flame. The 6 people looked at the tragic state of the island and muttered in shock, "Is this why Genryusai is called the fire disaster?" Just seeing the terrifying flames makes people tremble and fear involuntarily. Gray swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said tremblingly, "We are no match at all." Yes, even if the 6 of us work together, there is no hope in the face of the sea of fire that is like a natural disaster. Kana looked terrified and looked at Genryusai with some despair. Damn it! Myra Jane bit her lip unwillingly. That's the difference between us and Genryusai. How can there be such a powerful mage in the world? Urza and Natsu also felt lingering fear when recalling the flames just now. Even as a dragon slayer of fire, Natsu dared not touch the golden explosion. Because in the flames just now, he felt the breath of death. Even if he touched it a little, it might burn him to ashes. President, sister, and the others are fine. Lissa was a little worried for Genryusai, but who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Genryusai would change from a harmless boy to a super boss who could destroy the world. Fire disaster, the name of disaster. It is worthy of the name. That kid has a sense of proportion, probably. Makarov looked at the island that had been burned to the ground by Genryusai's move, and he lacked the confidence to speak. Come here. Or, do you want to give up the assessment? Genryusai looked to the front not far away, and the figures of 6 people appeared. He could feel the fearful eyes of the 6 people. Who gave up? Don't think I'm afraid of you. Myra Jane shouted stiffly, but her tone was trembling. Genryusai, this is your Ryutsu magic, the real power. Urza asked with serious eyes. That's right. Genryusai nodded calmly. But don't worry, since it's an elimination-based assessment, I won't use flowing blade again, as that would lose the significance of the assessment. Chapter 18. Snapped. Genryusai snapped his fingers, and a purple magic circle appeared in front of him. Drink some water, otherwise, in your current state, you will be dehydrated and collapse without hitting at all. Using his teleportation magic, Genryusai brought the kettle on the boat over. The 6 people looked at each other, and they all saw each other's lack of water. I'm sorry. Natsu picked up the water bottle carelessly and drank. Others were not hypocritical and began to add water to their bodies. As Genryusai said, the high temperature evaporated a lot of water in their bodies, and they would collapse before long without drinking water. Come on, let me see now. Are you qualified to become S-class wizards? The 58th of Breaking the Way, Tianlan. Without warning, Genryusai made an indiscriminate attack on the 6 people who were still drinking. Hoo! Buzz! A strong whirlwind whizzed out, rolling up countless scorched gravel. Wow! Damn it, Genryusai, you sneak attack! AHH! Several people screamed, and the sharp wind and gravel caused several people to fly away and suffered some minor injuries. Only Urza and Myra Jane reacted quickly and escaped in time. Seeing this scene, Makarov scolded, 4 idiots, the reaction is too slow. This is an assessment, too careless. Sneak attack? Natsu, stop joking, I'm eliminating you. As soon as Natsu stabilized his figure, he found himself shrouded in shadows, turned his head and saw Genryusai behind him at some point. One of the broken paths, rush. Ah! Fingertips pressed against Natsu's forehead, and a small shock wave sent him flying. Natsu! Natsu, are you okay? I'm alright, damn it, I'm on fire. Natsu yelled, clutching his forehead, but rushed over with fiery fists. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Fire Punch. Watching Genryusai's fist shoot out crimson flames, the scorching heat seemed to distort the atmosphere. Natsu bumped his fists without hesitation, and wisely chose to avoid the sharp edge. The scorched black mountain in the distance was smashed by the fire fist, and the gravel fell on the island like fireworks, smashing the 6 people indiscriminately, and the few people on the boat all opened their mouths in fright. President. Is Genryusai really measured? Happy complained very inappropriately. The description of flame disaster is not wrong at all. Levi and Lissa interlocked their fingers in fright. Makarov was also speechless. It was obvious that Genryusai was showing mercy. But even if he is merciful, it is still extremely powerful. Natsu's hands were burning with flames, constantly crushing the gravel in front of him. Ice make ice shield. Gray can now use ice shape magic, a shield made of ice, blocking the falling stones. Wrist of the beast black bear. Elfman's right hand turned into the arm of a black bear, and kept flying or smashing the falling rocks that hit him. Change, armor of the sky wheel. Urza's body turned into an armor made of steel, with wings made of steel behind him, and dozens of flying swords floating around him. The sword of dazzling heaven. There were people defending behind him, and Urza took this opportunity to attack Genryusai. Dozens of swords turned into beams of light and quickly flew towards Genryusai. Genryusai stretched out his palm to the side, 33 of the broken way, Kanghuo pendant. Crack! Crack! Boom! Dozens of swords were covered by explosive flames, and then turned into magical light and disappeared. Super cruel flash! On the other side, Myra Jane condensed the dark energy cannons in both hands, and fired them in the direction of Genryusai. 63 Thunder Roar Cannon. Boom boom boom! The explosion of thunder and lightning roared out, and all the dark energy exploded in the air. The powerful thunder and lightning are raging unabated. Ah! Myra Jane was attacked by the blasting lightning, and fell from mid-air with a scream. Genryusai's face changed slightly, not good. The shot was heavy. Mirajana's body glows and she exits a satanic gesture. The body with bumps and convexities could be vaguely seen in the light. Genryusai couldn't help but widen his eyes, his nosebleed almost spurted out. Because of Ryutsu, only Genryusai was able to catch a glimpse of the enchanting scenery. The others see only the glow of magic, followed by Myra Jane who instantly returns to normal. Sister! Arm of the Beast Iron Bull. Elfman took this opportunity to get close to Genryusai, and his right arm turned into a steel arm and smashed towards Genryusai. Bump! Genryusai took advantage of the opportunity to punch Elfman. Wow! Elfman screamed and flew backwards. Ice Make Lancer. A large number of ice spears shot at Genryusai. Fire Punch. Genryusai swung his fist again, and crimson flames blasted out violently. Crash! The ice spear instantly melted and turned into steam that filled the surroundings, and the flaming fist continued to hit Grey. Change, armor of Vajra. Urza suddenly appeared in front of Grey, changing into a full defense armor. The arms folded together in front of her body to form a huge shield, and she clenched her teeth to block Genryusai's attack. The impact of the fire fist caused her body to continuously move backwards. Fire Dragon's Roar. A dazzling flame magic circle appeared in front of Natsu's mouth, and he clenched his hands in front of his mouth. Call! A blazing storm of destructive flames hit Genryusai. The Temperance of Fools. Kana shoots a card at Genryusai, and then the card turns into smoke in mid-air. As long as the smoke is inhaled, the person will fall into a coma. 81 of Binding Deo, Breaking the Void. Boom! Whether it's Fire Dragon's Roar or Kana's magical smoke, all are easily blocked by a black defensive wall. That black wall, like a space barrier, is mysterious and powerful. Breaking the 11th Thunderbolt. Defense uses high-level bound roads, and except for Mirajana's mistake, there is no broken road that exceeds 60. It is too obvious that Genryusai releases water. Kana looked at Genryusai with dull eyes and said, "This is Genryusai's strength? With so many of us attacking, the opponent can't even move a single step." Chapter 19. Sister, are you okay? Elfman lifted Myra Jane out of Satan's stance. It's okay. Genryusai is ABD, I must give him a good meal. Accept the soul of Satan. The light of the magic circle shone, and Myra Jane transformed into Satan again. Myra Jane, don't be arrogant, unless we attack together, we won't be able to break Genryusai's defense at all. Urza came to Mirajana's side and said with burning eyes. Humph! You entrusted me with this. Myra Jane Tsundere folded her arms across her chest, making her fledgling pride even more upright. Mina, let's go together. As long as Genryusai is defeated, we can all become S-rank mages. Urza spoke to Kana and Natsu again. Kin. Let's beat Genryusai together, okay, I'm on fire. Genryusai said helplessly, hey. Is it really okay for you to talk about joining forces in front of me? And I'm only here for the assessment, so don't hate me so much. Genryusai felt that now it was as if the boss was about to be defeated, and the BGM was about to start ringing. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone, attack together. Oh! Sword of dazzling heaven. Dozens of flying swords appeared around Urza again, making her look like a sword fairy. Following Urza's command, they shot at Genryusai in unison. Ice Make Lancer. A large number of ice spears condensed in front of Grey, and also burst out. Fire Dragon's Roar. A dazzling flame magic circle appeared in front of Natsu's mouth, and he clenched his hands in front of his mouth. Soul of the Beast, Troll Elephant. Elfman is a giant elephant, taking a sharp breath from his nose and ejecting a huge wind force. Superb Flash. Myra Jane, condensing the dark energy cannons in both hands, fired in the direction of Genryusai. The Fate of Summoning Thunder. Kana fired 3 cards and summoned several bolts of lightning to attack Genryusai. Although the combined attack of the 6 people does not fuse together a more powerful force like fusion magic, it also complements each other. Gathered together on the way, forming violently rotating energy. Wherever it passed, the atmosphere hummed, the ground trembled, and even the aftermath it emitted left a long gully on the scorched land. Such a powerful attack, even an S-rank mage would not dare to take it. But Genryusai just smiled slightly, and commented lightly, good cooperation, powerful attack. After finishing speaking, he stretched out one hand and read calmly. 81 of Binding Deo, Breaking the Void. There seemed to be a fault in the space, and the pitch-black defensive wall appeared in front of Genryusai again. It's just that this time the defensive wall looks deeper and stronger. Obviously, more spiritual pressure was released than before. Boom! Bang! Bang! Boom! The violently rotating energy violently bombarded the void. A huge explosion resounded through the sky, and the terrifying energy directly covered Genryusai's figure. The earth shook, dust and smoke rose everywhere, and gravel flew all over the sky. Did you make it? Ryuzin, that guy, is he okay? Hoo, such an attack, even if it is him, it should be difficult to take it. So, we won. Ha. Looking at the completely covered battlefield, the 6 people stared expectantly at the movement in the flames and dust. After a while, the flame dissipated, the sea breeze howled past, and the dust and smoke dispersed. What appeared in front of the 6 people was a pitch-black defensive wall. Empty. How is it possible? No way. Can't the combined attack of the 6 of us break through Genryusai's defense? How could such a thing happen? Urza, Myra Jane, and others were stunned, looking at the black defensive wall in disbelief. That pitch-black defensive wall is like a barrier separating 2 spaces. No matter what methods they use, they can't hurt Genryusai on the opposite side. Not even a single crack occurred. Everyone, be careful. Seeing that Duankong disappeared, Genryusai appeared in front of their eyes. But suddenly, shoo! Genryusai stepped on the foot, and the figure disappeared in an instant. Elfman, be careful. When he saw Genryusai's figure again, he had already appeared in front of Elfman. Boom! Elfman had no time to react, and was punched directly in the abdomen. Wow! You have worked very hard, let's take a rest first. Elfman. Myra Jane panicked when she saw her brother was knocked to the ground. Boom! There was a wave in the air, and Genryusai suddenly appeared behind Myra Jane. His right hand was shaped like a knife, and he lightly hit her on the back of the neck. The second. Myra Jane rolled her eyes and passed out. Genryusai hugged Mirajana's tender body just in time and set her aside. So fast. Everyone was shocked when they saw it, and none of them thought that Genryusai defeated Elfman and Myra Jane in the blink of an eye. The point is, they didn't see Genryusai at all. What kind of speed is this? It's like teleporting. But even teleportation magic has magic fluctuations. Generally speaking, even when encountering a wizard who can teleport, they still have time to react. But Genryusai's speed. Chapter 20. Boom. With a breeze blowing up, Genryusai appeared beside Natsu again. Natsu was taken aback, Fire Dragon's iron fist. Genryusai took advantage of the opportunity to punch Natsu, boom. The white fight that covers Ryutsu is simply not something that Natsu can fight recklessly. The third. Boom. Get out of the way, Grey. Urza yelled at Grey. Before Grey could use his magic, Genryusai kicked him in the stomach. Ugh. His eyes widened and he covered his stomach and fell to the ground. The fourth. Kana slumped on the ground and said, "No way. We are no match for him at all." Natsu, lying on the ground, shouted to Kana with difficulty, "Don't give up. Kana. Even if you can't defeat Genryusai, you must persist until the end. That's right. We still have hope of winning." Sudden. Ice make ice prison. An ice prison suddenly appeared around Genryusai and trapped him. It turned out that it was Grey who had just been knocked down by Genryusai. He fell on the ground and used the ice modeling magic with difficulty. Quick! I can't trap him. Attack! The Emperor's Wind Blade. Kana threw the card in his hand to Genryusai, and the strong wind rolled up the sharp wind blade and attacked Genryusai in the ice prison. Fire Dragon's Roar. With the last of his strength, Natsu spewed out high-temperature flames from his mouth. Change, Thunder Emperor's Armor, Thunder Emperor's Spear. A cyan lightning shot out from the Thunder Emperor's spear in Urza's hand. Attacks hit Genryusai's position from all directions, covering almost all parts of Genryusai's body. Faced with these attacks, Genryusai shook his head with a smile. Lunge and squat slightly, crimson flames rolled up. Fenyan Yanja Fire Pillar. Several circles of huge spiral flames appeared at Genryusai's feet, and the ice prison instantly melted into mist. The huge wave of flames surged and spun along the outermost spiral. In the end, a huge pillar of flames is formed that is constantly rotating. Drink! Genryusai shouted loudly. The giant pillar of flames fell down suddenly, and the terrifying sea of flames surged towards the surroundings. Boom! Boom boom boom! Wow ah ah! Ah! All attacks on Genryusai were engulfed in flames. The flames rushed towards Urza, Kana, Grey, and Natsu like a huge wave. Several people screamed and were covered by huge waves of flames. After everything calmed down, a huge scorched black hole appeared in the center of the island. In the center of this pit, stands Genryusai. As for Natsu and others, they were all black and fainted on the ground. Ah! It seems that I have gone too far. Genryusai came to check on the fainted people, and found that they all consumed too much mana, passed out from the fire, and did not suffer much damage. Genryusai breathed a sigh of relief. He had tried to keep his hand. The huge wave of flames just now seemed terrifying, as if they were going to be burned to ashes. But Genryusai's Ryutsu has been locking them. When they resist the sea of fire, as long as they can't hold on, they will be sent to a safe place as soon as possible. Suddenly, step, step. Urza got up from the ground in a frivolous manner. Even though he was faltering, he finally stood up leaning on the long sword. Just at a critical moment, Urza put on the diamond armor with the strongest defense ability, resisting Genryusai's attack. Urza. Genryusai quickly came to Urza's side and held her up. Sorry, it's a bit heavy, is there any injury? Urza shook his head and said with a wry smile, no need to apologize, you've always been merciful. Although I knew that the strength is quite different from yours, I didn't expect the gap to be so big. Genryusai said seriously, with the guild's crest on my back, I will do what I say. Also, congratulations, Urza, you have passed the examination of an S-rank mage. Urza was taken aback for a moment, then looked around, and found that everyone except her had passed out. According to the rules, the president said, she has indeed become an S-class mage. She longed to become an S-rank mage, but she never expected to succeed in such a posture. Sudden. Makarov's angry voice sounded, Genryusai, you brat! Look what you've done! Don't worry, President, they all just fainted, and they didn't suffer any injuries. No need, Genryusai said. Makarov immediately checked the situation of several people. I found out that it was the same as what Genryusai said, so I was relieved. Then you are too scary. I almost scared me to death when I saw them being engulfed in flames just now. Makarov said angrily. God knows, just seeing a few children disappear in the sea of fire, he almost thought that the white-haired person would give the black-haired person away. I cried at that time. If it weren't for Levi, Lissa has been comforting him so that he doesn't have to worry. He was so out of breath that he fainted just now. That's why he rushed to the island. Lissa and Levi were still sailing over. Forward. Genryusai had nothing to say. The scene was indeed quite scary. If he didn't have spiritual pressure and could monitor everyone's status, he wouldn't dare to do so. Just when Makarov was furious and was still cursing Genryusai, Urza hesitated for a moment, stepped forward and said to Makarov, President. Makarov interrupted him before he could speak. I know what you want to say. Don't think that you passed the S-class mage examination by luck, even though luck is also part of strength. Don't think that only by defeating Genryusai can you pass the assessment, then the guild may never have a new S-rank mage. The main reason for arranging Genryusai as the examiner is to let the newcomers know that S-rank wizards are not the end. The S-level mage is just a starting point. There is a wider world beyond this, and stronger mages. Don't slack off because of this, but urge yourself to keep moving forward. Makarov himself is also the most optimistic about Urza. Urza's strength is enough to become an S-level wizard, and he can look at the problem calmly. Myra Jane is strong enough, but her temper is too irritable and needs to be sharpened. Kana has great potential, but is still lacking in strength. Urza heard the words of the President Makarov, and no longer struggled. I see, President. Chapter 21. Soon, Genryusai sent all the unconscious people back to the ship. The S-level assessment has ended, and they have officially returned. On the way back, several people woke up one after another. Knowing that it was Urza who finally passed the examination, although Myra Jane and Kana were very sorry, they still congratulated Urza. Then they surrounded Genryusai, chattering and asking non-stop. The shock that Genryusai brought to several people was too great, especially when he landed on the island. He first unraveled like a fire. The flames that looked like a natural disaster still made them shudder. Now, they really know. Why was Genryusai dubbed the Calamity Flame Disaster by the Magic Council and Magic Weekly? In the past, like other members of the guild, they used the photos in the Magic Weekly and thought it was Genryusai's burning flame magic, which was too destructive. It wasn't until now that they really understood that the scariest thing about Genryusai was the Ryutsu magic. It is the Zanpakutō that he called, the strongest and the oldest. The blade is like a fire. Looking at the simple long knife on Genryusai's waist, they were all in awe. However, having such a powerful person in the guild really makes people feel very at ease. Genryusai was really relieved. He liked the companions in the guild, he liked the lively atmosphere in the guild. It would be best if there is no gap. It's back. The president and the others are back. Oh, finally back. Before the boat reached the shore, everyone in the guild had already gathered. President? Who became an S-rank mage? Yes, President, someone should have passed the assessment this time, right? Myra Jane, I think it's Myra Jane. Urza, it must be Urza. Kana doesn't have to be either. No, no one will pass. President, tell me. Quickly announce it, President, we are so anxious to death. Seeing that everyone was looking forward to it, Makarov announced loudly. This time, the person who passed the S-rank wizard test is Urza Scarlet. Oh. Congratulations, Urza. The 4th S-rank mage of the guild. Sure enough, it's Urza. Excellent, Urza. Makarov continued, to celebrate the birth of the new S-rank mage, we have a banquet. Oh oh oh! Everyone shouted excitedly, and rushed towards the guild in a hurry. Everyone cheered and sent the most sincere wishes to Urza, and Natsu surrounded Urza to congratulate. The singing and dancing in the guild was very lively, and many people used magic to perform, which was very joyful. Everyone drink to your heart's content. Oh! Urza, you are the protagonist today, come quickly. I'm so envious, next year I must take the S-level assessment and become an S-level mage. Come on, I'm on fire. Urza accepted the congratulations from the members of the guild, and happily quarreled with everyone. Myra Jane looked at Urza, who became an S-rank wizard, with envy and unwillingness. I have always regarded Urza as an opponent, but this time, she lost. Myra Jane hides in a corner alone, drinking a stuffy drink. Hey, Myra Jane, why are you unhappy? It's just a failed assessment. Genryusai took the juice and sat beside Myra Jane. He has always been unaccustomed to drinking wine, but still likes fruits. I want you to manage. Myra Jane took a sip of his drink, Tsundere said. Looking at the lost Myra Jane, Genryusai flicked her white little head. Then, in Marajana's bewilderment, he hugged her head. Don't be discouraged, you are very strong, just win back next time. I know Myra Jane, but I won't give up easily. Myra Jane, who wanted to struggle, suddenly enjoyed the moment for some reason. In order to protect her younger siblings, Myra Jane has always been very strong and aggressive. But in fact, this has never been Marajana's real character. She also wanted a shoulder to lean on, an arm to take all the pressure off. And now, she felt more at ease than ever. This feeling is really great. At some point, the noisy guild suddenly fell silent. Quiet, quiet, a bit weird. Myra Jane finally realized what was wrong. She broke away from Genryusai's embrace and looked towards the guild hall. At this moment, everyone in the guild stared blankly at her and Genryusai. Just like pressing the pause button, some people spilled the wine in their hands on the ground, as if they were unknown. Lissa covered her eyes, but opened her fingers to the widest, muttering to herself, Sister, Brother Genryusai, you are so bold. A hint of envy flashed in Urza's eyes, but soon his face was blushing, gossiping and looking forward to it. The chairman, an old and unscrupulous man, was looking at the two of them jokingly, and secretly gave Genryusai a thumbs up. Marajana's pretty face turned red in an instant, and white smoke rose like a steam engine. Nice job, Genryusai. Genryusai, Myra Jane, young people are really bold. It's nice to be young. Sister. I have to wait until I go home. Myra Jane, who had never experienced such a thing, was instantly shy and afraid to see people. He threw Genryusai out, covered his hot little face, and fled the guild quickly. Who can help me? Genryusai, who was framed on the wall, stretched out his hand for help, aggrieved. Ha ha ha. Serve it right. Shy, Myra Jane is shy. Come on Genryusai, take Myra Jane down. Ha 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 ha. Everyone ignored Genryusai's help at all, but laughed jokingly, and the guild was happy again. Isn't Genryusai hugging Myra Jane? What's so funny? Natsu, you idiot! What are you talking about, exhibitionist? Hanging your eyes, who are you calling an exhibitionist? Just talk about you, why do you want to fight? Come on! Boom! Bang bang bang! Natsu and Gray got into a fight when they said something wrong. Ah! My cake! Urza, who was about to enjoy strawberry cake, looked at the cake smashed by Natsu with teary eyes. Gray, you dare to kick me, I can't spare you. Come! You too! Go to hell! Ah! Bang! Bang bang bang! Chapter 22. Hey, hey! Genryusai, don't sleep late, get up! In Genryusai's remote manner, looking at someone lying on the bed unmoved, still soundly asleep. After calling for a long time, Myra Jane couldn't help feeling angry. He lifted the quilt off Genryusai's body, and kneaded Genryusai's sleeping cheek vigorously with his hands, so that it was constantly pulled and deformed in his own hands. Myra Jane yelled in Genryusai's ear, Get up quickly, Genryusai! The sun is going to dry your a. Her. Genryusai, who only wore big underpants, remained unmoved. After the sheets on her body were thrown off, she just turned over and lay face down on the bed. A large air bubble was constantly expanding and contracting on his nose, obviously still in a deep sleep. However, he probably heard the word "but" while he was in a daze of sleep. After turning over, he still didn't forget to reach out and gently scratch his own butt. Seeing this, a murderous look flashed in Marajana's eyes. Crack! At this time, the door was pushed open from the outside. I saw Urza, who was holding a doll and a pillow, and walked in with a sleepy face. Looking at Myra Jane, who was looking down on the bedside, Urza yawned. "Morning, Myra Jane, Genryusai hasn't woken up yet." Speechlessly looking at the yawning Urza, Myra Jane really wanted to say, "It's getting late, it's almost noon, and speaking of which, you've only just woken up, Urza." Myra Jane complained helplessly. Since this period of time, Myra Jane has become a lot more cheerful after being often harassed by Genryusai. Not the cheerful personality, but the relaxation of the mind. Although still a bit competitive, but not so aggressive. At least, it's been several days since I had an argument with Urza. This made the rest of the guild really a little uncomfortable. As for why Urza lived in Genryusai's estate? Needless to say, of course Genryusai enjoys living, heart, helping, bad people, good. After Genryusai bought this remote manor, he invited members of the guild, women only, to live with him. Help them relieve some financial pressure. Don't believe it, most of the members of the Fairy Guild are poor to death. Among them, Urza, Myra Jane, Natsu, and Grey are more representative figures, and they often cannot afford to pay the rent of the dormitory. Otherwise, Natsu wouldn't have built a small house by the forest, and went fishing with Happy when he was hungry. As for why so poor? I believe everyone in this guild knows about fairy tale. Most of the time, the money they earn for missions is not enough for them to pay. Moving to Genryusai's manor, at least you don't have to pay rent. After Urza tore down the wall of the girls' dormitory for the 17th time, he really had no money to pay for it. With the help of Genryusai's generosity, the damage was compensated and the manor was moved to live. In the words of Genryusai, "Fudge, anyway, his manor is big enough and the location is remote. It is suitable for Urza to cultivate and practice magic in daily life. That way you won't bother everyone." As a reward, Urza usually does the cleaning. In this way, Genryusai got a little maid. This BD, it seems that ordinary methods can't wake him up, so. Taking 2 steps away from the bed, a dark golden magic circle wrapped her body, and Myra Jane turned into a satanic posture. Use a special method to wake him up. Satan Marajana's tail wrapped around Genryusai's ankles, big windmill. What? A big question mark appeared on Urza's forehead involuntarily. But the next moment, she knew what the big windmill Myra Jane was talking about. Wrapped around Genryusai's tail and spun around in Noda's room. Big windmill, just turn hard. Ahem, sorry, I got mixed up. This method is really good, in the process of Marajana accidentally turning around. Let Genryusai's head come into close contact with the corner of the cabinet in the room, and Genryusai woke up from his sleep in pain. Ah! Pain! Seeing that Genryusai woke up, Myra Jane let go of his tail, and Genryusai fell from midair while holding his painful head. That missed. Spreading her hands, Myra Jane said calmly. Don't take it for granted, okay? Hearing this, the violent Genryusai rushed forward and rubbed Marajana's tender head vigorously with his hands. Genryusai growled viciously, "Are you trying to murder Myra Jane? And you Urza? What are you laughing at, why don't you stop her?" As he said that, Urza, who was still giggling aside, also growled viciously. "It's mainly because of you, Genryusai, you can't get up no matter how you scream." Blinking his big watery eyes, Urza said innocently, "Of course, I'm also curious about how Myra Jane will wake you up. The last sentence is your voice," Genryusai said with black lines all over his face. About 10 minutes later, Genryusai, Urza, and Myra Jane came to the guild after washing up. Because it was already lunchtime, the square tables in the hall were already filled with all kinds of delicious food. He was not polite, he directly ignored Makarov's gritted eyes, found a seat and sat down directly. Isn't it just 3 months without work? As for seeing him now, is this the man-eating appearance? The menopausal old man has a bad temper. Yo Genryusai. As soon as he sat down, Natsu's slurred words came from his ears. Looking back, I saw Natsu chewing with food in his mouth. Seeing Genryusai looking over, Natsu swallowed all the food in his mouth. Then he greeted loudly, "Shall we go fishing together today? Hey! Let's go fishing together!" Happy heard the fishing, and immediately flew around in midair excitedly and echoed. "Well, I don't have that kind of leisure for the time being." Picking up a piece of steak and stuffing it directly into his mouth, while chewing, Genryusai waved his hand. "Anyway, I'm not short of money now, so why don't you do some entrusted tasks? Let's rest for another month." "Stinky boy, you have been resting for 3 whole months." Makarov, who was sitting there drinking, finally couldn't bear it anymore, stood on the stool and cursed loudly, "How can there be such a lazy S-rank mage like you? Not to mention Gildarts and Laxus, even Urza, they are working harder than you now. You can't even do the task for the sake of cultivation, can you? You must know that the strength of a mage cannot be improved by practicing alone." Makarov persuaded loudly with earnestness. Chapter 23. Stinky boy, you have been resting for 3 whole months. It's not that he really dislikes Genryusai's laziness, but that the guild is poor. It is said that there are 4 S-level wizards, but Gildarts and Laxus will cause a lot of damage every mission. Although the rewards for S-level missions are high, after the compensation is over, there is not much left. Laxus is slightly better than Gildarts. Needless to say, the newly promoted Urza is also very messy when doing tasks and doesn't make much money. Makarov wants to subsidize the guild and Natsu for their damage. The guild can be said to be very poor. Only Genryusai will not cause too much damage when doing tasks, basically within the acceptable range of the Magic Council, and no compensation is required. Except for Blade Ruohuo, the damage caused, the reward of an S-level task is not enough to compensate. Fortunately, Genryusai, unless he is angry or in special circumstances, generally does not use flowing blade. Therefore, Genryusai's commission can be said to be Makarov's biggest source of income in the past 3 years. It is also an important economic basis for maintaining the guild and compensating the little ghosts for their losses. Genryusai had been on hiatus for 3 months, and the guild was already struggling to make ends meet. Especially, the destructive power of people like Natsu Gray is increasing day by day. "It's okay, I've recently gained new insights in Kendo and Shunpo, and I'll go to work when it's about the same time." Genryusai ate the barbecue and waved his hands very rascally. Genryusai has realized his strength, and Makarov is also very happy. However, seeing Genryusai's rascal expression, he felt like he was fooling him. Makarov blushed with anger, and was about to growl a few more words. At this time, Myra Jane stepped forward. "Are you free today, Genryusai?" Reaching out to stop Makarov's move, Myra Jane asked Genryusai, who was picking his teeth, with a smile. "I've been busy all the time, I've never had any leisure." Genryusai showed that he was very busy with actions, such as picking his teeth. "Then can I ask you to spare a little time, Genryusai?" Myra Jane smiled, but her tone was a bit wrong, especially when she said Genryusai's name. She stopped every word. Even Lissa and Elfman felt the murderous aura emanating from their sister. Beautiful Myra Jane, is there anything I can do for you?" Genryusai immediately sat upright, and his intuition told him that if he said that he was not free at this time, he would definitely die a miserable death. "It's nothing." Slightly nodded, as if satisfied with Genryusai's answer, Myra Jane blushed a little and said, "Tsundere, I just want to buy a few clothes all of a sudden, so forget it if you don't want to go." "Nanny." Genryusai hadn't spoken yet, but the members of the guild who had been eavesdropping for a long time had already started screaming. "A date?" Urza's eyes flickered like stars, constantly going back and forth between Myra Jane and Genryusai. "A date, ah." Lissa's face was flushed, and like Urza's, her eyes kept looking back and forth between the two. A date. This is the rest of the guild. In the town of Magnolia, on a bustling commercial street. At this time, there were two people who turned their heads back more than 100%. Looking carefully, they were Genryusai and Myra Jane. Myra Jane is Fairy Tail's signature beauty, and a powerful female mage as famous as Urza. Naturally has a very high popularity. Especially, now Myra Jane is not like a little girl like before. Although it is not so gentle and pleasant, it has already revealed a gentle temperament, but it is not very obvious. Myra Jane is walking on the street now, and many people will sigh and admire when they see her. But when they instinctively saw Genryusai in a blink of an eye, they were all startled immediately. He ran away without hesitation, with a panicked look, as if he hated his parents for giving them two legs. This may seem unbelievable, but it makes sense when you think about it carefully. After all, Genryusai had caused a lot of damage to this town back then. The burning house alone almost made Makarov mortgage the guild's deed. It seems that Magnolia has no future for development. Looking at the somewhat desolate street with few pedestrians, Genryusai complained softly without any sense of being the culprit. Why is there no one there? Myra Jane, are you sure this is really the busiest commercial street? He, wouldn't it be better if no one came to bother you, Genryusai? Myra Jane didn't care, Tsundere said, as long as these shops are still open. Indeed, there are inexplicably fewer people wandering around the streets buying and selling things, residents, it's not inexplicable, okay. But none of those shops were closed. Well, technically they wouldn't even dare close the door in Genryusai's face. Just like that, Genryusai and Myra Jane wandered around in the shops on both sides of Commercial Avenue. Although Myra Jane invited Genryusai to come out to buy clothes, but in the end, he mainly read them all, and actually bought very few things. Come on Genryusai. Come on. When Genryusai and Myra Jane were shopping in the shopping mall, in the hidden alley not far from them, seeing Genryusai's bored figure, Macau immediately hated iron and steel. Hurry up and take the initiative. Idiot. Go up and kiss, hold hands, idiot. Genryusai, godfather. Above Mao's head, Urza poked his head out, clenched his fists with excitement, and his eyes sparkled like sparkling stars. Humph, it's better to fail. It should be said that he will definitely fail. Above Urza's head, Kana said something viciously. Because Genryusai disagrees with her moving to the manor on the grounds that he doesn't like drinking and doesn't like the smell of alcohol in his house. In fact, Genryusai still thinks what Kana thinks about guildarts. Think about it. Genryusai can make up a TV series in which old couples and young wives love and hate entanglements. Speaking of which, how dare you guys come here to peep without any preparation? This is too unprofessional. Fortunately, I dispelled the magical aura on you, otherwise, with Genryusai's perception ability, you would have been discovered a long time ago. Our purpose here is mainly to protect the safety of our lovely Myra Jane sauce. While speaking, Makarov poked his head out from an unknown corner, staring viciously at the figure of Genryusai behind Myra Jane. President! Are you here too? Urza exclaimed. Humph! Of course I'm going to follow, let the weak Myra-chan stay alone with the vicious beast, I don't worry about the old man. Hearing this, Makarov stared fiercely at Genryusai's back. Chapter 24. What if Genryusai suddenly becomes wild? Myra Jane is still so young, you can't be fooled by Genryusai. So of course my old man is coming to watch. Think of it as the guy who watches over that, damn it. As long as he dares to touch a hair of Myra Jane, the old man will blow him away with one fist. After speaking, Makarov waved his withered right hand in a demonstrative manner. Surveillance. Hearing this, Urza immediately said with black lines on his face, could it be that you are also here to monitor? Natsu, Gray, Levy, and others. After finishing speaking, he turned his head and looked behind Makarov. Don't use other things to take it away. This is too cruel, Urza. When Wakaba, Happy, and others heard this, they immediately protested loudly in dissatisfaction. Behind Makarov, all the members of Fairy Tail had arrived. Even Laxus, who disappeared for a long time and has been practicing and doing tasks, has come. I'm just here to watch the excitement anyway, I'm idle if I'm idle. Gray spread his hands and said indifferently, and took off his shirt after speaking. My curiosity of being a pure woman was ignited, but why do I have to take off my clothes? Next to Gray, after a little explanation, Levi whispered disgustedly. The fire of gossip has been ignited, Levi. Happy said mercilessly, but so am I, What the hell? Bisksa couldn't help but whispered. Fire of gossip. Fire of gossip. I'm completely on fire. With flames in Nats's throat, he danced and shouted loudly, although I don't understand what's going on at all. You don't even know what you are doing. Lissina patted her face and complained. Elfman hid behind Lissina, carefully spying on Ryujin and Genryusai. Humph. I just happened to pass by here. Seeing Urza cast his eyes on himself, Laxus immediately snorted coldly, raised his head and said proudly. Ah, that, I see everyone is here, so, hee. Loki smiled bitterly at a loss. I want to come and see the moment when the big beauty of our guild was taken away by someone. Bixlo said with a rather gloating laugh. As soon as the words fell, a burst of murderous gazes were immediately attracted. SHH, keep your voices down. At this time, Kana, who couldn't bear it any longer, gave the crowd who spoke loudly just now a hard look, and made a gesture of silence. He warned in a low voice with displeasure, otherwise, what if Genryusai finds out? Do you want to be burned to ashes? No. I don't think they want to be burned to ashes by Genryusai. At this time, a crisp voice containing a hint of sullenness suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Hearing this, the frightened crowd immediately followed the prestige, only to see Ryujin, who turned into a demon, appeared above their heads at some point. He was staring at them fiercely. Ah, that, Ryujin. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here, what a coincidence, Makarov insisted with a dry smile. Coincidence? Hee, then I would like to ask. With a sneer, Ryujin shook the wings on her back lightly, and asked with a smile on her face, President, what are you doing hiding in this alley? Could it be that you have a banquet here? Ahem, we just happened to pass by here. That's right. Just passing by. Very simple passing by. Do you think so? Hearing this, he laughed, but Makarov still refused to give up and defended himself. After finishing speaking, he still didn't forget to turn his head to ask other people for proof, but when he turned his head, he was immediately dumbfounded. It turned out that the alley was crowded with people just now, but now it was empty and only I was left alone. Hee, is that so? So you were just passing by? Could it be that all of you are just passing by? Looking at Makarov, who was completely dumbfounded, Ryujin said with a smile. And they all passed an alley, and even the alley was crowded. Although there is still a smile on her face, but with her current satanic appearance, it is terrifying no matter how you look at it. Hearing this, Makarov felt a faint feeling in his heart, but he still nodded vigorously. I kept yelling at other people for their lack of loyalty in my heart. Don't call yourself alone when you run. What a waste of loving them for nothing. Are you really an idiot for treating me like an old lady? Unsurprisingly, Marajana's complexion became ferocious and terrifying, and she raised her right hand high. In the palm of his hand, a huge ball of black-purple magic power was condensed in an instant, and the magic power in his body was continuously outputted inside, and the magic power ball also became bigger and bigger immediately. Ryujin roared with a smirk on his face, I don't think you want to be burned to ashes, just purely. I want to be made into a specimen by my old lady. After finishing speaking, she threw the ball of huge magic power in her hand fiercely. No. Mamma mia! In the deafening sound, accompanied by Makarov's miserable howl, the earth trembled several times. The next moment, the wretched figure of a little old man was blown away like a shooting star, and turned into a shining star in the distant sky. What an idiot! Looking playfully at Makarov's figure disappearing into the sky, Genryusai, who was standing in mid-air, couldn't help shaking his head slightly. He said to himself, even if you hide your aura, do you really think that Ryujin and I are deaf? Indeed, their louder and louder discussions could be heard by anyone with normal hearing. Not to mention Genryusai and Ryujin, who are superior in strength and their hearing is superior to ordinary people. This can be regarded as Makarov's own fault. He was the one who yelled the loudest in their unscrupulous discussions before. It's no wonder that the others didn't call him when they withdrew, and it would be discovered that he had a lot of credit for it. How about you, do you want to continue shopping? Landing in front of Ryujin, who has changed back to its original form, Genryusai said indifferently, the flies have probably been driven away. Certainly. Hearing this, Ryujin nodded without even thinking about it, and then said with a smile, it's rare to come out once, how can we do it without shopping for fun? I remember there is a nice coffee shop in front, why don't we go have a coffee first? I'm a little tired after walking around for a while, so I should take a rest. Regarding Marajana's proposal, Genryusai naturally has nothing to object to, and it's good to have a coffee and take a break. Immediately, he and Ryujin walked towards the coffee shop. Rest in peace, President. On the other side, a group of voyeur members who slipped to the end corner of the street made crosses on their chests one by one. Looking at the skyline where Makarov disappeared, the group of fairy tale whispered sincerely. We will always remember you. Chapter 25. After experiencing the frenzied dating battle, the guild has calmed down a lot. Over time, Genryusai and Ryujin grew closer. Half a month later, in Genryusai's manner. Cheers! Oh! Ha ha ha, it's rare that Genryusai is having a dinner with guests today, so please don't be too polite. Makarov held up the rum drunkenly, smiling like a chrysanthemum. President, it's because you have free wine. Who said that? I want everyone to have fun together. Hanging your eyes, don't just patronize eating, come here and help with the barbecue. Ha 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 ha, barbecue party, I'm on fire. Since I want to barbecue, I won't lose, change into the king chef suit. Kana, you drink too much. No, just a little bit. You call these dozen barrels a little bit? Not yet, everyone get bored. Oh. Cheers. Members of the Fairy Guild gathered together, had barbecues and drinks, chased and fought each other, and it was very lively. The whole manor laughed, and everyone was immersed in the reunion with their partners. Ah, why isn't Genryusai coming? I feel so uncomfortable in this dress. Natsu was a little uncomfortable with his clothes, after all he usually wore open vests. Well, can I take it off first? You've already taken it off. Gray threw off the dress, leaving only a tie and underwear. Everyone is wearing formal dresses, Urza is a slim red one, which suits her well, but now she has changed into a chef's outfit and is working hard on the barbecue. Kana is starting her second round, and Ryujin is holding a small glass of champagne. She was a little puzzled, what was the stage in the middle of the manor used for, and was there anyone who wanted to perform? How do you feel that you have other arrangements? Why do you have to dress so formally for a party? Also, where did that guy Genryusai go? Isn't it the dinner he invited? Sudden. All the lights in the manor were extinguished, and everyone's voices gradually disappeared. There were only some sounds of moving things, and some idiots yelling and cursing. Get this out of the way, you idiot! Oh, who is hitting me? You're too much of a hindrance, hanging yourself. What did you say? You exhibitionist! Bang! Bang! Natsu, Gray? What's wrong with you? Ryujin asked worriedly when she heard Natsu Gray's screams. Fortunately, the darkness did not last long. Before Ryujin could react, Lissa and Elfman dragged her to the middle of the stage while she was stupefied. Looking at the partners off the stage, Ryujin, who was standing alone on the stage, was a little overwhelmed. But soon, the music started. Marajana's eyes widened as she watched a figure slowly approaching her. Holding flowers in his hand, the figure came towards her and sang. Preparation. But that won't work. If that's the case, look. Sincerity will evolve, constantly. If you say it, the relationship will disappear. Then just don't say anything. I thought so, and I was so afraid. But, alas, there seems to be some misunderstanding. Floating, fluttering. The name you whisper just keeps me floating in the air. Floating, fluttering, fluttering. You're smiling just so it makes me smile. God thank you even if it's a prank of fate. The sweet lyrics, coupled with the magnetic and cheerful voice, make people can't help but think of the beauty of being in love. The love of coriander. Genryusai walked towards Myra Jane step by step like this, looked at Myra Jane whose eyes were red with a smile, and handed her the flowers in his hand. Myra Jane covered her mouth, she didn't know what to say, and took the flowers in a daze. God thank you, even if it's a prank of fate. Meeting her made me feel happy. Genryusai looked at Myra Jane affectionately, wrapping his smiling hands around her slender waist. Countless small lights came on, and everyone looked at the two with blessings on their faces. Song ends. Clap clap. Oh! The crowd was no longer depressed, and cheers rang out from all around. Woo, I'm so touched. Together. Kiss one. Sister, be happy. Genryusai, you kid, please be nice to Myra-chan. Shhhhhhh. Countless fireworks rose, rendering the sky colorful. Under the brilliant fireworks, everyone looked at the handsome men and women hugging together on the stage with a smile on their faces. Genryusai hugged Myra Jane and said softly to her, Myra Jane, be my girlfriend. From now on, let me take care of you. Myra Jane kept covering her mouth, her eyes filled with tears of joy. Looking at the fireworks in the sky, she felt that she would never forget this scene in her whole life. Her heart was filled with shyness and joy, and she felt so happy at the moment. All the misfortunes in the past are so insignificant at this moment. Myra Jane couldn't hold back her emotions anymore, and wrapped her arms around Genryusai's neck amidst the booing of the crowd. Amidst the blessings and laughter of the crowd, and amidst the romantic fireworks and bright moon, the two finally kissed each other. Oh! Sister! This is a kiss. Urza blushed, staring at the two with starry eyes. You. Genryusai, that brat, tricked Myra-chan into his hands. Makarov and Macau drank and wept bitterly. Ah, dear, I'm on fire. Natsu yelled again inexplicably excitedly. Today is a memorable day, I want to drink a few more glasses. Kana raised a large wine barrel and drank it koku. Cheers to Genryusai and Myra Jane. Oh! Bless them. Everyone just drink, I will pay for today's consumption. Genryusai atmosphere. Cheers. Chapter 26. Mila-chan, are you satisfied with this confession? Man. You are not allowed to call me that. Myra Jane raised her head shyly, with a tsundere look on her face. Just now, Myra-chan was really bold. Don't say it, don't say it. Ah! Blushing, Myra Jane heard that Genryusai dared to tease her, and bit his hand directly. But after all, he was not willing to use force, just like a kitten nibbling. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Genryusai pretended to be in pain, but his eyes were full of smiles. Let's go, don't let Lissa wait too long in the dormitory, I'll let her move in with you. What? Marajana's face flushed instantly. Who said I want to live with you? Aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend, we should be closer. Genryusai looked at her playfully. He just loves seeing Myra Jane shy. No. I just agreed to be your girlfriend and I want to live together. Dreaming. Angrily, Myra Jane wanted to shake off her little hand, but Genryusai held her tightly and pulled her into her arms. Okay, let's go home, honey. Myra Jane stared blankly at the face that fascinated her without refuting, and leaned gently in his arms. Well, go home. In the end, Genryusai slapped his face and Myra Jane half pushed and half gave up. Myra Jane and Lissa moved into the manor anyway. Myra Jane wouldn't sleep with Genryusai though, that would be a shame. In the following period of time, the relationship between the two quickly heated up. Myra Jane is still very shy, and usually in front of other members of the guild, at most she would ask Genryusai to hold her hand. But when no one was around, except for the last step, the two young lovers tried everything that should be tried. The main reason is that Myra Jane is still young, and Genryusai is not in a hurry. Actually, I am afraid that this book will be blocked. It will be 2 years later. Half a year later, Myra Jane successfully became an S-class mage. By the way, it was Urza who tested Myra Jane, and the two had a tie. This time for the S-level assessment, Genryusai was doing tasks outside, not in the guild. 1 month after Genryusai confirmed his relationship with Myra Jane, he went to do S-level missions and 10-year missions. If he didn't do the task again, he would be killed by the president's sad eyes. As time went by, the reputation of the Goblin Guild grew. The titles of Fairy Queen Urza and Magic Man Myra Jane also resounded. Fairy Tail is gradually replacing Phantom Lord and becoming the #1 guild in Kingdom of Fiori. Myra Jane has won the title of Magic Man, and now she is getting plump gradually after being green in the past. Lissa is also tall and slim, with the appearance of a young girl, and she has the momentum to catch up with her sister in terms of figure. Genryusai also covets this sister-in-law, and takes her with him whenever he has something to do, and Lissa becomes more and more intimate with Genryusai. Instead of stopping it, Myra Jane was happy to see it happen. As for why? You must know that the social form of this world is controlled by empires and kingdoms. Emperors, kings. This means that the world is not monogamous. A powerful wizard will be sought after by countless women. For example, at the beginning of the plot, Rocky, who was aliased by Leo, hugged left and right as soon as he appeared on the stage. Most importantly, he was hugging 2 women in the guild. This shows that those 2 women, at least not the kind of women who sell for money. Because if it is that kind of woman, not to mention Urza, even Myra Jane or other members of the guild, they will not be allowed to enter the guild, and Loki will not do things that will tarnish the guild's reputation. Therefore, with Genryusai's strength, he will be admired by many women, which Myra Jane has long known. And before interacting with Genryusai, Genryusai had a close relationship with Urza, and Urza also lived in Genryusai's manor. In this regard, Myra Jane has no opinion. Lissa adores Genryusai and has a crush on him, and Myra Jane sees it. Genryusai is a man who can be relied on and is strong enough to protect Lissa. So, Myra Jane doesn't mind, Lissa and Genryusai are together. In this way, the sisters will not be separated in the future. Half a year later, somewhere in the forest, the demonized Myra Jane knelt down on the ground, and there was light rain in the sky, as if crying. In front of her stood a beast king with huge horns, red arms, feet like eagle claws, blue skin on his chest, and a mouth full of fangs. This is an S-level mission specially chosen by Myra Jane in order to improve Elfman's strength. She wanted to defeat the Beastmaster and let Elfman take over. However, she underestimated the strength of this Beast King. This S-level Beast King is not only powerful, but also smarter than humans. Instead of just slamming Myra Jane blindly, it kept attacking Lissa and Elfman. In order to protect her younger siblings, Myra Jane had to resist the Beastmaster's attacks many times. The advantage of Satan's soul and speed cannot be brought into play at all. Hoo. Ah! Elder sister! Elder sister! Myra Jane consumed too much magic power, and after receiving the attack of the Beast King again, she was blown away and exited the demon form. Aoohoo! The Beast King let out a deafening roar, and one could hear its pride. You are not allowed to hurt my sister. Seeing that the Beastmaster wanted to give Myra Jane the final blow, Elfman looked resolute and saved the Beastmaster's thigh. Come back soon, brother Elfman. Dangerous, come back Elfman. I won't let you hurt my sister and Lissa, accept it. In order to protect his sister, Elfman uses all his strength to receive magic. The Beastmaster, who was also severely injured by Myra Jane and consumed too much, was actually accepted by Elfman after struggling for a long time. Roar! Ah! However, the powerful magic power of the Beastmaster is simply not what Elfman can bear. Gradually, Elfman turned into the form of the Beast King, his scarlet eyes were full of the light of the beast, and he had lost his mind. Tread! Roar! Elfman, transformed into a beast, roared at Myra Jane, who was kneeling on the ground. Elfman! Take heart! Myra Jane yelled, but the unconscious Elfman couldn't hear him. Brother Elfman, stop! Lissa stood between Beastmaster and Myra Jane, opened her arms and cried out loudly. Run away, Lissa! Lissa! Come back, Elfman has lost his mind. Lissa didn't listen to Mirajana's dissuasion, but just opened her hands in the rain and smiled. Brother Elf, what's wrong with you? I'm your sister Lissa. You forgot Myra-san, and Genryusai-san. How could Elf brother forget us? Because of Lissa, sister Myra and brother Genryusai love Elf brother the most. But Elfman was completely out of his mind now, snarling and wanting to hit Lissa. Hey, brother Elfman, let's go home together. Snapped. Chapter 27. Hey, brother Elfman, let's go home together. Snapped. The Beastmaster transformed by Elfman slapped the front, and the ground in front of Lissa was smashed into a deep pit, and the gravel splashed on Lissa's body, drawing wounds one after another. Lissa! Myra Jane, terrified, yelled for Lissa to leave. The original drizzle was gone, and it turned into a torrential downpour, heavy and dark. Roar! Elfman roared, his soul grieving, trying to break free from the Beastmaster's shackles. Lissa, go, go! Ho 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 ho! Myra Jane yelled in pain, and it was hard to tell whether it was tears or rain on her face. The Beastmaster was also roaring, as if struggling, more like anger. Brother Elfman, you won't hurt Lissa. Brother Elfman, wake up, let's go home together. Lissa stood stubbornly in front of Myra Jane, opening her hands with a gentle look on her face. Roar! The Beastmaster raised his palm again, his eyes were filled with the bloodthirsty of wild beasts without the slightest human emotion. Brother Elfman! Run! Lissa! In the heavy rain, Lissa opened her arms and Myra Jane cried out in despair. Snapped! The Beast King's big palm blew a gust of palm wind. No! Lissa! Mirajana's pupils dilated, and desperately wanted to struggle to save her sister. At this moment, she regretted it so much. You shouldn't blindly accept S-level missions. You shouldn't go to war arrogantly without knowing the strength of the Beastmaster. Not to mention putting your younger siblings in danger. Snapped. Clang. Boom boom boom. The giant palm of the Beastmaster fell and patted Lissa mercilessly. In the nick of time, the magic light shines. A figure appeared beside Lissa, with a quaint scabbard blocking the giant palm of the Beastmaster. UN. Brother Luzai. Lissa raised her head and looked at the handsome face that was holding her in her arms, so close at hand, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. At the critical moment, Genryusai has arrived. Genryusai! Myra Jane cried with joy when Lissa was rescued, and looked at Genryusai's back happily. Woo woo woo! Both women began to cry, but this time, it was the joy of the rest of their lives after the catastrophe. Roar! Seemingly feeling the threat from Genryusai, the Beastmaster roared angrily, with strong magic waves condensing in his mouth. Genryusai, that's Elfman, don't hurt him. Myra Jane looked at Genryusai and spoke quickly. Relax, I can feel Elfman's soul. 81 of the Way of Binding, Duan Kong. Genryusai stepped forward with one hand, and a black defensive wall appeared in front of him. Chirp! Bang! Boom boom boom! The magic bullet condensed by the Beastmaster hit the pitch-black defensive wall and exploded violently. The flames of the explosion shone in all directions, and the terrifying aftermath spread to the surroundings overwhelmingly. Roar! The Beastmaster was affected by the explosion and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The rear of Duan Kong was not affected at all. From a distance, it seemed that the space was divided into 2, with fire shining on one side and light rain pattering on the other. Shoo! Genryusai picked up Myra Jane, one in each arm, and sent the 2 to the rear. You guys wait here for a while, I'll go and restore Elfman to normal. Genryusai kissed Mirajana's forehead to calm her trembling body. Please, Genryusai. Fool, we two don't need to talk about this. Brother Genryusai, don't hurt Brother Elfman. Kind Lissa asked. Do not worry. Genryusai rubbed Lissa's hair and smiled confidently. Looking back, the gentle smile on his face disappeared, and his eyes were full of coldness. Almost. He almost lost Myra Jane and Lissa. If it weren't for the Ryutsu he left in Ryujin and Lissa, he could feel the grief from their souls. For the first time, use the teleportation magic marked on them to teleport them in time. The consequences, Genryusai dare not imagine. Roar! Seeing Genryusai appearing in front of it again, the Beastmaster growled in anger. You should be lucky to be accepted by Elfman, otherwise. Shoo! Genryusai suddenly appeared in front of the Beastmaster, his cold eyes met the scarlet pupils of the Beastmaster. Roar! It actually caused a trace of fear to appear in the irrational pupils. One bone. He clenched his fist, covering it with spiritual pressure, and with a bang sound, the Beastmaster's cheek was sunken and flew out. I will definitely make your life worse than death. Genryusai landed on the ground, looking at the Beastmaster who was thrown into the ground with a cold tone. OM. The magic light shone, and the Beast King's body shrank rapidly with protruding white eyes. Soon, Elfman, who was unconscious, lay in the huge pit. What a mess! Actually forcibly accepting an S-class Beast King whose strength is not much weaker than Ryujin. Holding Elfman up with one hand, Genryusai said helplessly, feeling his soul. Although I didn't see what happened here just now, Genryusai can roughly guess the same. Brother Elfman! Elfman! Bring Elfman to Ryujin and Lissa. The two women see the comatose Elfman, they go up to check worriedly. It's okay, it's just that the magic power is exhausted and I passed out. However, it was a blessing in disguise. He successfully received the soul of the Beast King. However, his current magic power cannot be well controlled. When Elfman becomes stronger in the future, he can receive the power of the Beastmaster. Genryusai tells Ryujin and Lissa about Elfman so they don't have to worry. Thank you, brother Genryusai. Genryusai, if it wasn't for you this time, I would. Okay, I said I would protect you, it's okay. Genryusai looked at the two weeping girls, holding their tender comfort. And a green spiritual pressure appears on the palm. Back. Ryujin and Lissa's wounds are healing, but they are still weak and weak. Chapter 28. Ryujin and Lissa's wounds are healing, but they are still weak and weak. Brother Genryusai. Suddenly, Lissa's whole body lit up with a golden light. The rain did not know when it had stopped, and there was a strong oppressive atmosphere from above. Lissa. Ryujin looked at Lissa, who was emitting golden light, with a confused and anxious expression on her face. Genryusai looked up at the sky, he could feel strong spatial fluctuations and soul magic. Playing soul magic in front of me. Overreaching oneself. Genryusai pulled out the Zanpakutō, with murderous intent raging in his eyes, and an icy aura exuded from his whole body. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew that someone wanted to harm Lissa. Then no matter who the opponent is, he will kill them all. Unbeknownst to Genryusai, this is the super subspace magic anima from another world Edalas. Everything is ashes. The blade is like fire. Boom! The terrifying golden flames instantly reduced everything around Genryusai to ashes. Of course, except for the three of Ryujin who were protected by Genryusai with Ryutsu. The remaining rain in the air evaporated, and the wet ground was instantly burned to scorched earth. Torch! Genryusai swings his sword at the sky. The flames spewed out in an instant, forming a tornado-shaped wall of flames that rotated and burned, surging towards the sky. The soaring flame tornado covered a range of kilometers around. Flames to the sky. The sky was dyed golden, and the clouds were instantly evaporated. The unknown magic wave was completely incinerated the moment it was covered by flames. Even the space seemed to be distorted by the high temperature, and the ground under his feet seemed to be melting. This is a natural disaster. Unstoppable natural disaster. The light on Lissa's body disappeared, and the sense of weightlessness that made her uneasy completely dissipated. Held in Marajana's arms, he looked at his back bathed in the sea of fire with eyes full of attachment. After a long time, the flames dissipated. Feeling the high temperature around them, Ryujin and Lissa were dripping with sweat, and their clothes were soaked, clinging to their exquisite and delicate bodies. Thank you, brother Genryusai. Lissa looked at Genryusai delicately, her face was flushed, and she didn't know if it was because of the heat. "You don't need to thank me, Lissa, I will never let anyone hurt Lissa-chan." The magic light in Genryusai's hand was shining, and 2 bottles of water were delivered from nowhere. Over the course of a year, Genryusai became more and more comfortable with teleportation magic. In the past, it was only possible to teleport the target within sight, but now it can be teleported by location. But the premise is to make a good mark. "But Genryusai, did you go too far?" Myra Jane pointed to the forest that was not far away, and within a short while, it was burnt to charcoal, and said with a guilty conscience. "Such a large forest, if compensation." Immediately, Myra Jane felt a little pain in her heart, and she could imagine that this was a lot of money. "Remember Myra Jane, Lissa, I'm not here," Genryusai said with a serious face. "But, brother Genryusai, I don't think it makes any sense not to admit it, everyone knows that you did it." Lissa joked, pointing at the scorched earth around her. "As long as you don't get caught on the spot, you just refuse to admit it." This is the experience Genryusai learned in the guild, which is to refuse to admit it. Anyway, the Magic Council can handle it, so Genryusai doesn't need to worry about it. "But, will this count on us?" Lissa asked worriedly. "No, you don't have such destructive power. Although this is the case, I always feel that I have been underestimated by you." "Hee, sister is underestimated. Hate it, Lissa, even you bully me." "I didn't owe my sister, it's so itchy, don't scratch it, I was wrong." "Brother-in-law, come and help me. Come on, don't bully Lissa." "Ah, BD, where are you grabbing your hands?" "Hey, unexpected accident. You still smell. I'll fight with you. My sister is shy, brother-in-law, save me. Let go, bad guy, bullying me. Ha ha ha. Brother-in-law is amazing." The 3 laughed and played, dissipating the haze just now. Laughing and laughing, Myra Jane suddenly pulled Lissa over and hugged her tightly. Feeling her sister's strong embrace, Lissa hugged Myra Jane back with a gentle smile on her face. "Promise me Lissa, don't do stupid things next time, and don't leave me." "Well, I won't leave my sister." Genryusai didn't bother the 2 sisters, and silently looked at the 2 sisters who were heart to heart. Magic Council Era. This is an organization established by the Kingdom of Fiori to integrate and manage mages, and is responsible for supervising each mage's guild. Guilds that violated the rules were punished. The top 10 members of the Magic Council were all magicians with high magic power and prestige. The idiots at Fairy Tale have gotten into trouble again, and this time nearly burned down the entire forest. Large areas of scorched earth, no living things and plants can survive. Even with magic, it will take several years to slowly return to life. That guy Genryusai did it, and only that guy can do that kind of incineration. Who angered him this time? Or did he meet some terrifying opponent? Who knows? Such a dangerous person should not be allowed to become a mage. Are you going to stop him? No one answered. The Magic Council angered Genryusai 2 years ago. As a result, the Magic Council was destroyed and the headquarters was completely burned down. It is still a piece of scorched earth, and the Magic Council was forced to change to a new resident headquarters. The entire Magic Council participated in the battle, but did not do anything to Genryusai. In the end, if Makarov hadn't come forward, the Magic Council would have been completely destroyed by the opponent. To this day, recalling the terrifying sea of flames that burned everything like a natural disaster, the elderly members of the Magic Council still have lingering fears in their hearts. The name of Flame Disaster is indeed well deserved. You know, at that time, Genryusai was only a 15-year-old boy. 2 years later, no one knows how strong Genryusai is. Fairy Tale is a double-edged sword, there are bad aspects and good aspects. According to the latest information, the S-level entrusted Dark Guild the Jackal, was wiped out by Genryusai not long ago. What? Many people in the council don't know this yet, the Dark Guild ghosts, but the Dark Guild has been more active in recent years. Many civilians were persecuted, and many wizards died at their hands. The president is very cunning and a mage with S-level strength. After the other guilds received the entrustment, they couldn't do anything about the jackal. But unexpectedly, Genryusai solved it quietly. The speed was so fast that even the Magic Council had just received the news. There are not a few dark guilds that Genryusai has wiped out over the years, and he doesn't often use the devastating flame. Anyway, the damage is under control, and no innocent people died, so just leave it alone. Agree. Agree. Chapter 29. A year passed quietly. Genryusai was already an 18-year-old boy, with short black hair and eyes as deep as black holes, which one would sink into involuntarily. The nose is straight, the lips are sexy, and the figure is more upright, which looks more masculine. Ryujin has also changed a lot, with a more sexy figure. The original bad girl has now transformed into a quiet and good girl. The original high ponytail is also draped over the shoulders, and the bangs in front of the forehead are tied with a small braid. He is extremely gentle towards everyone. Over the past year, Ryujin has seldom done tasks and has become the Kanban girl of fairy tale. It wasn't because of the Beastmaster incident that made Ryujin blame herself for losing her magic power. It's Mirogena's character, who doesn't like fighting at all. For a long time, Ryujin has been strong, aggressive, and like a little girl. It's all because of what happened in childhood, and the disguise to protect younger siblings. Since being with Genryusai, Ryujin has slowly shed that layer of pretending to be strong. Today's Ryujin is her true character. To be honest, even Genryusai was surprised. It was only after Genryusai got together with Ryujin that he discovered Mirogena's true look. Not a bad girl, but a gentle and good woman at home. For this reason, many people in the guild ridiculed Genryusai for making money. Genryusai didn't know that his arrival was like a butterfly's wings. Many things changed, but there were also many things that did not change. Ryujin is still the same as the original plot, becoming the Kanban lady of the Fairy Guild, and the title of Majin is gradually forgotten. But Ryujin hasn't lost her magic, and still occasionally goes on some quests. Lissa was not absorbed into the Edelas by the super subspace magic anima. She is still the wizard of the guild, and she is Lissa's sauce who is loved and taken care of by everyone. At the same time, Lissa also works part-time as a waiter in the guild, and Ryujin is also known as the Fairy Twin Sisters, the signature beauty of fairy tale. Of course, for Makarov, there was one more big change. That is, the guild is not that poor anymore. The little ghosts have all grown up, although they don't make much money because they are always messing around, and occasionally they have to pay compensation from the guild. However, over the past few years, Genryusai's task completion rate has reached an astonishing 100%. Not only did it expand the reputation and influence of the guild, but most importantly, it made a lot of money. At least now, Makarov is not like the original book, always worrying that the guild will sell to pay off debts one day. Finally, the guild has a new S-level mage. Similar to Genryusai, Mist Ogden passed the assessment after only joining for 1 year. The examiner is Laxus, and the outcome is unknown. However, he did successfully pass the assessment and became the 6th S-rank mage in Fairy Tale. The town of Hogyoku. Genryusai, who had just completed his 10-year mission, got off the train and walked the streets to pick out gifts for Ryujin, Urza, and Lissa. This 10-year mission took almost 5 months, and I haven't been away for such a long time for a long time. If you don't bring a gift back, make Ryujin and the others happy. I'm afraid it will take a while for them to ignore themselves. Suddenly there was a loud noise in front, and Genryusai walked over curiously to have a look. I saw a group of girls surrounding a man with purple hair asking for an autograph. Star chasers? I didn't expect the magic world to have fan circles. Disappointed, Genryusai was about to leave, thinking there was something exciting to watch. That's it? Boring. Suddenly, Genryusai heard a familiar voice, Igneel. Igneel. Immediately afterwards, he saw a young man with cherry-colored hair rushing into the crowd recklessly. Where's Igneel? Natsu asked eagerly. Think about it, there can't be fire dragons in the city. At this time, Happy flew over and complained. Ah! Why didn't I think of that? Natsu? Happy. Natsu and Happy shuddered at the sound and turned to Genryusai. The moment he saw Genryusai, there was an expression of surprise on his face. Genryusai. Happy spread its wings and quickly rushed towards Genryusai's arms, crying with teary eyes, "Genryusai, I miss you so much. Natsu hasn't made any money for a long time, I'm starving and thin, can you treat me to fish?" Genryusai smiled and touched Happy and said, "After returning to the guild, I will take you to eat fish." "Hey! Genryusai, long time no see, ha ha ha." Natsu is also very happy to see Genryusai. If Urza is the big sister among them, then Genryusai is the big brother who takes good care of them. They often compensate for the loss of missions, and when they have no money to eat, Genryusai invites them to eat. "I haven't seen you for more than 5 months, Natsu, you've grown taller." Genryusai punched Natsu lightly in the chest. "You are the one, this mission took so long, it's not like your previous efficiency." Just as the two and the cat were talking about the joy of reunion, several annoying voices sounded. "Hey, you two are too rude to ignore Lord Huolong." "That's right, this is the great mage Huolong-sama. Apologize. Apologize. Hurry up and ask Lord Huolong for forgiveness." Two impolite fellows. Hearing the noisy voices of these people, Genryusai frowned and shouted, "Shut up! OM!" There was a burst of coercion in the atmosphere, and the strong pressure made these people around kneel to the ground. "Ka ka ka!" Cracks appeared in the glass of the surrounding buildings, followed by ba ba ba. All shattered and fell to the ground. "Wow! Ah! What's wrong? What happened?" These girls all screamed in fright, but fortunately the pressure dissipated quickly and no one was injured. However, their faces were a little pale, and they stood up out of breath. The purple-haired man also had lingering fears. He glanced at Genryusai timidly, and smiled at the girls with a forced smile. "I'm going to hold a party on the boat tonight, everyone, come and join me." After speaking, purple flames rose from under his feet, and he stood on the flames and flew towards the port quickly. As expected of Lord Huolong. "You are a gentleman." "Yes. It's just different from some people." Genryusai frowned again, and the girls turned and ran in fright, obviously already frightened of Genryusai. Natsu looked at Genryusai excitedly and said, "Genryusai, you're amazing. You've become stronger again. Come and fight me." The gravity that seemed to be pressing on everyone's soul and body just now made people feel trembling all over. This is still the effect of Genryusai not doing anything, releasing part of the riot-su. Thinking of this, Natsu couldn't help but get excited. Happy complained unceremoniously, "Natsu, you will lose badly." "How could it be? I've also become much stronger now." Before Natsu finished speaking, his stomach growled. "Let's go eat first." Genryusai looked at Natsu helplessly, knowing without guessing that this guy has no money to eat again. In other words, Natsu has a bad habit of causing damage every time he does a task, and I don't know how to develop it. Even junior commissioners, who go to restaurants to help cook with magic, can set the kitchen on fire. Happy followed him, also hungry twice in 3 days. At this moment, a girl's voice stopped them. "Well, if you don't mind, let me treat you to dinner." Genryusai and Natsu turned around and saw a beautiful blonde girl standing not far away. Chapter 30. The girl has long golden hair with a blue headband on the right side, a white top with blue trim, a blue skirt with folded leaves, and a leather whip pinned to her waist. Fair skin, good figure, pretty face, looks very beautiful girl. Being invited to dinner by a girl, Genryusai and Natsu have no reason to refuse, and they can save money for a meal. Soon the 3 of them and 1 cat came to a restaurant, ordered a lot of food, and started to eat and drink hungrily. "Tasty. Natsu, don't take my fish." "Chi lu." Natsu and Genryusai's eating appearance can be said to be quite unrestrained, and many people in the restaurant looked at it. Genryusai and Natsu didn't care about the eyes of the people around them at all, and stuffed food into their mouths. The blonde girl was very embarrassed to be looked at, and she was a little restless. "Thank you for what happened just now," the blonde girl said suddenly. Genryusai and Natsu, who were scrambling for food, had question marks on their faces. The man-named fire dragons used a kind of magic called charm, which is a kind of magic that draws people's hearts to the caster. It has been banned for sale several years ago. It's a rotten person to use that kind of magic to attract girls. Because of you, I woke up from that magic. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lucy. Don't look at me like this. I'm actually a wizard, although I haven't joined the guild yet. You don't know the guild, do you? The so-called guild is an organization that gathers mages. If a mage doesn't work in the guild, he can't be regarded as independent. Also, there are many guilds in the world, but joining a popular guild will definitely be very strict. The guild I want to join has already gathered a lot of great wizards. What should I do? I want to join, but it must be very strict. I'm sorry, you don't know anything about the world of wizards, but I definitely want to join that guild. Lucy was embarrassed to be stared at just now, but now when it comes to mages, she can't stop talking with longing. Both Natsu and Genryusai looked at the girl speechlessly, and Happy complained, "You can really talk." Both Genryusai and Natsu nodded in agreement. I'm leaving first. I'll pay for the meal. Take your time. Natsu and Happy suddenly became teary-eyed and said, "You are such a nice person. Don't be like this, it's embarrassing, I'm leaving." It's the first time Genryusai has seen such a girl who can talk to herself, but she really has nothing to say about her figure. She's superb. Genryusai, where have you been since you haven't returned to the guild for so long? Why is there no news at all? I've been on a mission for 10 years, didn't the president tell you? 10-year mission. Genryusai, have you completed another 10-year mission? Natsu and Happy stopped eating and looked at Genryusai in surprise. Well, this task is a bit troublesome and took a while. It's amazing. Damn it, I haven't even done an S-level mission until now. That's because you, Natsu, are not even an S-rank wizard. Happy ate the fish and complained mercilessly. So far, there are only Uncle Gildarts and Genryusai in the guild, who have completed the mission for 10 years. And the completion rate of Genryusai's mission is still 100%. Happy looked at Genryusai adoringly. I'm on fire. After returning to the guild, you must fight me hard. Natsu looked at Genryusai excitedly. Genryusai was banned from using magic to fight in Magnolia by order of the president. Natsu grabbed his hair and said, I forgot about this one. What kind of mages are they not allowed to use magic? It's not that exaggerated, I can control the corresponding power when I use magic now. At the beginning, it was to let you see the gap and cause so much damage. In fact, it didn't take so many extra moves to defeat you. The magic that Genryusai is talking about here is of course burning flames, not flowing blades like fire. Hey! Genryusai is really good at saying hurtful words. Natsu was not so frustrated, he clenched his fist and said, I'm stronger now, it's not so easy to beat me again. No, Natsu, I think it will be easy. Happy complained mercilessly. As long as you have seen Genryusai's flowing blade like fire after the first solution, you will never forget that trembling engraved into your soul. As for Natsu, this simple-minded and passionate guy is an exception. Just when Genryusai and Natsu were not full and were ordering food, a conversation suddenly came from a few girls next to them. Hey! Have you heard? Fairy tale mage fire dragon, we are having a party on the boat tonight. Is that the super famous mage? I heard about it. I'm so envious. I really want to go too. Genryusai and Natsu frowned upon hearing this. Who? So flamboyant. And still in the name of the guild. Even the most coquettish Rocky would not use the name of the guild when picking up girls. Genryusai asked Natsu, is there a fire dragons in the guild? I have never heard of such a guy. I must have an impression of such an arrogant name, but I have never seen that guy. Happy said, hey! That's a counterfeit. Quiet. The air was suddenly quiet, and both Genryusai and Natsu's expressions darkened. Using the name of another guild to do bad things and tarnish the guild's reputation is a big taboo among mages. No guild will tolerate such a guy. Genryusai said coldly, looks like we are going to meet this fire dragon lord for a while. The reputation of the guild cannot be discredited by anyone. Natsu's face was ugly, and he clenched his fists and said seriously. However, the two of them were not in a hurry, they would fill their stomachs first and then talk. Doesn't it mean the party is tonight anyway? The other side. Also hearing the news, Lucy, driven by a sense of responsibility, planned to go to the ship to find out the situation. Chapter 31. At night, a luxury cruise ship floats on the sea. Your name is Lucy, isn't it? What a nice name. The man who called himself Fire Dragon held the wine glass in his hand and said to the blonde girl in front of him very gentlemanly. But in his eyes, there was a hint of obscenity. Thank you. Lucy smiled. Come on, let's have a drink. Speaking of the fake Fire Dragon, he snapped his fingers, and the wine in the glass in front of Lucy actually flew up drop by drop. Everyone on the boat showed intoxicated expressions, only Lucy's expression changed. It's sleep magic, isn't it? Lucy fixed her eyes on the ring worn by the fake dragon. The fake Fire Dragon was not angry, and said with a smile, you saw through it. Don't get me wrong, I really want to join Fairy Tale, but I never thought about becoming your woman to achieve my goal. Lucy refused righteously. The fake Fire Dragon shook his head, there is really no way. As soon as the voice fell, the screen behind was pulled open, and there were unconscious girls being held hostage. Lucy looked at everything in disbelief. As expected of Lord Huolong, the harvest this time is really not small. A group of big men grinned grinningly and walked towards Lucy slowly. Take her down. The fake Fire Dragon spoke. Damn it, you guys are abusing magic to deceive people. Is this a fairy tale mage? What a bad mage. Tears flashed from the corners of Lucy's eyes. These were the tears of my broken dream. The guild I wanted to join in my dream was so bad. At the same time, it seems to be that ship. Genryusai said looking at a luxury cruise ship on the sea level. Boat? Ugh. No way. Just seeing it makes me want to throw up. Natsu felt an urge to throw up when he saw the boat. Don't get seasick just by imagining it. Happy said very calmly, obviously Happy is completely used to it. Turning her head, Happy said to him, Genryusai, let me fly you there. It's not that much trouble. Genryusai smiled faintly, stretched out his right hand, and gathered Ryutsu. The 58th of breaking the way, Tianlan. Hoo. The wind howled on the sea surface, rolling up huge waves one after another. The waves rolled up by the strong wind, like giant churning dragons, slapped the reefs on the shore, making a loud rumbling noise. The luxury cruise ship was heaving and bumping in the turbulent waves. The wind and waves became more and more violent, and the cruise ship was bumping and shaking violently in the strong wind. What's wrong? What happened? Ah! Lord Fire Dragon! It's not good. It's the waves, the sea is blowing huge waves. What nonsense are you talking about? This is near the sea, how could there be? Before the man finished speaking, the cruise ship was bumped and shaken, and the huge waves beat the cruise ship, pushing it towards the coast. Here we come, the boat is coming. Hey! Snapped. Boom boom boom. The cruise ship was washed ashore, overturned on the shore, and the surging waves continued to hit the port. After a while, the storm calmed down. The violent vibration of the cruise ship's rollover awakened the sleeping girls, and they screamed and fled after reacting. Lucy also took this opportunity to escape, saw Genryusai and Natsu on the shore, and said in surprise, "It's you? Why are you here? I'll talk about it later." Genryusai replied with a smile, turning his head to look at those people on the cruise ship. His eyes became extremely cold. Catch those women back. Otherwise we will all be exposed and be wanted by the kingdom. Yes. Yes. Several vicious men jumped off the overturned cruise ship and chased after the escaped girls. Seeing this, Lucy wanted to help the girls escape, but she didn't wait for her to make a move. Genryusai's pupils shrank, and a terrifying Ryutsu erupted instantly. Wow! Whoa! These people seemed to be under some strong pressure, and they all screamed and lay on the ground. Lucy's eyes widened, not knowing what was going on. The man who called himself Fire Dragon looked at Genryusai and Natsu with serious faces and asked, "Who are you?" "Ugh!" Natsu tore off his coat, revealing the fairy tale crest on his shoulder. "I'm Natsu, the fairy tale wizard, and I've never seen you before." "No, Mr. Poorlaw, the other party is the real fairy tale mage," Happy said. "Poorlaw." It turned out to be Poorlaw from Red Flame, the guy who was expelled by the giant nose of the Wizards Guild a few years ago. They are human traffickers, and he intends to traffic all the girls on board to Persia. Lucy pointed at Poorlaw and said angrily. But the disappointment in my heart finally disappeared. It turned out to be a counterfeit. I knew that there would not be such a dirty mage in the Goblin Guild. Human traffickers. Genryusai and Natsu's complexion suddenly sank. The liar was nothing more than the most disgusting human trafficker. Smear fairy tale as an adult trafficker, are you ready to pay the corresponding price? Bear. Flames erupted from the ground, the air became hot, and the cruise ship was instantly enveloped in flames. Lucy screamed, "Fire, fire, fire, fire everywhere." "Don't worry about Lucy, this is Genryusai's magic," Happy said calmly. "Mr. Poorlaw, I recognize it. It's him. It's them. That man who was called a calamity by the Magic Council, wherever he goes, life is wiped out, the land is thousands of miles away, and there is no grass. That black-haired guy is Fairy Tale's super-powerful mage known as Flame Calamity. And that cherry-colored hair, scarf like dragon scales, absolutely right, he is a real fire dragon." Poorlaw roared with an ugly face, "Who cares about the Flame Calamity and Fire Dragon? If you dare to spoil my good deeds, you will all die, kill them. It turns out that you are pretending to be my name to deceive people, Genryusai, leave this guy to me." Natsu rushed towards Poorlaw. Others charged at Genryusai with weapons in hand. "Danger!" Lucy yelled. Happy ate the fish calmly, and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry, even if those guys are 1,000 times more numerous, they will never be Genryusai's opponent. Genryusai is the strongest wizard in Fairy Tale. Fire punch! Wow! A crimson flame giant fist roared out from Genryusai's hand. Wow! Ah! Fire! It's on fire! Where the fire fist passed, the ground was scorched by a long black road. The traffickers were hit head-on, and couldn't even scream, so they were burned to ashes. The one who escaped by luck was also burned by the high temperature, and a large area of burns appeared on the whole body in an instant. "It's really dead if you touch it, and hurt if you rub it." Lucy was dumbfounded and said, "A punch? Killed so many people with one punch? Is this the Fairy Tale mage?" Chapter 32. Poorlaw was completely outraged when he saw the escaped girl, the burnt cruise ship, and his men who were almost wiped out. "Damn its stinky brat!" Red flame vortex. A purple-red flame struck towards Natsu who was running towards him. Boom! Natsu was hit head-on by the flames. "Natsu!" Lucy yelled worriedly. "Shhhhh!" The flames kept disappearing, all entering Natsu's mouth. Unpalatable. This is the first time I have eaten such an unpalatable flame. Are you a fire magician? Eat the flames. Damn it! Shower of red flames. The flames rained down on Natsu, all of which were avoided by Natsu. Fire Dragon's roar. Hi! A blazing storm of hot flames burst from Natsu's mouth. Lucy opened her mouth wide. Is this really magic? This is completely different from the magic she knows. Happy calmly explained, a dragon's stomach can dissolve flames, and a dragon's claws can hold flames. And Natsu's magic is the magic used to fight dragons, ancient magic, dragon slaying magic. Dragon slayer magic. I've never heard of it. It is magic created to destroy dragons, and magic is lost when dragons disappear. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Natsu sent Poorlaw flying with one punch, hitting the clock hard. Boom! Poorlaw fell down heavily together with the golden clock. Natsu, UBD. Seeing that the most significant ancient clock representing the town of Harjin was smashed by Natsu, the corners of Genryusai's mouth twitched. That is an ancient clock with a history of hundreds of years, which has always been regarded as a symbol of the town by Harjin town. It looks like I have to run away. Genryusai said to Lucy, facing the direction of the town. Tread tread tread. Suddenly, the sound of neat footsteps and shouts came from a distance. Quick! Capture all the mages who are fighting privately on the shore. It's the army. As if to cater to him, the neat steps sounded. Lucy looked towards the town. Army. Oops! Another heavy shot. Run! Natsu was the first to run away after speaking, grabbing Lucy and running away. Genryusai also quickly followed, already quite experienced in escaping. Hey! Why do I want to run too? I didn't do anything. Lucy cried out in horror. This matter has nothing to do with her. Don't you want to join our guild? Then come together. Natsu looked back at her smiling. Lucy froze for a moment when he heard this, and then showed a big smile. Yet, after getting off the train at the station, Genryusai took a deep breath and said, Magnolia, I haven't been back for a long time, and I'm really a little homely. Suddenly, sirens sounded over Magnolia. Ding ding ding! Ding ding ding! Lucy was startled when he heard the siren. What's the matter? What's the matter? Attention Magnolia residents! Attention residents! Genryusai is coming! Genryusai is coming! Residents, please prepare for evacuation. Careful reminder, if there is a fire, please flee immediately. Don't try to put out the fire. The air is hot and dry, please hide in the water or prepare cooling magic props. Repeat. Residents, please prepare for evacuation. Cautious reminder, if there is a fire, please flee immediately. Don't try to put out the fire. If the air is dry and hot, please hide in the water or prepare cooling magic props. Activate Genryusai mode. Watching the town in front of me start to move with great fanfare. Genryusai mode? What does this mean? Lucy looked at Genryusai in bewilderment. Genryusai's complexion became ugly, and just now he lamented the timidity of being close to his hometown, but it turned out that his hometown welcomed him like this, and he completely regarded himself as a terrorist. Happy explained with a smile, when Genryusai first mastered magic, he often couldn't control the flames and burned down many buildings in the town. Genryusai said dissatisfied, that's all in the past. Well, I haven't burned down any buildings now. But everyone is afraid. Is Genryusai such a dangerous person? Why is it rarely mentioned in the reports? Lucy is very curious. She often pays attention to Wizards Weekly, and there are very few reports on Genryusai. In comparison, there are more reports by Natsu et al. Of course, most of them are negative reports. Hey! Since Genryusai destroyed the Magic Council 3 years ago, in order to eliminate the influence, almost no reports of Genryusai will appear in the newspapers. But Genryusai is very famous in the Wizards Guild. Happy! You know too many secrets. Fairy Tale. Welcome to Fairy Tale, Happy welcomed Lucy, who looked expectantly at the gate of Fairy Tale, the guild she had dreamed of joining. Boom! Natsu kicked the door open angrily. I'm back. Oh! It's Genryusai back. It's been almost half a year, Genryusai, you're finally back. Welcome back, Genryusai. Genryusai, it's been a long time. When the people in the guild saw Genryusai, they all ran over and greeted with a smile, and Genryusai responded one by one. Is Genryusai so popular in the guild? Lucy asked Happy in a low voice. Hey! Genryusai is the strongest wizard in Fairy Tale. The strongest. Lucy looked at Genryusai, who was shoulder to shoulder with the guild members, in surprise. Isn't this completely different? I heard that you have done another big thing, right here in Harjin. Before he could finish a buck-toothed sentence, he was kicked away by Natsu. Fire Dragon's intelligence is fake. How do I know? Are you going to fight, UBD? Just what I want. The two yelled at each other and scuffled together, and then the gunpowder smoke spread in all directions, and the entire guild was in a mess in the blink of an eye. Lucy widened her eyes and said, it's a fight. It's just a fight. Hey, Lucy doesn't need to complain about everything, I'm tired of explaining. Chapter 33. Brother-in-law, you are finally back, I miss you so much. Listen, dressed in a waiter's attire, looked youthful, beautiful and full of energy, and she threw herself into Genryusai's arms. The little head still rubbed against Genryusai's arms, his face was full of joy and attachment. Feeling the strong oppression, Genryusai couldn't help feeling a wave of excitement. But looking at Lissa with red eyes in her arms, she felt distressed again. I miss Lissa too, she will come back as soon as the mission is over, don't cry, don't cry. Genryusai stroked Lissa's little head, soothing gently. With her eyes closed, Lissa arched Genryusai's big hand in enjoyment like a kitten. This is a gift I brought to Lissa, see if you like it. Genryusai handed over an exquisite gift box, Lissa's eyes lit up, and she took it happily. Lissa didn't care about the gift, what was important was that Genryusai remembered himself, and that was enough to make Lissa happy. Lissa couldn't wait to open a corner of the box and took a look. Immediately, blushing, he closed the lid of the box, and looked left and right, for fear that others would see it. Brother-in-law, you are too annoying. Lissa bit her lip slightly, and gave Genryusai a blushing look. Hey, what's the matter? Don't you like it? I think Lissa must look good in that dress. Genryusai said with a smirk. Snort. Lissa gave Genryusai a white look, and turned around with a blushing face. After struggling for a long time, he leaned into Genryusai's ear timidly, and whispered, brother-in-law really thinks it looks good. Genryusai nodded expectantly. Lissa's face turned even redder, her eyes flickered, she bit her lip, as if she had made up her mind, she said softly, then I'll only wear it for you, brother-in-law. Genryusai was so excited, Lissa glanced sideways, and quickly fled behind the bar with the gift box in her arms. Genryusai came to the bar counter, looked at the gentle Myra Jane, and wiped his glass calmly. Mila sauce, you are getting more and more beautiful, I miss you so much. Genryusai leaned in front of Myra Jane, looking at her fawningly with a doggy look on his face. I haven't seen you for so long. You have learned how to talk sweetly. Have you met some beautiful women outside? I haven't come back for half a year, I must be fascinated by the women outside. Myra Jane smiled brightly like a flower, and said to Genryusai. But there was always a thorn in those words, which kept piercing Genryusai. Genryusai felt a chill in his body, and quickly waved his hands and said, why? I've been working all the time, and I definitely didn't look for any beautiful women. I'm talking about who is as beautiful as my Myra sauce. It sounds good. I haven't heard any news for so long. I'm afraid I've been forgotten. Absolutely not. I think about Myra-chan every day, and I want to finish the task and come back soon. But this time the mission is in the deep mountains and old forests, there is no way to contact the guild at all. No, as soon as I finished the task, I rushed back without stopping. I wanted to see you as soon as possible. Genryusai stared at Myra Jane affectionately, trying to pull Mirajana's little hand, but Myra Jane avoided it. Real. Myra Jane moved closer to Genryusai's face, and fixed Genryusai's gaze closely, as if to see if Genryusai was lying. Genryusai raised his hand and said, it's true, I swear. It's truer than pearls. And Myra-chan, have you heard from me for so long? If I wasn't in the deep mountains, wouldn't there be no news at all? Seeing that the faces of the two were about to meet, Myra Jane blushed slightly and stepped back quickly. Even if you are telling the truth this time, there will be no next time. If you dare to disappear for so long next time without replying to any news, I will never talk to you again. Myra Jane Tsundara looked at Genryusai, but the thoughts in his eyes were almost overflowing. Definitely. Genryusai breathed a sigh of relief after finally letting Myra Jane calm down. By the way, this is a gift for you. Genryusai took out the same gift box that was given to Lissa and handed it to Myra Jane. Mirajana's mouth curled up when she saw the gift, and she took it happily. But when she opened the gift box, steam immediately rose from her fair face, and even her neck was red. While no one saw it, he immediately put it away and hid it under the bar. You are going to die, send this kind of clothes. Myra Jane pinched Genryusai's soft waist in embarrassment and turned 360 degrees forcefully. His. Genryusai gasped. This kind of pinching skill, no matter which world it is in, is like a natural instinct of women, and it can be learned without a teacher. I think Myra-chan must look good in it. You also said. Mirajana's little face turned even redder, and kept pinching Genryusai's soft flesh. However, seeing Genryusai's distorted face and painful appearance, he couldn't bear it after all. Gradually from pinching to stroking. You want to see, next time, secretly. Myra Jane said in a low voice shyly, but she was already sounding like a mosquito after speaking. What did you say? Genryusai didn't catch it at all. Nothing. Myra Jane turned her head in embarrassment and ignored Genryusai. On the other side, Lucy is knowing the guild members. Hey! That idiot is back. Gray, who was only in his underwear, roared, looking for his lifelong enemy. Lucy was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the pervert. Gray, get dressed. Kana has complained about Gray since she was a child, from being shy at the beginning to being indifferent now. It's noisy in broad daylight. The tall, clog-clad elfman stepped forward with his arms folded. And then, he was overwhelmed by Natsu and Gray together. Yeah, that's enough, what are you arguing about? Loki, who was sitting with two girls, said. Lucy put an X in Magic Weekly in disappointment. What's going on here? By the way, is there a normal person here? Ah, you're new here. Myra Jane, who was so ashamed by Genryusai, finally got rid of Genryusai's entanglement, and walked in front of Lucy with a smile. Myra Jane. It's me. Lucy surrounded Myra Jane in surprise. Chapter 34. Well, it's really not a problem if you don't stop them. Lucy pointed to the guild that was already in a mess. They have always been like this, don't worry about them, let's say this. Suddenly, Elfman flew towards Myra Jane. But just when he was about to hit Myra Jane, he was scabbard from behind, like playing golf. Knock out Elfman and hit Natsu, Gray, Loki, and other guild members all the way. Yes. Home run. Isn't it fun? Myra Jane continued smiling, unaware that she almost got hit. Lucy covered her mouth in surprise, what was that just now? Seems like something flew out of here? Is it an illusion? Ha ha ha. Natsu was twirling Gray's underpants aggressively. A hole, I'm angry. Let the horse come here. Watching Gray posing with ice magic, Natsu wrapped his hands in flames, ready to fight. We're going to fight with magic. AI. Lucy shivered while holding Happy in front of him, and there was a wooden sign on Happy's body with the word shield written on it. At this time, a huge figure appeared. Lucy was startled, and watched with his mouth wide open. Stop it now. Bastards. So big. The huddled members of the guild fell silent for an instant. Ah, so you are here, President. Myra greeted with a smile on the side. Ah ha ha ha. I won this battle. Natsu laughed wildly, but before he finished speaking, Makarov stepped on the sole of his foot. Oh! Lucy was startled, and the beep caught Makarov's attention. He lowered his head and asked, Huh? Are you new here? After receiving an affirmative reply, Makarov quickly shrank, and finally turned into the usual little old man. Please give me your advice. So small. Makarov jumped lightly, flipped a few somersaults in midair, and landed on the guardrail on the second floor. Holding a stack of documents in his hand, he said, You bastards, see what trouble you have caused me? Take a good look at how many documents the council has sent. First it's Gray. Ah! Wandering around the street without clothes on, and ended up stealing someone else's clothes hanging out on the balcony. Gray blushed and stammered and said, Well, it's always not good to be naked. Elfman complained, Then don't take it off. And Elfman, you actually use violence against the object you protect while performing your mission. Elfman whispered embarrassingly, because he said that a man depends on his education background. Kana falsely reported funds and went to the bar to drink 15 barrels of wine, and falsely reported in the name of Magic Council. Rocky provoked the granddaughter of Councilman Reggie, and a certain performing arts agency also demanded compensation from you. Following Natsu, you wiped out the Devon band of thieves but destroyed 7 houses, knocked down the historic clock tower in the village of Kumari, burned down all the churches in Frisia, and destroyed the city of Nabi's part of the place. And Altsack, Levy Croft, Litas, Warren, Bisksa. At the end, there is Genryusai, UBD. You haven't shown up for more than 5 months, and you destroyed the ancient clock in Harjin town as soon as you showed up. Apparently, the Council of Magic blamed Genryusai for the destruction of the ancient clock because of the scorched port. You guys. I'm always being scolded by the judges. But let those judges eat shit. Call. All the documents in Makarov's hand were burned and thrown to his family's vicious dog Natsu to eat. Listen up. All powers beyond common sense are born in common sense, and magic is not the power of miracles. It's when the chi in our body and the air flow of nature are fused together, it turns into a concrete power and manifests. This requires mental strength and concentration. No, magic can only be formed by injecting all of one's soul. If you care about the thoughts of the people above, there will be no way for Mo Deo to progress. Don't be afraid of the idiots of the judges. Go on the path you believe in. This is the magician of fairy tale. Oh. The guild became lively again. Lucy also got excited, this is the fairy tale in her mind. Genryusai, you brat, come here. Makarov yelled at Genryusai from the bar. Genryusai came to Makarov with a smile and said, President, long time no see. Boy, it took so long for this mission, do you know that Myra Jane almost broke my old bones because of this? Ha ha ha. I encountered a little trouble. You're not hurt? No. Don't worry, President. That's good, another 10-year mission has been completed, what else can those fellows in the council say? Makarov proudly clinked glasses with Genryusai. There are a few old guys in the Magic Council who have always been dissatisfied with Fairy Tail. However, Fairy Tail is the guild with the most missions and the most prestige these years. Now, several 10-year missions have been completed. No matter how dissatisfied those old guys are, they can't do anything to Fairy Tail now. Elfman shouted at Genryusai, brother-in-law, come and drink, and talk to us about this 10-year mission. Come on, but tell me how you beat up your employer. No. Let's talk to these newcomers about your glorious deeds of destroying the Magic Council. That's what men do. It was too young. Genryusai and the president greeted each other and sat down, chatting with several people, laughing constantly. Many of them were exposing each other's embarrassing stories. The 5 months were long or short, and many things, big and small, happened during this period. The guild has also added many new companions, and this is when Genryusai enjoys it the most. Natsu. Look, I have the fairy tale crest too. Oh, congratulations, Louis. Ahole, my name is Lucy. Natsu is looking for a suitable task on the bulletin board. Let's look for a well-paying job, Oh, that's it. There are 160,000 J for destroying thieves. At this moment, a child's voice sounded, has my father not come back yet? A little carrot head stood in front of the president and asked him. Huh? Stop messing around, Romeo, you are the child of a mage, you should trust your father and wait for him to come back obediently at home. But, he clearly said he would go home in 3 days, and now it's been a week and he hasn't come back. Macau went to work in Huck Bay Mountain. It's not far there, go help me find him, I'm so worried about him. Stop making trouble. Your father is a mage, and this guild doesn't need mages who wipe other people's butts. Go home and drink milk obediently. BD. Romeo jumped up and punched Makarov in the face, turned around and ran out crying, followed by Natsu knocking on the table. Chapter 35. Natsu ran to look for Macau, although the president didn't say anything, but Genryusai could tell that the old man was relieved. Worried about Natsu's frizz, Myra Jane asked Lucy, who had just joined, to help her out. The guild resumed its hustle and bustle, which lasted until evening. In the evening, Macau returned safely with the help of Natsu. Ha, Macau, what a shame. That's right, Macau, it's embarrassing. Come here, tell us what happened, and make us happy. Welcome back, Macau. As long as people are fine, ha ha ha. Natsu, Macau, come here. To celebrate Macau's safe return, let's hold a banquet. Don't hold this banquet, it's too embarrassing. Ha 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 ha. This made many people really feel relieved, the guild became more lively, and Macau became the object of everyone's ridicule. At night, Genryusai was drunk and returned to the manor with the help of Myra-Jane and Lissa. Then sister, I'm going to sleep, and my brother-in-law will leave it to you. Don't worry, Lissa, go and rest. After helping Genryusai to the room, Myra-Jane asked Lissa, who was tired all day, to rest, and stayed to take care of Genryusai by herself. Lissa had just returned to her room to rest when Genryusai, who was already drunk, suddenly opened his eyes. "Ah you!" Before Myra-Jane had time to react, Genryusai stood up, wrapped one hand around Mirajana's waist, and turned her around violently, letting her lean against the wall at the head of the bed. At the same time, Genryusai leaned forward and held Myra-Jane in his arms in a waldong position. In this position, Mirajana's body was so tightly attached to Genryusai that she could even hear Genryusai's heartbeat. Are you not drunk?" Myra-Jane blushed so pretty that she didn't dare to look at Genryusai. "I just don't like drinking, and it's not that I can't drink. It's you, Myra-chan, who can make me drunk." Looking at Myra-Jane curled up in front of his chest like a lamb, Genryusai smiled even more. Then you rest, I'll go first." Myra-Jane was in Genryusai's arms, blushing, pushing Genryusai's chest with both hands, but he couldn't push it away. Genryusai leaned Myra-Jane against the wall, wrapping one arm around her waist and the back of her head with the other. "Close your eyes." Like a well-behaved bunny, Myra-Jane obediently closed her eyes. Immediately afterwards, Genryusai lowered his head towards Mirajana's, and settled down deeply. "Bad guy, really domineering." Mirajana's body trembled slightly, and then she was completely immersed in Genryusai's tenderness. It wasn't until they had trouble breathing that the two slowly separated. "Some typos, intentional, please understand this. Mila-chan, I love you." Genryusai hugged Myra-Jane and said softly. Myra-Jane was leaning on Genryusai's arms with a face full of happiness, with tenderness in her eyes. Immediately, as if thinking of something, Myra-Jane bit her lip with a tangled expression, raised her head slightly, and looked at the affectionate Genryusai. Myra-Jane stomped her foot suddenly, making up her mind. Then, she quickly pushed Genryusai away and ran into the bathroom of the room. "Genryusai, you are not allowed to peek. Otherwise I will bite you to death." Genryusai looked at Myra-Jane locking the bathroom door with a dazed expression, a little confused about what Myra-Jane was going to do. "Mila-chan, what's wrong?" Genryusai grumbled and looked at the bathroom door with a dazed look on his face. I don't know how long it took, when Genryusai was a little drowsy, Mirajana's slightly trembling voice suddenly came from his ear. Bad guy, look at me." Following Mirajana's voice, Genryusai looked at Myra-Jane who came out of the bathroom. In an instant, Genryusai's eyes widened and he was completely stunned. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, Genryusai wondered if he was dreaming. Across from him, Myra-Jane had shed the long white dress she wore during the day. Instead, there are gold silk mandarin duck belly bands and black silk stockings. This is the clothes Genryusai gave to Myra-Jane, custom made. At this time, Mirajana's long hair was naturally spread out, the red ribbon of the gold silk mandarin duck belly band was tied around the neck, and the smooth back was completely exposed to the air. And those slender jade legs also became more eye-catching against the black silk stockings. Compared with being gentle and pleasant during the day, Myra-Jane at this time is really charming to the extreme. Noticing Genryusai's dull gaze, Mirajana's pretty face was already red enough to drip water. She bit her lip slightly, her hands tightly pinched the hem of the golden silk mandarin duck belly band, and her legs were also squeezed together. Looking at Genryusai's obsessed look, Myra-Jane asked softly, "BD, no. Isn't it good looking?" Hearing Mirajana's words, the sluggish Genryusai reacted. He shook his head quickly and spoke like a machine gun, "Looks good, Myra-chan, you are so beautiful." Genryusai's dumbfounded appearance made the originally nervous Myra-Jane burst out laughing. She gave Genryusai a playful look, stomped her foot lightly, and raised her arms towards Genryusai at the same time. "Then what are you waiting for? Come and hug me." Whoosh! As soon as Miragina's voice fell, Genryusai appeared in front of her in an instant, and then hugged her around the waist like a princess. Being held in Genryusai's arms, Miragina's arm was around Genryusai's neck. She put her chin on Genryusai's shoulder and whispered timidly, "You gave me a gift. Then I will be your gift tonight." The two couples who have been dating for more than a year have finally achieved a positive result. More than 5 months of longing, plus Genryusai's true confession tonight. Finally, Miragina's affection for Genryusai reached its peak. As far as love goes, it goes deeper and deeper. Chapter 36. Morning. Seeing Myra-Jane with tears in his arms, Genryusai couldn't help but kissed her forehead. Perhaps his movement was a bit too big, causing Myra-Jane to open his eyes in a daze. Facing Genryusai's dark pupils, he felt something pressing against him. Miragina's face changed, and she quickly retreated to the innermost side of the messy bed sheet. Seeing that Genryusai was also leaning over, she put her little feet on his chest to prevent him from approaching. Myra-Jane pulled the hem of the belly band down, looking ashamed and angry. "Bad guy, stop messing around." Genryusai held Miragina's little feet in his hands, looking sad. "Mila sauce, why did you forget it so quickly? It was clearly agreed last night, and you will always call me dear or husband from now on." Myra-Jane pouted and turned her head to the side. "I never said, don't even think about it." Looking at Miragina's under a cute look, Genryusai couldn't help but smirk. Then Genryusai quickly sat down next to Myra-Jane and whispered in her ear, My husband, you can spare Myra. Myra listens to you." "Ah! Don't say it, don't say it." Before Genryusai finished speaking, Miragina's pretty face flushed instantly, and she raised her little hand to cover Genryusai's mouth. Genryusai grabbed Miragina's hand and fell backwards. Miragina's whole body was on top of Genryusai. For a moment, the two looked at each other. Myra-Jane sat on Genryusai's body, her legs were tightly together, and her little hand covered Genryusai's mouth. "Don't say any more, I warn you, forget it all." At this time Miragina's pretty face was flushed, and even her neck turned pink. Genryusai held her hand in his hand, looked into her big watery eyes and said, "Then Myra-chan calls her husband, maybe I'll forget about it all." Myra-Jane stared blankly at Genryusai and asked, "Really?" Genryusai smiled and nodded, "Of course. It's the puppy who doesn't count." While talking, Genryusai put his arms around Miragina's waist. However, Genryusai waited for a while, but Myra-Jane did not see any action. He squeezed Miragina's chin to make her look his way, only to find that Miragina's eyes were closed, as if she had fallen asleep. "Myra." Genryusai pinched Miragina's little nose, "Are you asleep?" "Fufu, I fell asleep." Myra-Jane took Genryusai's hand away and turned her head so that Genryusai could not see her face. Genryusai was a little puzzled. He asked softly, "Do you want me to forget about what happened just now? Just call me husband." Myra-Jane still doesn't look at Genryusai. "Don't." Genryusai pulled the blanket over him and Myra-Jane and asked at the same time, "Why not?" After the words fell, Genryusai suddenly found his chest itching. He looked down just in time to see Myra-Jane drawing circles on his chest with white hair. Seeing Genryusai looking at her, Myra-Jane pursed her lips and whispered, "Because, I don't want you to forget, never want to." After saying that, she gently took Genryusai's arm and let Genryusai hug her, and she also closed her eyes. "It's all your fault, BD, I'm tired now. I won't go to the guild today, I'm going to sleep and miss work for a day." Genryusai looked at Myra-Jane who had closed his eyes in his arms, his eyes were full of tenderness. After a long time, Genryusai hugged the beautiful woman in his arms tightly, with an extremely firm tone. "How can I forget this most important moment? Never." After Genryusai said that, he suddenly found that Ryujin in his arms arched like a pig. Humph, you bad guy has a conscience. The whole day, the two of them stayed together and didn't go to the guild. Lissa didn't know if she knew something, but she didn't knock on the door of their room for a whole day. It wasn't until the next day that the two of them showed up in the guild. As soon as Ryujin entered the guild, she felt that everyone looked at her strangely. In particular, the wretched uncles like Mikao and Wakaba looked at Genryusai winkingly and secretly gave him a thumbs up from time to time. Makarov stared at Genryusai angrily, wishing he could eat him. Genryusai didn't care, and stared back at Makarov in protest. Ryujin blushed, broke away from Genryusai's big hand around her waist, and ran to hide in the bar. Lissa ran to her side, and the two sisters bit their ears, not knowing what they were talking about, and soon their pretty faces were flushed. Genryusai, that's amazing, you just took down a flower from the guild. Tell me, who took the initiative yesterday? Well done, Genryusai. It's really your kid. Several wretched uncles put Genryusai's shoulders together and whispered together. They spoke in a low voice, afraid of being heard by Ryujin. If Ryujin gets mad, they'll die badly. The kind that doesn't leave a whole body behind. Genryusai, come and fight me. Of course, there are also those who don't know anything. Seeing Genryusai appearing in the guild, Natsu couldn't wait to run over and shouted excitedly. Genryusai, let's have a showdown. You promised me. Genryusai scratched his hair and said doubtfully, is there such a thing? I can't remember. Of course there is. Then let me have something to eat first. Anyway, Natsu's duel invitation can be regarded as diverting everyone's attention. Everyone heard that Natsu was going to have a showdown with Genryusai, and they all came to watch. Genryusai is an S-level mage in the guild, and it is rumored to be the strongest mage in Fairy Tail. This statement is affirmed by many people, and it belongs to the legendary mage. Natsu is a powerful dragon slayer, and his reputation has risen in the past 2 years. The two of them have an appointment to fight, which must be very exciting. President, can you not stop them? Mikao said to Makarov that he is an old man of the guild and knows that both Genryusai and Natsu are very destructive. Makarov said with a calm face, no problem, wizards should go their own way. Yesterday Makarov burned the documents sent by the council, saying that mages should not be bound by these rules, since the two are going to confront each other. Naturally they cannot be stopped. Someone booed and said, President, you can take back what you said yesterday. Makarov shouted with a slightly trembling voice, if I say something, I won't regret it. I was praying in my heart, these two little bastards must not destroy the town, the guild doesn't have so much money to pay. Elfman shouted, the president is a real man. Genryusai. Let Natsu know who is the strongest in the guild. Come on, Natsu. Be sure to stick to more than 10 strokes. Go. Come on Genryusai, Natsu is one move away. Chapter 37. What are they doing here? Lucy came over curiously and asked. Lucy-chan, it's Genryusai and Natsu fighting it out. Levi explained it. Lucy joined Fairy Tail in less than 3 days, and became good girlfriends with Levi. It can only be said that women's feelings are really easy to build. Press Genryusai to win, and the winner will be decided within 10 strokes. After thinking for a long time, Happy pulled out a 10,000 J banknote and put it in front of Max, who opened the market. I will decide the winner within 5 moves. If I press Natsu, I will be instantly killed. I will press 15 moves. Many members of the guild gathered in front of Max to bet. Most of the old members are within 10 moves, and Altsak even beats Natsu and will be caught in 1 move. The new members are much more conservative. After all, they only heard about the power of Genryusai, but have never seen it, so most of them have more than 15 moves. Lucy also noticed the betting stalls here, and glanced at the options. Genryusai wins with 1 move, Genryusai with less than 5 moves wins, Genryusai with less than 10 moves wins. There is no option for Natsu to win here. Lucy couldn't help complaining. Hey, because there's no need, Natsu will definitely be defeated, and when he wins just depends on how Genryusai feels. You cat with no morals, is the gap really that big? But I think Natsu is also very strong. Ah! I want to live too. Crack! Natsu clapped his fists together, his eyes lit up with flames, and said to Genryusai, Genryusai, I won't be defeated so easily by you this time. Lucy complained, so you know you will be defeated. Oh? Then let me see it, I hope it can warm me up. Everyone who made a good bet went back to avoid being affected by the battle. Hi! Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu's fist ignited a flame, rushed towards Genryusai quickly, and punched Genryusai. Shua! Genryusai didn't use Shunpo, but easily dodged sideways. Natsu didn't stop, he clenched his fists and chased after him. Natsu, after so long, your attack is still so direct, it's too easy to be seen through by the opponent, for example. Genryusai dodged Natsu's fist again, and suddenly stretched out his foot, just in front of Natsu's leg, tripping Natsu. Pang! Natsu fell face down on the ground. Lucy complained, ah! So despicable! Damn it! Fire Dragon's Wing Strike! Natsu leaped with all his strength, his arms were burning with flames, and he slapped Genryusai like a dragon's wings. Shua! Genryusai appeared in front of Natsu very quickly, and kicked Natsu's abdomen before Natsu's arms were caught. Ah! Natsu flew backwards, smashing a small hole in the ground. Such a wide open and close move, it depends on who the opponent is before using it. Damn it! Fire Dragon's Sword Horn. Natsu stood up, and after wrapping Fire Dragon's flames all over his body, he rushed towards Genryusai with his head at high speed. Still so reckless. Genryusai smiled helplessly, condensed Ryutsu and stretched out his right hand. ZZ. It directly blocked Natsu's collision, but Natsu kept spinning in Genryusai's hands, and the picture looked funny. Ha ha ha. Natsu, are you making a spinning top? Did you laugh, you idiot? Hanging your eyes, what are you doing? How stupid, Natsu! Ha ha ha. Seeing this funny scene, the guild members laughed mercilessly. It's so noisy. Fire Dragon's Roar. Natsu, who was dizzy, fell down. Hearing everyone's unscrupulous laughter, he turned around and shouted. Then he turned towards Genryusai, raised his head and made an attacking motion. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Genryusai was in front of Natsu again, and he quickly punched Natsu on the jaw. Hoo hoo! Flame spewed out of his mouth, and his body flew out like a leaking balloon. Boom! A wall was smashed into pieces. Makarov's face trembled, and he began to calculate how much he would lose this time. After a while, Natsu crawled out from the broken stone. Dragon Slayer transforms the physique of a human into that of a dragon, and its vitality is like that of an unbeatable Xiaoqiang. This level of impact is nothing to Natsu. Damn it, I can't believe I can't hit you, Genryusai. The flame of the left hand and the flame of the right hand merged together. Fire Dragon's Radiant Flame. The flames of Natsu's hands merged into one, forming a huge fireball, jumped up, and threw it at Genryusai. 63 Thunder Roar Cannon. A hissing thunder blasted towards the fireball, and the violent thunder and lightning directly tore the fireball. Boom! The fireball shattered between the two, blasting a huge crater. Tsitsaiza. The aftermath of the lightning did not dissipate, and continued to rush towards Natsu. Wow ah ah! Natsu's body trembled and was sent flying by the force of the impact. Boom! Another sound smashed into a wall. Makarov yelled in dissatisfaction, "Stinky boy, take it easy. Damn it! So strong! It really is so strong!" Fortunately, it was only the aftermath of the lightning, which did not cause much damage to Natsu. Listen, Natsu, the flame of Dragon Slayer magic is an emotional flame, so the power is almost determined by the user's emotion. Flame has two characteristics. One is burning, which uses temperature to increase destructive power. The other is explosion. The power of explosion is more destructive and has a wide range of applications. The acceleration of flames attached to your limbs is such a characteristic, but it is still too crude. Shua! Genryusai's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, and when he reappeared, he was right in front of Natsu. There are also continuous attacks of moves, don't give the opponent a chance to breathe. As soon as the words fell, Natsu was sent flying by Genryusai's punch. Damn it! Bang! Bang! Genryusai followed closely and continued to punch Natsu in the stomach. Then when Natsu was about to fight back, he grabbed his fist and kicked him in the waist. Bang! Bang bang! Ah! Gorgeous physical skills, smooth attacks, dazzling people watching. Chapter 38. Gorgeous physical skills, smooth attacks, dazzling people watching. Is this the for-nothing Genryusai keeps talking about? Gray, didn't you, Natsu, an elfman learn to fight for nothing with Genryusai for a while? Why don't you think it's so powerful? Don't compare me with that pervert Genryusai. Brother-in-law's white beating skills are simply not comparable to ours. Brother-in-law, come on, hee. Bravo! It's amazing gymnastics. The members of the guild were shocked by Genryusai's fluent white beating, and stared at it without blinking. As for the screaming Natsu, they ignored it. Genryusai kicked Natsu on the back and kicked Natsu into the air. Wow! Boom! When Genryusai reappeared, he was already on top of Natsu, clasped his hands and fingers, and before Natsu could react, he was hit hard in the abdomen. Wow! Call out! Boom! Boom! There was a loud noise, and a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. Natsu was foaming at the mouth, with stars in his eyes, unconscious. Happy held up the small white flag and said, "KO." Oh! It's amazing! As expected of Genryusai, the movements are crisp and neat. It was so powerful that Natsu couldn't fight back. A man's man. Brother-in-law, I won. Listen, calm down, calm down. Gray said dissatisfiedly, damn it, this fellow Natsu has earned it. I wish I had known that I would also challenge. Hey! Lucy complained, why do you say that? Obviously they were beaten so badly. Happy explained, because Genryusai is very strong in both magic and physical skills. Although Natsu was beaten badly, Genryusai taught him a lot of skills in the process. And still use the body to feel, the memory will be stronger. Lucy looked at Natsu sympathetically, and complained, you want to say, remember these lessons with your body. Hot! Genryusai is so strong. Hey, of course. Happy still remembers Genryusai's sword like fire, it is the fear that has been carved in his bones. Compared with the sea of flames like a natural disaster, beating Natsu in vain now can only be said to be a small scene. In addition, this time Max can be said to have made a lot of money. Natsu was in the hands of Genryusai and persisted for more than 30 moves. No one bets on more than 25 moves, so this time, Max can be said to be a complete kill. After a while, Natsu was pulled out of the ground. It's just some skin trauma. To Dragon Slayer, it's nothing at all. In terms of anti-beating ability alone, Natsu is indeed much stronger than before. Just when the duel was over and everyone went back satisfied, Gray found out that Genryusai and Max were sneaking behind. Genryusai, this is your half. Max took out a large stack of banknotes and slipped it to Genryusai. Genryusai was also polite, he quickly put away the items without counting them. The two looked at each other wretchedly and smiled, and said something with their shoulders crossed. Delta. Gray looked at this scene in shock, not using Natsu's single-mindedness, Gray instantly understood something. You two bastards actually partnered up to cheat money. With a loud shout from Gray, all the guild members walking in front stopped in doubt. Genryusai and Max took a guilty step back. It's over. Was found. Gray, what's the matter? Macau asked suspiciously, and the others also looked at Gray. I just saw that Max gave Genryusai money, we were all fooled, the bet just now was a trap. Gray's words made everyone look at Genryusai and Max with red eyes. What did you say? You two dogs, how dare you play a game? I asked why I played for so long this time. I thought I was pointing at Natsu. It turned out that he was cheating us of money. That's my son's milk powder money. Hit them. If you don't hand over the money, you will kill them both. Copy guys. Max, why are you staring blankly? Don't run fast. Oh oh oh. Chasing. We must kill both of them today. Don't let them run away, that's the old man's drink money for a month. President, you also. Chasing. Soon, a chase race kicks off around town. On this day, the residents of Magnolia saw that Genryusai and Max ran in front desperately, and in the dust rolled up behind them, a group of fairy tale members, led by the chairman Makarov, all had scarlet eyes and gnashed their teeth. With 2 people. It looked like they were going to swallow them alive. Late at night. Genryusai's estate was dark and silent. Crack. In this darkness, Genryusai's door was quietly opened. Brush. A figure quickly flashed out of the room, and gently closed the door by the way. Crack. Genryusai turned the doorknob of Marajana's room, and it was not locked. A smirk appeared on the corner of Genryusai's mouth. Who? The sound of the door woke Ryujin up. As soon as the bedside lamp was turned on, a familiar embrace embraced her from behind. Mila sauce, didn't you agree to sleep in my room from now on? Genryusai said sweetly in Marajana's ear. Ryujin could even feel the heat from her ears, and her face flushed instantly. No no, Lissa is still at home. Ryujin let Genryusai do it, and said shyly. Speaking is nothing, I can punish you. You what do you want? Genryusai pulled Ryujin closer to him, looking at her flushed cheeks and big watery eyes. I want you to use the satanic form. Genryusai looked at the cute Ryujin, and whispered a few words in her ear. And just as Genryusai explained, Marajana's pretty face also turned redder at a speed visible to the naked eye, and steam was rising. Bah, what a mess. I don't want it. Chapter 39. 3 days passed in a flash. Genryusai and Ryujin, a young couple, can be said to know the essence of taste. Genryusai even experienced all kinds of beauty of receiving magic, which is simply unstoppable. Sister, your skin has become more and more shiny recently, what skincare products do you use? Yeah, maybe it's a rest. Genryusai, when are you going to do the mission? I've only been back for a few days, and besides, the president went to a party with a group of old men. I have to watch it, or you will have to dismantle the guild. Genryusai sat at the bar, touching Marajana's little hand from time to time. Suddenly, the gate of the guild was opened. Loki ran in and shouted in horror, no, Urza is back. The members of the guild who were talking and laughing just now seemed to be strangled by someone, unable to make a sound. Gray and Natsu, who were arguing, looked ugly, as if they heard some terrible monster. It's over, it's really over now. Mao said to himself, sweating profusely, Urza is back, it's over now. Everyone in the guild showed expressions of fear. What happened? Why do I always feel that Urza is scary? Seeing that everyone was showing such panic, Lucy couldn't help being affected by the atmosphere. He couldn't help showing a frightened look, and he even sketched an image of a terrifying big devil in his mind. Miss Myra, who is that Urza? Hearing the approaching footsteps outside the door, Lucy couldn't help swallowing, and asked weakly like Ryujin at the side. Urza, well, it can be said that she is the most powerful female mage in our guild right now. Ryujin replied with a smile, but there was a flash of unhappiness in her tone. Of course, this tinge of displeasure was not directed at the title the strongest female sorcerer. Hearing this, Lucy nodded her head weakly, and looked in the direction of the door with a look of embarrassment. Boom! Boom! Before seeing the person, hear the voice first. A series of dull and slow footsteps came slowly from outside the door, like a heavy sledgehammer, hitting the hearts of everyone in the arena one after another. Unconsciously, the atmosphere became more and more tense. Finally, boom! There was a heavy bang, and the huge sharp horn in his hand was thrown on the ground. Urza with a handsome face appeared in front of everyone. I'm back. Looking around, Urza asked lightly, is the president here? It's so beautiful. Lucy looked at Urza in amazement and sighed sincerely. Didn't she expect that the rumored Urza turned out to be a great beauty? You are back. The president has gone to a regular meeting. Miss Urza, what's that oversized thing? The horns of the monsters I hunted down, the locals gave them to me as souvenirs, as decorations. Why, is it in the way? Urza said it as a matter of course, and did not forget to ask at the end. No. No problem at all. Hearing this, the mage said with sweat profusely. The horn of a monster? How powerful! As expected of the fairy queen. By the way, you guys. I heard a lot of rumors about you during the mission. Turning his gaze, he glanced at everyone present. Urza suddenly frowned slightly and reprimanded. I heard that you have caused a lot of trouble during my absence. Even if the president doesn't pursue it, I will never let you go easily. Hearing this, the anxiety in everyone's hearts became more and more intense, as if they were waiting for the trial. Kana, as a girl, how can you hold a barrel and drink all day? Wakaba, you flick ash on the table again. Nab, you are still dangling in front of the task board? Get to work. Macau. Alas. Urza looked at Macau and sighed. On the contrary, Macau felt even more insulted. What are you talking about? After a series of reprimands, Urza couldn't help holding his forehead and let out a soft breath, sighing, it's really a bunch of worrying guys, forget it, I won't say much today. It seems like I've already said a lot. Lucy couldn't help complaining, by the way, could it be that she is a disciplinary committee member? This is Urza. Happy said as a matter of course. By the way, where are Natsu and Gray? Gray put shoulders to Natsu and said, Yo. Urza, we got along very well today too. Hey. Lucy spit out in shock, Natsu and Happy have become the same. Because both were beaten badly by Urza. Natsu singled out Urza before, and was beaten half to death. Lucy couldn't believe it. Such a strong Natsu was beaten half to death. Could it be that he has the same strength as Genryusai? Gray was seen by Urza when he was undressing, and he was also beaten to death. And Rocky was beaten half to death when he flirted with his sister. It's really a great result. Lucy grumbled secretly. Urza nodded in satisfaction and said, really? Good friends sometimes quarrel, and I like to see how you get along in harmony. I've said it many times, we're not good friends. Hey. Urza ignored it completely. Genryusai, where do you want to go? Urza stopped Genryusai, who was about to sneak away. Yo, Urza, long time no see, you have become more beautiful. Urza didn't respond to Genryusai's fawning words, and began to scold Genryusai, saying, I've been away for a mission for almost half a year, and I haven't heard a single word. I don't know which woman seduced you and left. I thought you weren't coming back. Woolen cloth. Genryusai was a little dazed, as if he had heard this not long ago. Did you do the task these days after you came back? Genryusai glanced at Myra Jane, and said as a matter of course, I just came back, I must take a good rest. As for whether this break is serious or not, only he and Myra Jane know. Since you haven't accepted the task now, I just need your help with something. Urza said seriously, and when she said this, everyone else was shocked. Urza and Genryusai. Could it be that the strongest men and women in the guild are going to get together again? Really? This is an earth-shattering event. Lucy asked curiously, have the two teamed up before? Hey, Urza took Genryusai with him for a while when he first joined. So Urza is Genryusai's senior. Hey. Seeing Urza's serious face, Genryusai asked, what's the trouble? Is such that? Urza said in a deep voice, I heard some very difficult things at work. I originally planned to report to the president first when I came back, and wait for the president to make a decision, but now it seems that there is not enough time, so I decided to go as soon as possible. Good solution. Genryusai, I want to use your strength, would you like to come with me? Still doing your own thing, Urza, unfortunately my date with Myra Jane is gone tomorrow. Myra Jane whispered in Genryusai's ear, it's been a long time since I teamed up with Urza, so you can date Urza in a fair and honest way, you are actually very happy. Absolutely nothing. No matter what he was thinking in his heart at this moment, he could never admit it verbally. Myra Jane gave Genryusai a blank look and said, it's no wonder I believe you. I don't know you yet. In front of everyone in the guild, Myra Jane is gentle and kind, only in front of Genryusai will occasionally show a little temper. Chapter 40. Meanwhile, the other side. One of the most powerful Balam Alliance triangles in the Dark Guild, the Assassins Association under Oration Cease, Eisenwald. What happened to Yingshan and the others? Are they able to get that thing? In a dark room, a tall figure with his upper body bare sat on a wide seat and asked in a deep voice. Curved white hair like a knife, a pointed and thin chin, and a huge sickle-shaped magic weapon on his shoulders. It is the absolute trump card of Eisenwald, who is known as the God of Death, the God of Death. Erriger. Don't worry, Boss Erriger. Hearing this, a magician said with a smile, even if there is a seal, but with the strength of Yingshan and the others, I think it will take a day or two at most, and they will be able to get that thing. If that's the case, that's the best. Hearing this, a frightening light flashed in Erriger's eyes. Muttering to himself, he said with a light smile, after all, such a rare and good opportunity for the regular meeting of the presidents of the Alliance of Light is not very common. After finishing speaking, a trace of bloodthirsty cold light was outlined at the corner of his mouth. The so-called genuine guild that lives in the light, as long as you get that thing smoothly, then I, the God of Death, Erriger, will definitely let you have a grand banquet that you will never forget. Ha 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 ha. Ambitious wild laughter immediately resounded throughout the entire Eisenwald. Early the next morning, when Genryusai came to the train station, he saw Urza pull a cart and salute. This familiar scene made Genryusai feel a little helpless and said, Urza, why do you have to bring so much luggage every time? Trouble. No, forget it, let's go. Wait a minute, I also invited someone. Ah? Then my date with Urza is ruined. Urza blushed when she heard it, and pinched Genryusai, who said I'm dating you. I thought. Genryusai gasped, Urza's pinch was much more painful than Mirajana's. Then Urza, how about going on a date with me when you get back from this mission? Genryusai decided to take the initiative. Shua. Urza's face flushed instantly. Anyone who really knows Urza, probably knows. In terms of feelings, Urza is actually very shy, not even as bold as Lissa, blushing at every turn. It's shown in the comics. And when she was shy, she stuttered. Then, back, let's talk. I'll take it as your promise, Urza-chan. Genryusai lowered his head slightly, leaned against Urza's ear, said teasingly, and kissed her cheek quickly after speaking. Buzz. Urza's face was completely familiar, and white smoke rose from his head. Sure enough, Urza-chan is more shy than Myra-chan. Genryusai smiled secretly in his heart. You know, the girl he first came into contact with was actually Urza, and the relationship has remained close. But in the end, it was with Myra Jane first. The biggest reason for this is that Urza is too shy. Regardless of whether Urza is in the guild or outside, she is like a queen. But when it comes to this aspect, she is a cute and vulnerable girl. The point is, this girl was hurt as a child. So once too shy, Urza would even choose to escape. At that time, Urza was like this, frantically accepting tasks, avoiding Genryusai intentionally or unintentionally. Urza. At this moment, two people ran towards this side, with cherry-colored hair and a dragon scale scarf. It was Natsu and Happy. Next to it is Lucy, a newcomer to the Fairy Tale Guild. Urza, why is your face so red? Are you sick? Natsu scratched his head and asked strangely. Lucy looked at Genryusai and then at Urza with eyes full of gossip. There is adultery. Happy said, rolling his tongue sullenly. Boom. Annoyed, Urza tapped Happy and Natsu on the head. Why hit me? Natsu lay on the ground, looking at Urza aggrievedly. A sharp look from Urza made Natsu and Happy hug each other, and shut their mouths honestly. Soon several people sat on the train, and Natsu started to get motion sickness as soon as he got on the train. Natsu, are you okay? Lucy looked at Natsu sympathetically, then turned her head and introduced herself to Urza who was sitting opposite. Hi Urza, I'm new to Fairy Tale, my name is Lucy, please give me your advice. Urza smiled and said to Lucy, thank you, Lucy, for your help. This time Urza called Natsu besides Genryusai, but Lucy's arrival was beyond her expectation. She thought Lucy came here specially to help. Hey, Lucy and Natsu teamed up. Urza said, oh? Really, this guy Natsu will also form a team. It seems that you must be very good, Lucy. Actually, I don't know why I teamed up with Natsu. Didn't Urza form a team with Genryusai? Why did they separate? Lucy looked at Natsu and complained, and then asked gossip again. It's nothing. At that time, Genryusai had just become a mage, and he was not familiar with everything. Later, I felt that he could complete the task alone, so I disbanded the team. Ah. So Miss Urza actually dumped Genryusai. That's not the case at all. Genryusai is very powerful and doesn't need my help at all, so I chose to leave. That's how it is. To love him, one must learn to let go. The love between mages is so unforgettable. Hey Lucy, you have a lot of inner drama. I don't have that kind of relationship with him, and not only did I form a team with Genryusai, Myra Jane also formed a team with him. Lucy's eyes lit up instantly, and said, could it be an intricate triangle relationship? Miss Myra won in the end. Hey! Boom! On Lucy's and Happy's heads, each had a big bag, and white smoke was hissing. Puff! Genryusai suddenly felt that the newcomer was not only handsome, but also had an interesting personality, so he couldn't help laughing. With a murderous look in Urza's eyes, he immediately suppressed Genryusai's laughter, and with an expression of I don't know anything, he sat upright beside him. This time I'm not here to play, the opponent is the notorious Dark Guild. AI. Lucy and Happy leaned their hands together, nodding in fear. Chapter 41. Because of Genryusai, Urza didn't invite Grey, nor did he sit next to Natsu. Natsu didn't get knocked out, let alone put his head on Urza's lap. So, this time Natsu was not left on the train. Instead, they were the first to rush off the train after it arrived at the station. Ha ha ha, resurrected. Ambiguous. But before a few people had a rest, they heard the noise from the train station. What happened? I thought I heard train or something. Shall I go over and see what happened? Genryusai disappeared in front of everyone with Shunpo, as if teleporting. After finding several staff members, Genryusai immediately asked, what happened? Someone hijacked the train. A man with a scythe led a group of people into the train station and hijacked the train. I know those people. They are members of the nearby Dark Guild. By the way, I also saw a man holding a three-eyed skull flute, and the one with the scythe seemed very happy after seeing it. Several staff members spoke quickly. Three-eyed skull flute. Lullaby. It's the curse song magic, and that flute is lullaby. Urza rushed over and said with serious eyes. Isn't curse-killing magic banned by the Magic Council? I've read in books that the curse song is a dark magic that can kill anyone who hears its voice. Lucy's face changed drastically, and she said loudly in surprise. Genryusai glanced at Lucy unexpectedly, this newcomer knows a lot. The kind of book that Lucy mentioned is rare, and there should be no sales in the market. There is such a dangerous magic. Hey, what do they want to do with that lullaby? Natsu and Happy asked suspiciously. They hijacked the train and they must have an ulterior motive. Let's chase after it. Natsu said, they're on a train, how can we catch up? Urza grabbed the staff next to him and asked, when will the next train arrive? The next one is an hour later, but there has been a hijacking incident, and there is a high possibility of outage. There is no other way, we can only use the magic four-wheeled vehicle. Do you still want to take the car? Ugh. Genryusai patted Urza's shoulder and said, don't worry Urza, hasn't something happened yet? Calm down. Sorry, I lost my composure. Urza took a deep breath and calmed down. Genryusai said with a smile, you are an S-rank mage of the guild, you have to believe in your abilities, it seems that these years of practice are not enough. Immediately afterwards, Genryusai asked the station staff, how long has the train been hijacked and left? It's been almost 20 minutes. Genryusai touched his chin and said, is it almost 20 minutes? It should be too late. After saying that, Genryusai jumped off the platform. The spiritual pressure surged all over the body, and the strong sense of oppression made many people around feel unable to breathe. Breaking the way number 57, the earth turns. Under everyone's shocked eyes, the ground suddenly began to undulate and swell abnormally. Ding ding! All the rail spikes were ejected. Immediately afterwards, the ground rolled away like a sea wave. The passing rails were all turned upside down by the ground, flying all over the sky to form a very spectacular scene. Everyone in the station was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. My God! What happened? Natsu said excitedly, ah ha ha ha. As expected of Genryusai, there is a way. Okay. Now, let's chase. What kind of method is this? It's going to scare people to death. Lucy complained loudly. AI. Haha. The train should be flying in the sky now, just thinking about it makes me burn. Soon a few people rented a magic four-wheeled vehicle and set off along the railway. Lucy asked curiously, but why are there so many dark guilds? Does the Magic Council care? Genryusai explained, the Magic Council is only responsible for the management of joining the formal Magisters Guild, and actually has no management rights for the Dark Guild. The Dark Guild actually has an alliance organization. If it goes too far, the Dark Guild will also retaliate against the regular guild, so the Dark Guild has existed for a long time like a rat in the sewer. Lucy was taken aback and said, wouldn't we be retaliated in that way? There were some, but those who retaliated disappeared. How did it disappear? Genryusai said lightly, it was destroyed by me. Scare. It's really easy to say scary things, really worthy of Genryusai, hi. At this time, on the train, Eisenwald Ace, Death Erriger holds a skull flute in his hand. Unexpectedly, Lullaby, known as the Curse Song, is such a flute. It is said that everyone who hears the sound of this magic flute will be cursed and killed. With this thing, the plan can be perfectly executed. Kaga, you did a good job this time. It's just good luck, the small ones dare not take credit. Erriger, the god of death, said vigorously, the era when the Magic Council ruled the mages is coming to an end, and the next era will be led by our Dark Guild, Eisenwald. Oh 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 oh! A group of Eisenwald mages shouted excitedly. Boom! Erriger, god of death, suddenly frowned and said, did you hear any sound? What sound did you hear? The sound of a train moving. Suddenly, there was a violent shaking in the train carriage, and all the carriages of the moving train were thrown into the sky. Ah! Wow! What happened? The ground, the ground! While all Eisenwald members screamed, their bodies kept bumping around in the car, and the car rose into the air along with the ground. Some were even thrown out of the carriage, and then their bodies were smashed into pieces by the carriage behind. Boom boom boom! The carriage of the train did not stop after it fell to the ground, because of the effect of inertia, it kept sliding, bumping into each other, and it took a long time before it came to a complete stop. Shua shua! Crack! Two wind blades slashed across, and a train carriage was directly cut in half. Erriger walked out of the carriage. His body didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries, but blood flowed from his forehead. What exactly is going on? The sudden attack made the death god Erriger roar angrily. After a while, people climbed out of other cars one after another. They looked very miserable, with bruised noses, swollen faces, and bloody heads. Look at the ground and the rails. These people looked at it, and saw that the ground was piled up like waves, the rails were bent abnormally, and the train was completely overturned to the ground. The enemy is attacking from behind through the ground. The rails are also completely destroyed. None of these mages were fools, and they quickly guessed where the attack came from. Death Erriger said with an ugly face, whether it's because of the leak of the news, or because of the hijacking of the train, no matter what it is, it can't destroy my plan. You stay here to stop the enemy, no one is allowed to disturb my plan. Some people must hear the sound of the flute. After speaking, the hurricane of choice appeared under Erriger's feet, and he flew forward in the whirlwind. Chapter 42. Not long after, accompanied by the sound of the magical four-wheeled vehicle, Genryusai and the others arrived here. Looking at the wavy land and the destroyed train around her, Lucy felt a chill in her heart, but luckily she wasn't the one sitting on the train. The scene was so tragic, she finally understood why Genryusai was called a disaster. Fairy Tale Guild. At this moment, the survivors of Eisenwald also came out, saw Genryusai and Urza, and recognized them immediately. After all, fairy tale has become very famous in recent years. Urza asked coldly, "Where is Lullaby?" "Sure enough, it's for Lullaby, give up. Lullaby has been taken away by Aragorn, and it may have been used by now. You are too late." Bear. Flames burst from Genryusai's fist. "Wait. Aren't you asking what Aragorn is doing with Lullaby?" Genryusai said coldly, "No need, if any of you survived, you would definitely be willing to tell me." Bear. Hiss hiss. A fist of fiery fire surged from Genryusai's arm. The intense high temperature scorched the earth, and everything it passed was burned to ashes. "Wow! Help me! This fire can't be extinguished at all, ah! Strange, monster! Now, is there anyone willing to tell me where Aragorn has gone?" I said. "As long as, don't kill me, I'll tell, you guys." Genryusai glanced at him and said, "Say. Yes, Aragorn took Lullaby to Kaluba City." Urza's face suddenly turned pale and ugly. "Kariba, that's where the presidents meet." At this time, a person said with a wry smile, "Haha. That's right. It's the place where those old guys have a meeting. As long as the lullaby is played, all the guild leaders in that place will be cursed to death." Bear. Before the man could finish speaking, he was wrapped in flames and burned to ashes in a short while. "I'll take a step first, and you can arrive later," Genryusai said to several people. Urza looked serious, and said, "Well. Be careful, we will rush over as soon as possible. I still have to take the car, vomit." "Stop rambling, get in the car." Genryusai's eyes were fixed, and he turned into an afterimage and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Urza grabbed the terrified Natsu, threw him into the car and gave chase. The other side. Aragorn rode the hurricane forward, and the closer he got to Kariba, the more ferocious the smile on his face became. "It's almost here. As long as we kill all the presidents of the Guangming Guild who are getting in the way, we will be up to it in the future." Aragorn was carrying a huge sickle and holding the skull flute tightly in his hand. His heart couldn't hide his excitement. "Oh? Is that really the case?" But at this moment, a voice full of extreme disdain and ridicule sounded above Aragorn. "Who?" Aragorn was shocked, and immediately followed the prestige. "I saw a handsome young man appearing in mid-air higher than him, just standing there, as if the ground under his feet was not air, but solid ground." Genryusai glanced at Aragorn slightly, and said lightly, "Are you the so-called god of death?" "You guy, who the hell?" Looking at the boy who suddenly appeared and was suspended in mid-air just like himself. Especially when he saw that the other party was deliberately flying a little higher than himself. Aragorn suddenly yelled in displeasure, "How dare you act presumptuously in front of your god of death? I'm so impatient with you. Hehe, your name really makes me miss." Ignoring the other party's sarcastic words, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up slightly, revealing a slightly mocking smile. Genryusai said faintly, "Actually, I prefer the name Reaper to Flame Calamity. Pity." As soon as the words fell, the brilliance suddenly appeared. Puchi. With the sound of a sword cutting through flesh and blood, the sound of blood spattering sounded. I saw that Genryusai had appeared behind Aragorn, and a wound from shoulder to abdomen appeared on Aragorn's chest, and blood flew into the air. Ah! The severe pain was transmitted from the nerve endings to the brain at this time, allowing him to react from the absence. Under the pain, he screamed instinctively. However, Aragorn's reaction was not slow. At the moment he felt the pain, the magic wave under his feet was released, and the whirlwind became more violent, and he wanted to distance himself and escape. However, "It's over." Not long after he fled, a cold voice rang in his ears, and the long knife in Genryusai's hand suddenly came out of its sheath, and then slashed out mercilessly. "What?" The pupils in Aragorn's eyes shrank suddenly, shrinking to the size of a needle point, and his eyes were fixed on the back figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. His eyes were full of deep horror and deep disbelief. Puff! Puchi! Following a clear sound of blood splattering, and eyes full of horror and unwillingness, Aragorn's body slowly melted into two halves from top to bottom. Then the corpse separated and fell into the endless earth. Too weak, and Urza-chan is too careful. But it's kind of rewarding, at least Urza agreed to date me this time. The long knife in Genryusai's hand slowly retracted into the sheath hanging from his waist. Slowly lower your body and place your feet on the ground. Is this the magic flute lullaby that Urza and Lucy called curse killing? He put the three-eyed skull flute in front of his eyes for a closer look, and even put it near his mouth and blew it hard. At the end, Genryusai was a little confused, so he said to himself, "It seems that there is nothing special." In response, silent tears flowed from the three eyes of the skeleton magic flute lullaby. "Hurry up, someone, take me away from the hands of this terrible devil. Anyone can come." Lullaby shouted silently. "It's really the Ryutsu that Genryusai showed just now, it's too scary. Especially that knife," Lullaby could feel it, it was a knife that could kill souls. Chapter 43. Near Kaluba, on a certain trail. Perhaps, there should be something really different about this thing. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people wanting it. Genryusai squatted on a big rock, carefully and repeatedly studying the skeleton flute with three eyes in his hand, lullaby. He muttered to himself, "It should be that the method I used before was wrong. Genryusai has been tried by stepping on it, soaking in water, simmering on a low fire. What is the method? What is the method used?" He picked up a big stone, and then smashed it vigorously on Lullaby's green skull. While smashing, he kept muttering, "Could it be that we need to use a more special method? What are you talking about? Or is it that I didn't smash hard enough?" Thinking of this, Genryusai chose a bigger stone and hit it harder. Boom bang bang bang. "Oh!" By a disc. Accompanied by the dull sound of smashing things, there were bursts of miserable screams from time to time. After about 10 minutes, poor Lullaby was pretty much out of shape by Genryusai. Genryusai smashed 3 of the big rocks used to carry out violent acts. But the nightmare is far from over, and I feel that using stones is not very enjoyable. Genryusai simply set up another grill, tied Lullaby to the fire and started grilling. Unsurprisingly, Lullaby continued to scream miserably. "I didn't see it, this thing can withstand tossing? It's not broken." Holding Lullaby, which was not in the shape of a flute, and observed it carefully for a while, Genryusai couldn't help sighing sincerely. Buzz! Genryusai! Genryusai, here we come! Ai! Just when Genryusai was about to make a new attempt, the buzzing of the magic quadricycle and the voices of Urza and the others came from behind. "Oh, you are here!" Genryusai, who was playing with the toy in his hand, waved the black stick in his hand. "Genryusai, where's Arigar? Didn't you catch him?" Urza asked with a pale face. Crazy output of magic power all the time, keeping the magic four-wheeled vehicle at the highest speed consumes a lot of magic power for her. "Genryusai, what is that black stick in your hand? Are you going to grill here?" "Hey, I want to eat grilled fish." Natsu and Happy looked at the fire in front of Genryusai and the stick in his hand, swallowed and asked. Bang! Bang! Urza looked displeased and punched Natsu and Happy who were standing in front of him on the ground one by one, and said with fierce eyes, "I want to say this several times, we are not out for an outing." Ai! Natsu and Happy were lying on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. After suppressing the 2 unreliable guys, Urza turned his questioning gaze to Genryusai. "Oh, don't worry, Urza-chan. Be serious with me, and don't add chan after my name." Urza's cheeks flushed slightly, and he looked at Genryusai with a lazy face. This guy, it's too shameful to call her that in front of other people. Also, Lucy, what does that gossiping look in your eyes mean? Ahem. Seeing that Urza's eyes were wrong, Genryusai immediately coughed twice knowingly. "Arigar has been killed by me, here, this is the broken flute." "Lala. What's the matter, forget it, it's not important." Genryusai raised the black stick in his hand and said casually. Lucy couldn't help complaining, "By the way, do you not remember what the curse song is at all? Is this the forbidden magic lullaby?" Urza looked suspiciously at the black stick in Genryusai's hand. As for the news that Arigar had been killed, she simply ignored it. Compared to the legendary forbidden magic, a mere dark guild is nothing at all. Yes, this thing is quite hard. No matter how hard I smashed it, it still hasn't broken, and it hasn't been burnt by roasting it with fire. Why don't we keep it and use it as a grill for barbecues in the future? I didn't say that it is still unhealthy to use an iron grill. Genryusai held up Lullaby in his hand and babbled endlessly. It seems that the cursed song that everyone fears is the best grilling tool in his eyes. Lucy complained smoothly, use that magic flute for barbecue, I will definitely not eat it. Why? Genryusai asked incomprehensibly. Hey! Because Lucy likes grilled fish too. Not at all because of this. Won't it burn out? It's so interesting, let me try. Natsu jumped up excitedly again, with flames in his mouth, he sprayed on the flute in Genryusai's hand. Bear! After the flame passed, the flute seemed to be a little darker again, but there was no sign of burning at all. It's amazing. Genryusai is right, it can be used for grilling. Natsu laughed and agreed with Genryusai. Right. It can also be used to grill fish, hey. Lucy covered her head and complained, I said it all, Lullaby is not a barbecue tool. It's better to give this thing to the president and let him make a decision. After thinking for a moment, Urza said calmly. Ah! Both of them were a bit disappointed. However, Urza directly ignored it and asked Genryusai to drive the magic quadricycle to the meeting place of the president. Chapter 44. Gruba. Seeing that Makarov was safe and sound, Urza immediately shouted in surprise, President! That's great! You're fine! As he spoke, he hugged Makarov. Makarov's head hit Urza's armor, and Makarov screamed, it's so hard. The reason why Urza still came to Kariba was because he was worried that the Dark Guild would have other plots against the leaders. Makarov has always regarded the members of the guild as his children, and Urza, Natsu, and Genryusai have always regarded Makarov as his dearest father. They can rest assured only when they see that the president is all right. Urza, Genryusai, Natsu, Lucy? Why are you here? Makarov asked suspiciously. President, it's like this. Urza immediately began to explain to the president why he came here. All the guild leaders were a little scared when they heard Urza's words. They didn't expect that there would be a dark guild, and they wanted to wipe them all out. Oh! Xiao Ma, it seems that I have accepted your love this time. A chubby man with a bald head wearing a tight purple suspender top, with the face of a ladyboy with heavy makeup. Seeing this outfit, Lucy shivered and asked, who? Happy said, it's Bob, the president of the Wizards Guild Blue Pegasus. Hey! Blue Pegasus? Is that the super famous guild? Is this what the president used to be like? Lucy often reads Magus Weekly, and Blue Pegasus is also a very famous Magisters guild. The main reason is that there are many handsome men and women in Blue Pegasus members. Oh! Little Urza has grown up and has become so beautiful. Isn't this little Genryusai? It has become more and more cute. Would you like to come to my guild for development, and I can introduce you to the most beautiful one in our guild? Here you go, girl. Makarov said dissatisfiedly, hey. You actually dig a wall in front of me as the president, you don't take me seriously. Well. Just kidding. Next time I will dig secretly. Bob jokingly said that Makarov didn't care either, he and Bob are very good friends. What? Is he Genryusai? The man who is called Flame Calamity and Disaster. I didn't expect him to be so young. Can make the Magic Council bow its head, this young man is extraordinary. Heroes are born as teenagers. Many guild masters watched Genryusai whispering. Lucy asked Urza curiously, what? Is Genryusai so famous? Urza explained, Genryusai is quite famous among the guilds, after all, Genryusai was the first to destroy the Magic Council headquarters. President, what should I do with this lullaby? Urza snatched the black stick from Genryusai's hand, handed it to Makarov and asked. This black stick is Cursed Song Lullaby? The Wild Breath. Quattro Cerberus Guild Master Goldmine leaned over, rubbing his chin and talking to himself. Makarov bowed his head and thought seriously for a while, then said lightly, destroy it. As long as this kind of evil thing exists, there will always be people with impure thoughts who want to get it. That's right, Pony. Bob, the president of Blue Pegasus, agreed with a smile. But his smile was disgusting to Genryusai. As if sensing Genryusai's gaze, Bob turned his head and gave Genryusai a wink. Genryusai felt cold all over, almost as if he was stabbing someone with a knife. Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded, "Damn, it's humans. If you want to destroy me, go to hell." What? A burst of green smoke emerged from the skull flute, and then formed a huge and terrifying monster with a height of more than 20 meters. Lullaby, who had been pretending to be dead, didn't care so much when she heard that Makarov and the others wanted to destroy her. Monster. Ah! It's not good. Goldmine said with an ugly face, "This is, the devil in Zeref's book. I'm so hungry. Let me taste your souls." What's going on? Why do monsters appear in the flute? That monster is curse song is living magic, the magic of Zeref. Black Magister Zeref, the most ferocious black mage in the history of magic. It is unexpected that the legacy of hundreds of years ago will appear now. All the guild leaders looked at the demon Lullaby who appeared, and couldn't help but panic. Which one should I eat? Let you listen to that voice full of terror and death. Lullaby roared ferociously. Not good. The curse song is about to ring. Run away. Puff. 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 Lucy said, "Is this the curse song? Why is it so similar to the sound of farting?" "Hey BD. It's all your fault for smashing the flute, I'm going to eat your soul." Lullaby stretched out his huge claws and grabbed Genryusai. Not good. Bear. Genryusai's fist burst into flames and landed on Lullaby's paw. Ah! The devil's claws were wrapped in crimson flames, and there was a smell of meat. Evil, all the demons were burned. Is this Genryusai's magic? Lullaby couldn't believe it. How is it possible? How can fire magic hurt my body? Genryusai said, "The flame fused with Ryutsu can even burn the soul, you mere devil, don't be too arrogant." "No. I'm going to kill you." The vitality of the demon was strong, and Lullaby slapped Genryusai fiercely even though his claws were being burned. What a bullshit demon! It's only at the level of an S-rank mage, but with a stronger body. Clang! Genryusai looked at Lullaby with disdain, and slowly unsheathed the long knife at his waist. Cut and chop. The moment the sword was drawn, the light of the sword shone. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that there was a knife mark from the head to the toe on Lullaby's huge body. Starting from the claws, they turned into fly ash and began to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, Lullaby's huge body was wiped out. Call work. Genryusai clapped his palms, and said with a little regret, "It's just a pity that I have a good pair of barbecue tools. Zeref's demons were killed so easily. And it was wiped out." Makarov laughed triumphantly and said, "Ha ha ha. Did you see that? This is fairy tales mage. Little Genryusai, do you really not consider joining Blue Pegasus? Even if you don't like pretty girls, you can pick a handsome guy." Makarov looked at Bob defensively and said, "Bob, stay away from my children, besides, there are many beautiful girls in my guild, not to mention Myra Jane and Urza, even the newcomer Lucy's figure is not comparable to that of your guild of." Lucy complained, "Why come to me to talk about the figure?" "Hey, because Myra Jane and Urza's face is more beautiful." Lucy said proudly, "That means my figure is getting better." As he spoke, he showed off his enchanting figure. Makarov waved his hand and said, "No, I didn't mean that at all. You perverted old man." Makarov said with a smile, "In short, the matter has been resolved satisfactorily this time, and no damage has been caused. This is the best." Urza seemed to remember something, and whispered a few words in Makarov's ear. Makarov's face became paler and paler. "Gah!" Makarov rolled his eyes and passed out. President Makarov has passed out. Is it curse song? Could it be the delayed effect of curse song? President Makarov was cursed to death. What should we do? Hurry up and save people. Chapter 45. Kingdom of Fiori, Huayan Village. This is a famous tourist destination in the kingdom, attracting tourists from all over the country with its closeness to nature, wonderful music, and beautiful scenery such as blooming flowers. The most important thing is that when the ancient ginkgo trees here are in full bloom every year, couples from all over the world will come here. It is said that couples who witness the blooming of the ancient ginkgo tree together will last for a long time, and the relationship will be more gluey. Therefore, Hogyoku village is also known as the paradise for lovers in the kingdom of Fiori. The sky is blue and clear. The green grass is full of exotic flowers and plants, competing for splendor. Next to the country road, a large wooden windmill moves with the wind. The breeze blew, and the leaves rattled. The sun shines through the gaps in the leaves, forming a beautiful scene of dots on the ground. The birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, and the greenery is abundant. This place is so beautiful. Even before entering the village, just the scenery outside the village makes Urza feel relaxed and happy. Well, it's beautiful. Genryusai looked at Urza, who rarely showed a girlish look, and praised. I mean the scenery is beautiful. Urza was a little embarrassed by Genryusai's look, blushing and gave him a blank look. But I think you are more beautiful. Genryusai looked at Urza with deep eyes. After looking at each other, Urza immediately lowered his head shyly, not knowing where to put his hands. Let's go, Urza-chan. This is our first date, don't be so shy. Genryusai held Urza's little hand and said with a gentle smile on his face. Urza blushed even more, and wanted to pull out her little hand, but Genryusai held it too tightly, and couldn't break free no matter what. With a half push, Urza let Genryusai hold her little hand. Gradually, the two intertwined their fingers and walked into Hogyoku village side by side. After paying the huge fine, Genryusai abandoned Makarov and the others and brought Urza here for a private date. Genryusai still remembers the expression on the president's face that was about to eat him. If it hadn't been blocked by Urza, the chairman might not have let Genryusai succeed so easily. After entering Hanano village, Genryusai and Urza were also attracted by the scenery in the village. Although Hogyoku village is called a village, it is not smaller than a town at all. The huge ancient ginkgo tree stands in the center of the village. Even if it is thousands of meters apart, you can still see the dense canopy. The village is surrounded by mountains and fields, the scenery is rich and varied, and the village is dotted with flowers and plants. From time to time, you can see strange plants growing vigorously on the side of the road. As soon as he stepped into the village, various lively voices rang out. The sound of iron knocking in a blacksmith's shop. The cries of fruit stalls. The yelling of antique toys. The sound of a musician's instrument. The greetings of the villagers in their daily life. And the chatter of tourists. This also makes the village quite lively, with flowers and plants lined up on both sides, but decorated with lanterns and festoons, and shouting constantly. The real feeling of nature combined with the perfect village. All of this is extremely strange to Urza, who has been immersed in cultivation and missions all year round. Urza opened his eyes wide, looking at all this with a face full of novelty. But soon, Urza's gaze changed slightly. Except for the hawkers who sell goods and some villagers, there is only one type of people left in the village. That's lovers, lovers from all over the kingdom. In the village at this time, men and women are in pairs. Or walk hand in hand under the ancient ginkgo tree, or feed each other exquisite food in front of the stall. What's more, Urza even saw a man and a woman hugging and kissing in a corner of the village. All this had a huge impact on Urza. When it comes to training, doing missions, or making sabotage, Urza is better than anyone else. But if you talk about falling in love like this, then Urza is really no different from a blank sheet of paper. Urza-chan, it's impolite to peek at other people's kisses. Genryusai's teasing voice rang softly in her ears. How can there be? Zayase was discovered by Genryusai, and Urza gave him a shy look. Genryusai leaned close to Urza's ear and whispered in her ear, Urza-chan, do we want to try it too? Hi. Urza was slightly taken aback, try what? Genryusai pointed at the couple in the small alley, and whispered, kiss. Ah. Hearing Genryusai's embarrassing words, Urza's face instantly turned red. No. No. Urza shook his head like a rattle. This is the etiquette of Huayan Village. Couples who come here must kiss affectionately under the witness of the ancient ginkgo tree. Genryusai kept fooling Erza. Yes, is it? Erza looked at Genryusai with a simple and ignorant face. Of course, you will be blessed in this way. If you don't want to go to the corner, we're under the ancient ginkgo tree. It's okay to kiss openly. No, that's even worse, or... Looking at Erza's flushed and hot face, you can tell that her CPU has been burned. Before Erza could finish speaking, she was pulled into a side alley by Genryusai. Wait, we're not in love yet. Walking into the alley with no one around, Erza's IQ finally came back. It's a pity, it's too late. Without waiting for her objection, Genryusai wrapped his arms around her waist while holding her hands above his head with one hand. As a result, Erza was pinned against the wall by Genryusai. Erza sauce. Feeling Genryusai's body slowly approaching, Erza couldn't help but recall the scene she just saw in her mind, and her eyes were full of autumn water. Erza whispered, "No, people will see. Look and see, what are you afraid of?" After Genryusai finished speaking, he kissed Erza's cherry lips heavily. Facing Genryusai's domineering kiss, Erza didn't choose to push Genryusai away, but sweetened his heart and closed his eyes. Afterwards, Erza's arm also slowly wrapped around Genryusai's neck, tapped his toes, and responded jerky to Genryusai. Chapter 46. Not long after, two figures came out from the dark alley. Couples passing by on the street saw the two people walking out, and they all smiled kindly. Several men cast envious glances at Genryusai after seeing Erza's beautiful face. Genryusai stood there with a faint smile on his face, while Erza timidly hid behind Genryusai. At the position of her collarbone, there is a faint strawberry, and at the same time, there is a little water in her eyes. Unlike when he just entered, the white armor that Erza was wearing turned into a beautiful skirt at this time. At this moment, Erza seems to have lost a bit of fortitude, and has a bit more shyness and tenderness of a girl. Together with the handsome Genryusai, the two stood together and attracted many people's attention. "Erza-chan, do you want to find a place to live first, or go around?" Still reminiscing about Erza, who made her blush and heartbeat just now, was brought back to reality by Genryusai's words. She looked at Genryusai with watery eyes and said, "You decide, I'll listen to you." At this moment, Erza does not have the arrogance of a queen in the past at all, but has a feeling of being a little bird. Sure enough, no matter how resolute a woman is, she will show her tender side in front of the person she likes. Genryusai squeezed Erza's little hand, and said with a smile, "Then go for a walk, and go to sleep if you come here." Who wants to sleep with you?" Erza protested softly. Genryusai said with a straight face, "Erza-chan, you are my girlfriend now, shouldn't you be more intimate? We used to sleep separately at home, but now we are together. Isn't it normal to sleep together? Don't you think so?" Hearing Genryusai's swear words, Erza sniffed blankly. "Seems to be right." Genryusai said again, "So Erza-chan has to fulfill the responsibility of a girlfriend." Erza always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put it into words. In the end, she could only let Genryusai drag her around the beautiful village. But soon, Genryusai regretted his decision. "Genryusai, do I look good in this dress?" "Looks good, bought it." "Genryusai, what's there? Let's go and see." "Well, Genryusai, the jewelry here is so beautiful. You buy it if you like it." "Wow, this flower is so beautiful, why the color of each petal is different, so beautiful. It should be a feature of Huayan Village, buy some back." "Genryusai, I'm hungry, go get something to eat." "Genryusai, look at this." "Genryusai." One day. A whole day. Erza took Genryusai for a stroll from day to night, and bought all kinds of clothes, jewelry, and specialty products, which filled a cart, and even Genryusai had a lot of shopping bags hanging on his body. Genryusai doesn't care about money, but his own feet. In the end, they couldn't let it go, so they found a hotel and put the things they bought in the room. Then, Erza pulled Genryusai to continue shopping. Looking at the energetic Erza ahead, Genryusai doubted his strength for the first time. He was almost exhausted, and every time he entered a shop, he first looked for a place to rest. Genryusai underestimated the power of women shopping too much. From day to night, there is no rest except for eating. No, the night market in the village is even more lively. The closer to the ancient ginkgo tree, the more stalls around it. There are many novel trinkets on the stalls, and men and women hold hands and choose each other. Genryusai skillfully picked at the stalls, while Erza stood aside and looked at Genryusai with shining eyes. At this time, the figure of Genryusai fell into Erza's eyes, and his whole body was really emitting a warm light. A moment later, Genryusai had a sky blue headband and a necklace inlaid with red gemstones in Genryusai's hand. Genryusai stood up and put the headband and necklace into Erza's hands. Erza's sauce, for you, do you like it? Erza looked at the two trinkets in his hands, his eyes were bent into a crescent, and his long eyelashes fluttered. Yes, I like it. When Erza received the trinket from Genryusai, her heart was filled with deep happiness. While talking, Erza stepped to the wooden stake full of ice flame fruits. She pointed to ice flame fruit, then winked at Genryusai again. Genryusai looked at Erza's cute appearance, smiled and said to the boss beside him. Boss, let's string ice flame fruit. Okay. The ice flame fruit is very similar to the candied haws in Genryusai's previous life. It's just that the ice flame fruit in the fairy tale world doesn't contain hawthorn, but a fruit called raccoon acid, which is not only sour and sweet, but also replenishes magic power. What is wrapped outside is not syrup, but a juice called ganmaishu, which tastes sweet and has a plant aroma. Genryusai took Erza's little hand, and Erza was walking on the busy street with the ice flame fruit in his hand. Erza looked around from time to time, and opened his small mouth slightly from time to time, eating the bunch of ice flame fruits. And Genryusai's gaze never left Erza's face. Noticing Genryusai's gaze, Erza's chewing ice flame fruit slowed down a lot, and at the same time, a blush flashed across her delicate and pretty face. Genryusai, what are you looking at? Genryusai smiled slightly, this Erza-chan is so cute, I've never seen it before. No. You are allowed to say. Hearing Genryusai's words, the blush on Erza's face deepened a little. As a fairy tale S-level mage, outsiders will always evaluate her as powerful, terrifying, beautiful, and cruel. Erza has never heard anyone call her cute. She was so ashamed that she even forgot to swallow the ice flame fruit in her mouth. At this time, Genryusai suddenly moved closer to Erza's face, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Erza's sauce, can I have a bite? No. You can buy it yourself. Erza turned around quickly as if he was protecting some extremely precious treasure. No, Erza-chan, don't bring such exploitation. I've been shopping with you all day today, and I'm exhausted. Listening to Genryusai's wailing, Erza also seemed to feel that he had gone too far. So she turned around and handed the ice flame fruit in front of Genryusai. Hey! I only allow you to take a bite. Chapter 47. Hey! I only allow you to take a bite. Genryusai didn't take the ice flame fruit from Erza's hand, nor did he take a bite of it, but still looked at her with smiling eyes. Erza looked at Genryusai warily. Genryusai, you're thinking about something bad, aren't you? I want you to feed me like they do. Genryusai pointed to a young couple who were feeding mouth to mouth in the distance. Brush. Erza's little face turned red instantly in the dark night. You, don't even think about it. Erza took a bite of the ice flame fruit viciously, and said with a bulging mouth. In public, how can? Before Erza finished his shy words, Genryusai pointed behind him and Erza. Looking in the direction Genryusai pointed, he saw a couple kissing. Watching their kiss, Erza turned away in embarrassment. Genryusai said with righteous indignation, how can such a thing be done in public? Erza-chan, I'm going to stop them. Stop, stop. Erza gave Genryusai an angry look, and quickly pulled him back. I feed you, you can't eat it. You, don't, destroy people. Erza stopped Genryusai hastily and shyly. Cough, hee. Genryusai coughed softly and gave Erza a wicked smile. You, BD. Urza muttered in a low voice while taking a bite of the ice flame fruit in his hand. At the same time she blushed and waved to Genryusai, motioning him to come closer. Afterwards, Urza stood on tiptoe, leaned close to Genryusai's lips, and pushed the ice flame fruit in Genryusai's mouth. After all this was done, a sly smirk suddenly flashed in Urza's eyes. And Genryusai is carefully tasting the imported ice flame fruit. Gradually, Genryusai's gaze became a little strange. No, Urza's sauce, you ate all the sugar outside, so just give me the sour raccoon fruit. Hearing Genryusai's words, a playful smile flashed in Urza's eyes. Deserve it. You're so sour, you, nasty, guy. Don't run away Urza-chan, I will punish you severely today. You rascal, don't even think about it. The two just chased and fled, fighting along the bustling street. Along the way, the laughter of the two flew far away with the wind. In the early morning of the second day, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room through the window, Genryusai and Urza opened their eyes at the same time. Ah! The moment the two looked at each other, Urza hid in the bed in shame and indignation. Looking at the messy bed sheets and that cherry-red flower, Genryusai gently hugged the shy girl. This day, even though I was in the room, I still smelled the faint fragrance of ginkgo blossoms. It has been 2 days since he and Urza came to Hogyoku village, and the sea of ginkgo flowers will finally be in full bloom today. The two walked on the streets of Hogyoku village, heading towards the east of the village. There, the village is bordered by ancient ginkgo trees, and you can directly enter the ancient ginkgo forest. After a while, in the sight of Genryusai and Urza, the spreading sea of ginkgo flowers gradually appeared. At this time, many lovers in pairs have gathered in front of the ancient ginkgo tree. These couples are either holding hands or embracing each other. Everyone is waiting for the moment when the ginkgo sea of flowers fully blooms. Genryusai and Urza stood on the periphery of the crowd, his big hand held Urza's hand tightly, and Urza snuggled into his arms obediently. Time passed little by little, and at a certain moment, bursts of yellow fluorescence suddenly appeared in the sea of ginkgo flowers. The yellow fluorescence is getting brighter and brighter, and at the same time, the ginkgo flower is fully blooming at this moment. At this moment, hundreds of hectares of ginkgo flowers are in full bloom, and Hogyoku village seems to have turned into a fairyland at this moment. It's blooming, the ancient ginkgo tree is blooming. What a beauty! Honey, I love you. I love you too. Oh! Beautiful! Everyone in the village was watching this scene, watching the scene where the ginkgo blossoms were in full bloom. Couples who witness the blooming of ginkgo can live together for a long time. All the couples present came to Hogyoku village just for this moment. The same goes for Genryusai and Urza. Genryusai looked at the blooming ginkgo in front of him, his eyes filled with yellow fluorescent light. All kinds of past memories emerged in his mind. Unknowingly, Genryusai's arms holding Urza tightened a bit. But when Genryusai was looking at the sea of ginkgo flowers, Urza's eyes never left Genryusai. Urza's pupils were shining brightly, and a figure was reflected in the water, and there was only one person in her eyes. Only Genryusai. Seeing Genryusai's appearance, Urza raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and couldn't help but tiptoed, pecking Genryusai's lips. At this moment, she is still that Urza who is shy when holding hands. All she wants now is to engrave Genryusai's shadow deeply in her heart, which can never be erased. Called back to reality by Urza's movement, Genryusai looked down at Urza in his arms. At this moment, under the 100 hectares of ginkgo flowers, among the yellow petals everywhere, Genryusai and Urza looked at each other. Urza, I love you. Genryusai whispered. Urza blushed slightly, but she still shouted softly, me too. Urza's voice fell, and the distance between their faces became closer and closer, and finally they kissed deeply. When the sea of ginkgo flowers is in full bloom, the scene is as bright as the stars in the sky, but the flowering period is also very short. Perhaps this is the common feature of all good things in the world. Chapter 48. Magnolia, Fairy Tale. The guild, which used to be full of drinking and fighting, was now silent and eerily quiet. In the guild hall, all guild members were quietly doing their own things, occasionally looking at the bar. Even the president, Makarov, sitting on a corner of the bar table, was drinking very quietly. Not to mention people like Macau, who dare not even drink alcohol, and old smokers who dare not light wakaba cigarettes, for fear of getting burned. As for the loudest Natsu, Grey, Happy, Elfman, and Rocky, lie on the floor of the guild with a bruised nose, a swollen face, foaming at the mouth, and rolled eyes. Come on, Urza, this is a meeting gift prepared by my sister, do you like it? At the bar, Myra Jane took out a box of cosmetics with a smile and handed it to Urza. Thank you, Myra Jane. When you moved here, I didn't even give you a gift. It's really rude. Urza looked at Myra Jane with lightning eyes and a smile on his face. The two women were all smiling, but no one could feel the fire that collided between their eyes. Kana and Levi shrank back, feeling the surrounding temperature a little colder. Then Lucy hid aside, staring at Urza and Myra Jane with bright eyes. Wow, wonderful, so wonderful. Urza and Myra Jane are both vying to be the older sister. This scene is simply a Shura scene. Lucy analyzed nervously and excitedly, writing something with a pen from time to time. Oh, forgot to mention. In addition to being a celestial spirit wizard, Lucy also has a dream of writing novels, especially sadomasochistic romance novels. Myra Jane regarded herself as a sister when she came up, and Urza did not show any weakness, implying that she lived in Genryusai's house before Myra Jane, and spoke as the hostess. Lucy's eyes were full of gossip and inspiration, and she kept taking notes. Sitting at the bar, huddled up, Genryusai wanted to say something. He was suppressed by the sharp and cold eyes of the two women, and they shut their mouths in fright. Ever since Genryusai and Urza came back from dating, the two women got into a fight. It's not that they can't accept that Genryusai has other women, but neither of the two daughters is allowed, and the woman who has been regarded as an opponent since she was a child, overwhelms her. Whether it is Lissa or other women, the second daughter does not have much hostility. Only the other party, I don't think I will give up the position of sister. It was precisely because the two women were facing each other that the atmosphere in the guild was so oppressive. Can't see the situation clearly? All lying on the ground. Brat, it's all because of you. Makarov moved his butt to Genryusai's side and punched him on the head. If you want to say that the person Makarov hates the most right now is Genryusai. Not only did the two flowers of the guild be bowed, but the relationship between them was not properly handled. Makarov couldn't get over his anger without beating him up. Call you a brat. Boom. I made you half-hearted. Bang bang. Kill you brat. Bang bang bang. The old man was probably really angry, turned into a giant form, and beat Genryusai mercilessly with his fists. The blow was not light at all, and Genryusai was smashed into the floor. Master, I'm not. It's not what? Brat, how dare you talk back? Boom, boom. Makarov became more angry as he spoke, and hit Genryusai hard with his huge fist. President, what are you doing? President, don't hit, stop now. Myra Jane and Urza saw the beaten Genryusai, and immediately ran over, holding Makarov from left to right. After such a short time, Genryusai was already bruised and swollen, his clothes were torn, and he was beaten into a mess. Distress flashed in the eyes of the two women, and they tightly grasped Makarov's fist, which was still about to strike. President, it has nothing to do with Genryusai. President, we are really together. Well, I have nothing to do with Urza, I was just joking. Yes, President, calm down. The two girls, one on the left and one on the right, kept comforting Makarov. They knew that the reason why the president was angry was because he felt sorry for them. Boy, if you treat Myra Jane and Urza a little bit badly in the future, the old man will expel you from the guild and break your legs. Boom. Pointing at Genryusai, Makarov warned viciously. After finishing speaking, he still didn't forget to step on his foot, so he gave up and changed back to the appearance of a little old man. Gudong gudong. He glared at Genryusai with wide eyes, took a few sips of rum, and seemed to calm down a little. Yes. President, if Genryusai dares to treat Myra Jane and Urza badly in the future, we will kill him. That's right. Myra Jane, Urza, just tell us if you need anything. That's right. If Genryusai dares to make you wronged, he will be an enemy of our entire guild. Genryusai, you remember clearly. Oh. Other members also expressed their opinions at this time, and they will always stand on the side of Ryujin and Erza. You guys. Erza showed a moving smile, these are her family members. Thank you all. Ryujin was equally moved, and smiled under her breath. Genryusai stood up with a limp, put his arms around the slender waist of the second daughter, looked at everyone firmly, and said loudly. Don't worry, Ryujin and Erza will be left to me. Hearing Genryusai's words, the two girls lowered their heads shyly. He wanted to break free from Genryusai's embrace, but he couldn't, so he could only let this guy hold him. Makarov smiled with relief, and the others also smiled in blessing. But then, Genryusai said. You single dogs, you should take care of yourself. In a word, it directly angered everyone. Including several members such as Macau and Altsak who are already married. This guy took down the two most beautiful flowers in the guild. It's already very enviable. How dare you provoke them so arrogantly? Genryusai, you are damned. Beat him. I don't know who yelled, and everyone rushed up with bloodshot eyes and killing intent. Mila sauce, Erza sauce. Seeing the murderous faces of everyone in the guild, Genryusai also faltered and wanted to ask the second daughter for help. Ryujin and Erza looked at each other and nodded tacitly. Then. No. The two women, one on the left and the other on the right, threw Genryusai directly into the crowd. I call you arrogant. It's great to have a girlfriend. Kill you BCH. I'll make you scream, let you scream, bang bang bang. Damn it, with Ryujin and Erza, it's not a man with its tail between its legs. Bang bang bang. Damn it, why are you beating me? Who told you not to get out of the way? Are you so arrogant? Laozi beats you too. Come on, who is afraid of whom? Bang. Bang. The crowd surrounded Genryusai with fists and kicks, but soon, it turned into a gang fight. Tables, chairs, and benches flew all over the sky, and Natsu and others, who were affected, woke up from their coma. Before I realized what happened, I joined the battle group. Unnoticed by everyone, Genryusai who was lying on the ground looked at Makarov, and the two smiled knowingly. Chapter 49. Damn it! Fighting didn't wake me up earlier. Natsu, who was all dirty and had shoe prints on his face, yelled dissatisfied. Natsu and Grey were all woken up by someone stepping on them. Not long after the fight started, it was forcefully suppressed by Makarov on the grounds of destroying the guild. As a result, Natsu and the others took a lot of beatings for nothing, but they didn't fight back. Idiot, is this the point? Looking not far away, Ryujin, who was carefully administering medicine to Genryusai, and Erza, who was rebuking the guild members for misbehaving, Grey said with black lines. What did you say? You exhibitionist. You're an idiot for hanging your eyes. The foreheads of the two of them leaned against each other again, and their fists made a creak sound. Lucy, you must tell me the details later, hey. Happy moved closer to Lucy and said, rolling his tongue. Lucy smiled in seconds, no problem. Brother-in-law, what a man. Seeing that Genryusai can make his sister and Erza get along in harmony, Elfman shouted in admiration. I've put up with you for a long time, hang yourself up. Me too, exhibitionist. It hasn't been decided just now, come again. Afraid of you? Come on. Natsu and Grey didn't like each other, and they were about to fight again. At this time, suddenly, a strong sleepiness hit. This feeling. Very sleepy. Ha. Boom. Boom. Natsu and Grey, who were about to teach each other a lesson, suddenly yawned and fell to the floor with sleepy eyes. Then everyone in the guild fell down one after another as if they had been arranged. Even Ryujin and Erza are no exception, but the difference is that Ryujin fell in Genryusai's arms. Erza was still struggling to support himself, not letting himself fall asleep. Don't worry Erza, it's fine, I'm here. Genryusai wrapped his other hand around Urza's slender waist, and whispered in her ear softly. Urza leaned against Genryusai's arms, and the strong sense of security made her fall asleep peacefully. Tap tat tat. A figure who was wrapped in clothes and a turban, carrying 5 magic wands, and only a pair of eyes exposed walked in. Makarov looked up and said, "Mist Ogun. Long time no see, Mist Ogun." Genryusai greeted Mist Ogun and said, "Your way of playing has not changed. Don't always do tasks alone, have a drink together when you have time." Mist Ogun nodded to the chairman and Genryusai as a greeting. Then he tore off a mission entrustment letter, waved it in front of Makarov and said, "I've taken this mission." Makarov took a sip of his wine and said calmly, "Unlock the sleep magic. 5 4 3 2 1. Mist Ogun walked away as he counted down the seconds. The moment he stepped out of the guild, everyone who had just been sleeping woke up one after another. "Damn it, it feels like that guy has been here. The magic is still strong. This feeling, is it Mist Ogun? That BD. Hypnosis magic is still as powerful as ever?" Lucy asked curiously, "Mist Ogun? One of the fairy tale S-level mages?" Loki replied from the side, and was shocked when he saw Lucy beside him. Lucy asked in surprise, "S-class wizard? Is it as powerful as Genryusai and Urza? Why use sleep magic?" It seems that because he doesn't like others to see his face, it seems that only the president and Genryusai in the guild have seen his appearance. Suddenly, a haughty voice sounded above everyone's heads, "Not necessarily, I have also seen what Mist Ogun looks like." Laxus, Grey, Lucy and other guild members looked up to the second floor of the guild, and saw Laxus leaning on the guardrail with his elbow, looking down at everyone with a leisurely expression. "Laxus! You're here! Laxus! Come down and fight with me!" Natsu shouted when he saw Laxus. Laxus said playfully, "Come up if you have the ability. Wait for me." Natsu yelled and was about to run up to the second floor. Suddenly, a big hand descended from the sky and punched Natsu to the floor. "Not yet, Natsu, you can't go up yet. Yo yo yo, you've made the old man angry. Laxus, you should be more moderate." Makarov glared at Laxus. "Humph." Laxus curled his lips in disdain, looked at Natsu contemptuously and said, "This kind of trash is not even qualified to go to the second floor. Enough. Laxus, you don't want your hair anymore, do you?" Genryusai looked at Laxus coldly. The powerful spiritual pressure caused Laxus' pupils to dilate instantly, his whole body shook, and he clenched his fists tightly to prevent his waist from bending down. "Just wait, Genryusai. One day I will defeat you." Laxus turned away with his eyes wide open. After Laxus left, the guild gradually resumed its raucousness, drinking and talking. Lucy asked curiously, "Who is that person? He looks so arrogant." Laxus is also one of the strongest candidates for fairy tale. Grey looked a little serious. "The strongest backup? Is it as strong as Genryusai?" Lucy asked in surprise. "Absolutely not." Grey replied immediately without thinking. He has seen Genryusai's ruthless blade, he does not believe that Laxus will be the opponent of that monster Genryusai. At the beginning, Laxus was beaten badly by his brother-in-law. A few years ago, Laxus was silent in front of his brother-in-law. Recently, he seems to have become stronger. He feels that he can challenge his brother-in-law. Lissa on the side came over with a glass of wine and exposed Laxus' background. "Then the president didn't let Natsu go up to the second floor just now, why?" Lucy was a little puzzled. "Is there something extraordinary on the second floor? It's still too early for you. In fact, there is also a commission bulletin board on the second floor, but the commissions on it are all extremely difficult S-level tasks. Only S-rank mages in the guild can accept commissions. There are currently only 6 people in the guild, and they can go up to the second floor to accept tasks above S rank. 6 people? That's amazing. Who are they all? Guildarts, Genryusai, Laxus, Urza, Mist Ogun, and finally my sister." Lucy said in surprise, "Miss Myra Jane too." Myra Jane has always given Lucy the impression of being a gentle and virtuous girl, she couldn't imagine that Myra Jane was actually an S-rank mage in the guild. Of course, sister is very strong. Lissa said proudly. Lucy turned to look at the bar and saw a blushing Myra Jane being teased by Genryusai. I can't see it at all. Lucy secretly complained in his heart. Chapter 50. After Lucy got home, she was thinking about it, but she didn't expect that Miss Myra Jane was also an S-class. Ah! But as soon as she opened the bedroom door, she saw Natsu and Happy in her room. Why are you here? Hey! Lucy! Let's do the mission together. The next morning, fairy tale. It's not good, President. There is one less power of attorney on the second floor. Puff. Makarov, who was drinking, directly turned into a fountain. What? A power of attorney is missing. Which idiot would do such a thing? S-rank entrustment, but it will kill people. The members of the guild started discussing one after another, and everyone knew the danger of S-level entrustment. It's a cat with wings. Laxus put his feet on the railing on the second floor, and said mockingly. Happy. That's Natsu and Lucy. How come? What the hell are the two of them trying to do? Everyone didn't really believe that someone would take the S-rank order without authorization, but when they heard it was Natsu, that's fine. Anything that idiot can do is possible. But this is against the rules of the guild. Old man, this is a serious violation of the regulations. When they come back, you will expel them from the guild, right? Laxus looked very playful, and said gloatingly, or, he won't come back at all. Myra Jane couldn't stand it anymore, and walked to Laxus angrily. Laxus! Why don't you stop them when you see it? I thought it was a stray cat, who knew it was Happy. I didn't expect anyone to dare to accept the S-level mission without authorization. Laxus said with a face full of indifference. Myra Jane looked at Laxus sullenly, those beautiful eyes were full of anger. This is very troublesome, which order is it? Makarov crossed his arms and asked with a serious face. Cursed Devil's Island. Galuna Island. What? Laxus. Go and chase Natsu and the others back. Makarov was very worried, and said to his grandson. How is it possible, old man, I still have tasks to do later, and there is no need for such a guy in the guild who is self-righteous, overconfident and needs someone to clean up the mess. Laxus refused without hesitation, turned around and left after speaking, ignoring Makarov at all. President, I'll go. Myra Jane said. No, Myra Jane, go get Genryusai. Makarov said cautiously. It's not that he doesn't trust Marajana's strength, but that he is worried that Natsu, Lucy and Happy will hold back. For an S-level mission, any misjudgment may cost one's life. If Myra Jane was alone, Makarov wouldn't be worried. Even if he couldn't complete the task, Myra Jane would be able to escape unscathed. But to bring back Natsu and the others safely, Genryusai is safer. Genryusai was dragged back to the guild from Urza's bed by Myra Jane. He yawned and said to Makarov, who was sitting on the bar, Master, why did you call me here in such a hurry? There is one missing order form on the second floor, and Laxus saw that Happy took it away. Genryusai didn't feel sleepy at all, and asked seriously, which one is it? No one knows the difficulty of S-level missions better than these S-level mages. An accident may cause the mission to fail. Just like Myra Jane at the beginning, if Genryusai hadn't appeared in time, he would have almost collapsed in that S-level mission. Island of Devils. Makarov said, you go and bring those three idiots back. Gray, you go with Genryusai. Gray was taken aback when he heard this. Me? Genryusai alone is enough. The mission location is an island, your ice magic may be able to help. Be sure to bring Natsu and the others back, and also complete the S-level mission by the way. Genryusai looked at Makarov speechlessly and said, this is your real purpose. Makarov said righteously, am I that kind of person? Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Nu. Hi. Seeing Genryusai set off, Makarov also had a relaxed expression on his face. It's another S-level entrustment, hee. The town of Harjin. The two quickly arrived at the pier and asked if they had seen them bring a blue cat to Galuna Island. A punter uncle asked, you two are also fairy tale mages? Are you here to solve the Devil's Island mission? Uncle, who are you? There were 2 fairy tale mages in the morning who said they had accepted the curse mission of Island of Devils, and I sent them there. Those 2 guys sneaked out, and we are the real mages who are here to solve the task. Gray said angrily. I see, get on board. I'll take you to Galuna Island. Hearing Gray's explanation, the uncle's face changed slightly, and he said to Genryusai and Gray. The 2 boarded the boat quickly, and the boat drifted towards Galuna Island. I do not know how long it has been. There is Galuna Island in front of me. I can't go any further. If I get closer, I will also encounter a curse. The uncle stopped the boat, and the outline of an island could be vaguely seen in front of him. Just send it here, thank you, uncle. Gray used ice modeling magic with both hands. Ice make floor. Shua. The sea quickly froze, connecting to the island. Let's go. Shua. Shua. Genryusai used shunpo, and a pair of skates appeared under Gray's feet. The 2 of them soon came to a village, which looked a bit desolate and was surrounded by tall wooden fences. Hi! Is anyone there? Who are you? A few figures appeared inside the fence and asked vigilantly. We are fairy tale wizards. Did a man, a woman, and a blue cat come here today? No, it's Gray's voice. It must be here to take us back. Natsu and Lucy were also in the village at this time, and when they heard Gray's voice, they immediately reacted. SHH. Just say that you haven't seen us, they are not welcome here, let them leave. He is here to arrest us, if we leave, no one will help you solve the curse. Natsu said anxiously to the villagers. No. I haven't seen it. Outsiders are not welcome here. Please leave. Genryusai had sensed the souls of Natsu, Lucy, and Happy a long time ago. His pupils shrunk, and a terrifying ryutsu covered them. Wow! This pressure! What is it? Why does gravity suddenly become stronger? What's going on? No. I can't hold on anymore. Natsu, Lucy, and Happy all changed their faces. Oops! It's Genryusai. The 3 of them are not at all sure of facing Genryusai. Just as they had guessed, Genryusai's voice sounded, You 3 idiots, hurry up and ask someone to open the door. Do you want me to find you out myself? The sound covering the ryutsu makes the hairs stand on end. Open the door. Open the door. Squeak, squeak. Soon the gate of the village was opened, and Natsu, Lucy, and Happy all knelt there obediently, as if admitting their mistake. An old man who looked like a village chief looked at Genryusai anxiously and asked, Hello, who are you? Genryusai's ryutsu just now scared everyone. Genryusai said, I'm the mage who came to solve this entrusted task. Genryusai, the 2 idiots of our guild didn't cause you any trouble. Chapter 51. Sorry. This mission is that they stole the mission order and ran here privately. Now I am in charge of this mission. So that's the case, then please ask the 2 mages. The village chief said to Genryusai and Gray very politely. Glancing at Natsu and Lucy from the corner of the eye, he also shook his head and sighed slightly. They turned out to be 2 newcomer wizards who are good at asserting themselves. Fortunately, Fairy Tale was in charge and sent 2 powerful wizards. From the gravity that just covered the village, it can be seen that these 2 people are powerful. Hearing that his S-level mission was about to fail, Natsu immediately said, Wait a minute, Genryusai, I'm the one to take this mission. Breaking the way number 4 by lay. Genryusai didn't even look at Natsu, a bolt of lightning shot out from his fingertip. Ah! Natsu flew upside down screaming, lightning flashing all over his body. Boom! A hole was smashed into the fence. Wow! Everyone was shocked. Happy hurriedly flew to Genryusai and cried, Genryusai, it's none of my business. Natsu and Lucy ordered me to do it. You mean cat? Lucy said indignantly. You 3 dare to accept S-level missions privately, and even dare to violate the rules of the guild. Do you want to be expelled from the guild? Genryusai looked at Natsu, Lucy, and Happy with angry eyes. Hearing that they would be expelled from the guild, the faces of both of them changed. Sorry. We were wrong. We don't dare anymore. Genryusai, just forgive us this time. The 2-in-1 cat apologized quickly, with an extremely sincere attitude. I hope this is the last time this happens. As for whether you can continue to stay in the guild, it depends on what the old man wants. After warning them viciously, Genryusai left them alone. Instead, ask the village chief for detailed information on this mission. The next day, Genryusai took Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Happy to investigate the forest. According to the information provided by the village chief, they will be cursed into demons, which may be related to the temple in the forest. Hey, take a look. Is that the temple that the village chief said? Passing through the jungle, a building connected to the mountain appeared in front of several people. With Genryusai present, several people were not afraid at all, and walked in swaggeringly. Inside was a very spacious hall. It's quite big here. It's dilapidated, I don't know when the building was built. Hey, will there be demons? Happy, don't say such scary things. By the way, this place is so dilapidated, is the floor okay? As Natsu said, he kicked hard on the floor twice. Stupid. Don't push so hard. Boom. The floor suddenly shattered and a big hole appeared, several people fell down, only Genryusai stood calmly in the void. This idiot. Genryusai covered his face with his hands, he sort of understood why Natsu was so poor. With such a reckless character, I'm afraid he would have to break a few dishes even if he was serving them. Bang bang! It fell all the way to the bottom of the pit, and the smoke and dust were everywhere. But all three of them are rough-skinned and thick-skinned guys, even Lucy is fine, just a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha, the bottom here is actually empty. Natsu patted the dust off his body casually, and smiled triumphantly. What's there to be proud of? I was almost killed by you. You idiot, give me a good brain before doing something. Gray and Lucy cursed. Hey, fortunately, both Genryusai and I can fly. You idiot Natsu, it's still useful, look at that. Genryusai floated down, pointed to the front and said. Follow the direction of Genryusai's finger. Then, what is that? A huge monster is frozen. Natsu and Lucy opened their mouths in shock. After seeing the monster, Gray immediately became panicked, and shouted the name of the monster as if in disbelief, Dai Lionla. How is it possible? How did Dai Lionla appear here? No, it's impossible. It can't be in this kind of place. Genryusai said lightly, calm down. Gray, it's just a monster sealed in ice. Gray's expression calmed down slightly upon hearing Genryusai's words. But the body still trembled obviously, showing that the heart was not peaceful at all. Gray, you know this monster. Dai Lionla, demon of disaster. Genryusai moved his ears and said, wait a minute, there are footsteps, hide first. Natsu, Happy, and Lucy immediately hid behind the stone obediently. Gray stared blankly at the frozen Leon, motionless. Seeing this, Genryusai had to pull him behind a stone and hide. The task this time was to lift the curse, and Genryusai didn't act rashly even though he still didn't know what the curse was. After so many years of missions, Genryusai knows that some missions cannot be completed simply by being reckless. Soon, two men walked in here. That's the sound coming from here just now. Oh. The floor above here has fallen, is it an intruder? Oh. It looks like they should have escaped. Before Master Zero finds out, find these intruders and deal with them. After a while, the two left, and Genryusai and the others also reappeared. They smell different from this island, they are foreigners. Seeing Genryusai looking thoughtfully at the frozen Dai Leon, Lucy said. Genryusai, are you going to destroy this? The curse in the village may also be affected by this monster. As long as you destroy this, the curse may disappear. Gray immediately stopped and said, no, wait a minute, I want to know who is that Zero Emperor? Why did you bring the demon that the master sacrificed his life to seal here? Master. Seal. That's right, Dai Lionla is my master Ulu, who sealed him with absolute freeze at the cost of his life. Gray began to talk about his childhood experiences. His home was destroyed by Leon, his parents were killed by Leon, and then he was rescued by his master Ulu, and he learned magic from his master. After learning magic, he heard the news of Dai Lionla, and challenged recklessly, but ended up killing his master instead. When he said this, the expression on Gray's face was pained. I hope to hand over that guy named Zero Emperor to me. No matter who the enemy is, I will never allow him to discredit my master. Gray said solemnly. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Genryusai said bluntly. Natsu, Lucy, and Gray were all taken aback. They didn't expect Genryusai to agree so simply. Don't look at me like that, this is what you have to do as an apprentice, and it's only right for you to entrust it to you. And I'm here, they can do whatever they want. The three of them looked at each other and smiled when they heard Genryusai's words. Hey! As expected of Genryusai. Yes. The monster Genryusai is more terrifying than Dai Leon. Thinking of the flames of the natural disaster that could burn everything, they felt an incomparable sense of security. Chapter 52. Lord Zero Emperor, I'm really sorry, there was an intruder in the ruins, but they haven't been found yet. A man with thick eyebrows said to a man wearing a horn mask. The two stood in a place similar to an altar. If viewed three-dimensionally, the altar was just above the frozen Dai Leon. There are also a group of people wearing grey cannons standing around silently behind the man known as Zero Emperor. Intruder? How is the unblocking of Dai Lionla? Zero Emperor asked. Gray, who was hiding in the corner, changed his face when he heard it, this voice. Under the detection of Genryusai's Ryutsu, several people followed Genryusai and had already touched Zero Emperor. According to this speed, the ice may be melted tonight. Zero Emperor said, that's good, we must not let people destroy our plan. Yes. Stop this boring behavior of yours for me. Leon. Gray jumped out with a roar. Then both hands immediately used the ice modeling magic, and one after another ice cones rose from the ground and attacked Zero Emperor. Zero Emperor and others were surprised, they didn't expect the intruder to appear here. But seeing Gray's attack, Zero T didn't panic. Instead, with a wave of one hand, an ice magic that is almost the same as Gray appeared. With a bang, they collided together. After blocking Gray's attack, Zero Emperor turned around and said indifferently, long time no see, Gray. That guy uses the same magic as Gray. Lucy exclaimed. Yuka, a man with thick eyebrows, said, are they the intruders? It seems that people from that village asked the Magisters Guild for help. Lucy asked, Gray, do you know that guy named Zero? He's my brother. Leon. Brother. Natsu asked in confusion, why did your senior brother revive the demon that your master sealed with his life? Gray said with an ugly face, this is the question I want to ask too. Leon, what do you want to do? Leon ignored Gray's question, but said to his subordinates, how dare you ask a mage to hinder us, and teach that village a lesson? Yes. That can't be done. They are the entrusters of this mission. If they are hurt by you, how can I hand in the mission? Genryusai Shunpo appeared in front of the group of people, stretched out a finger, and said coldly. 31 of breaking the way, red cannon. A group of crimson flames appeared, and the blazing high temperature caused the temperature of the altar to rise sharply. Boom! The fireballs shot out, and the mages wearing grey robes along the way all howled in the flames and were burned to coke. Wow! Ah! Help me! Water magic! It's useless. It can't put out the fire at all. Leon looked at Genryusai and said, who are you? At this time, beside Leon, a short man dressed like an Indian said, he is a fairy tale S-level mage, Genryusai known as the Fire Calamity. Fire Calamity, ... When Yuka on the side heard this name, his face changed drastically. Toby, who looks a bit like a dog, said, oh, I heard it too. It is said that he is a man who will bring disasters. Wherever he passes, there are thousands of miles of red land, extinction of life, and no grass. Sharia has heard of it, but never seen it. The three of them are facing a great enemy. The name of the person and the shadow of the tree will be named as disasters, and they will be called flame disasters. I am afraid that they are not ordinary wizards. Saradili, do you know him? Leon's face became serious when he heard his partner's words. Of course. Master Zero may never care about anything other than Dai Leon. Genryusai has wiped out many dark guilds. Even in the Magic Council, they are all famous existences. Altair's heart, whose alias is Saradiri, explained in a stern voice. Master Zero Emperor, maybe our plan to revive Dai Leon is going to fail. Altair decided to provoke Leon. Leon stared and said, impossible, I don't care what kind of fire disaster he is, no one can stop my plan, I cake grizzly. With a wave of Leon's hand, several ice eagles flew towards Genryusai and others. Ice make ice shield. Boom boom boom. Grey blocked Leon's magic with an ice shield. Leon. Your opponent is me. Leon ordered, kill them. Crack. Natsu touched his fists wrapped in flames and said, Genryusai, you have already dealt with so many people, leave these guys to me. Saying that, Natsu rushed towards Yuka and Toby. Damn it, don't underestimate us. Yuka's expression changed. Boom. Natsu punched the ground, and the ground suddenly shattered, a big hole appeared, and Natsu and the other two fell down together. Natsu. Lucy and Happy were startled and ran over to check. But just after running for a few steps, the shattered land suddenly began to recover as if going back in time, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to the state before it was destroyed by Natsu just now. Lucy and Happy said in surprise, recovered? How is it possible? Altair said with a strange smile, oh hee I'm showing my ugliness, the lost magic, the arc of time, I don't know if it can catch the eyes of Lord Genryusai. Lost magic, that's not the same as Natsu's magic. My magic can restore the time before the object was destroyed, even if the object is smashed, it can be restored. The magic of controlling time sounds amazing. Suddenly, Genryusai looked at Altair seriously and said, do you want to join our guild? The air was quiet for a while, both Lucy Happy and Altair were stunned. Oh he, Master Genryusai was joking. Genryusai waved his hand and explained, no, I'm serious. The idiots in our guild will always cause damage. Of course, occasionally I will cause a lot of trouble, and I will lose a lot of money every time. You can save a lot of money by joining our guild. How about it? Do you want to join Fairy Tail? I won't let you do it in vain, and I will pay you for every restoration. I am very sincere. Lucy and Happy were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Genryusai was still thinking about this at this time, and it was really reasonable to think about it. Altair was speechless, and at the same time sullen. She has worked so hard and endured pain and torture to learn the lost magic, is it to clean up the mess? Oh he Master Genryusai seems to look down on my lost magic. Genryusai spread his hands and said, why? That's magic about time. I just think you can better use this magic to its fullest value. How valuable this magic is, it's up to you to experience it yourself. Crack. The ground under Genryusai and Altair's feet suddenly seemed to be neatly cut into a circle, and Altair and Genryusai fell down together. Chapter 53. The Arc of Time. Call out. A crystal ball shot towards Genryusai, and there was a crackling sound. Breaking the way number 4 by Lei. Boom. The crystal ball was shattered by lightning, but recovered immediately. 1 is not enough, so what about 10? Altair waved his hand, and 10 crystal balls appeared beside him, flying towards Genryusai from all directions. Whether Genryusai punched or kicked or dodged, under the attack of 10 crystal balls, he seemed to be able to do a job with ease. 10 won't work, then 100. What a disappointment, I thought it was some great magic, and it turned out to be a bunch of crystal balls flying around. Time magic, there should be time to speed up, time to stand still, time to go back. Altair blushed with anger, it's up to you if you can do it. Go. With a wave of Altair's hand, hundreds of crystal balls shot out towards Genryusai. Shua. Genryusai's figure suddenly disappeared before Altair's eyes. So fast. Where? Altair glanced around vigilantly, several crystal balls floated in front of her. At this, a large hand rested on Altair's shoulder, and a cold voice sounded behind her. In an instant, Altair was shaken all over, and his back was soaked in cold sweat. Chirp. Several crystal balls floating in front of Altair flew towards her back. Bear! Altair didn't dare to look back at all, only felt a rush of heat behind her, and the horrible high temperature burned her skin. Ah! Then an electric current spread through her body, making her numb and trembling, screaming again and again. The camouflage magic could not be maintained, and it returned to its original form. No wonder I can always smell a fragrance. It turned out to be a beautiful woman in disguise. What do you think I should do with you? Genryusai raised Altair's chin with his fingers, and said with a playful face. That, Master Genryusai, I think the proposal just now can still be considered. Altair swallowed in horror, and said with a dry smile. Oh? Yeah. Looking at the sexy figure, especially the upturned buttocks, Genryusai smiled maliciously. Good on you, what do you want to do? At this time, the two brothers Gray and Leon were fighting fiercely. Ice make birds. Ice make lancers. Bang bang bang. Crackling. Leon and Gray used long-range attacks, and the ice created by both sides collided in the middle, and all shattered to offset it. Ice make big ice hammer. Gray used the ice modeling magic with both hands, and the cold air quickly condensed on Leon's head, and a huge ice hammer fell from the sky in the blink of an eye. Ice make great ape. Leon waved one hand, and a huge ice ape appeared behind Leon, blocking Gray's attack with both arms. Gray confronted Leon. Leon! What the hell are you trying to do? What? Don't you understand? Of course, revive Dai Lionra, and then defeat it, so as to prove that I surpassed you. Just for this nonsense, you're going to resurrect Dai Lionla? Do you want Yu's sacrifice to be for nothing? Hearing Gray's words, Leon said with a ferocious face, boring. You actually said my dream is boring. You have become very arrogant. Gray. Fire Dragon's Roar. Natsu spewed out a beam of flames and attacked Yuka and Toby. Fluctuation. Boom. The flame dissipated, and Yuka and Toby were not hurt. Yuka looked at Natsu and said, what a raging flame, could it be that you are the fire dragon in the legendary fairy tale? We used to be mages of a well-known guild, and we wouldn't be defeated so easily by you. You've heard of Lamia Scale, the mages guild, right? Toby stood on the other side and formed a two-sided attack and said proudly, yes. We have Jura known as Rock and Iron. Boom. Natsu released flames from both arms, interrupting the words of the two. You listened to what was said. Who cares about you? I don't care which guild's mages you are and who your companions are. Those things are none of my business. Crack. Raise it a little higher, can't you hear me? At this moment, Altair was bound by a rope of condensed spiritual power. With both hands raised high, the rope outlines a perfect line, which is extremely alluring. This professional technique, Teacher Chen had to call out Big Brother after seeing it. You pervert, let me go if you have the ability. Altair cursed with flushed face, the hata gave her a strange feeling. This feeling is indescribable, like pain, but more sour. Now she only feels blushing and heartbeat, and her whole body is weak and weak. It's hard to catch a beautiful female prisoner. If you don't train her, is she still a man? Genryusai said it as a matter of course, and then patted it hard again, causing a ripple. You. Altair had tears in her eyes and a look of embarrassment on her face, she felt her back was bulging now. A strong sense of shame made her stare at Genryusai fiercely. But Genryusai didn't seem to care, instead he looked at her provocatively and slapped her twice from time to time. Can you let me go? I will do whatever you want. Altair's expression suddenly became seductive, he took the initiative to tilt his buttocks, and winked at Genryusai with a sigh of relief. Snapped. As soon as Altair finished speaking, he felt that he was slapped again. Not only was it very painful, but the strange feeling reappeared. Don't play with fire, I'm afraid you won't be able to put out fire. Big pervert. You go. Altair, who was just about to yell at Genryusai in disbelief, looked at Genryusai and said, you let me go. I've played it, but you still want to rely on me, and I won't be able to take responsibility. Genryusai untied the riot's rope, patted it one last time and said. Altair didn't react too aggressively this time, and this BD took up all the advantages of his body, so it's nothing to take another shot. Sniv. But in the next second, when he saw Genryusai smelling his hand with enjoyment, Altair's face turned blood red instantly. Ah! You pervert, I will fight with you. Come again? Then I'm not welcome. Ah, BD, pervert, you hurt me. Sorry, it feels so good. I killed you. Chapter 54. Seeing Altair's back tilted away, Genryusai smiled triumphantly. He sighed secretly, he was really a gentleman. Hey! Genryusai, take me. Just when Genryusai was about to go up to see if Lucy was okay and if there was a chance to be a hero to save the beauty. Hearing Natsu's voice, he looked down, that guy also ended the fight, and was waving to him, motioning to take him up with him. Natsu, Genryusai. As soon as I got back to the altar, I heard Lucy's voice. When I looked up, I saw Happy flying over with Lucy. Lucy suffered a slight injury on her body, but she was fine overall. Upon questioning, it turned out that Lucy was also involved in the battle. He won the one-on-one battle with the girl named Sharia. Not far away, the battle between Leon and Gray has reached a fever pitch. Because the two sides are brothers and have similar magic, it is difficult to tell the winner, and the fight is a war of attrition. Ice make white tiger. Roar. A magic circle lit up on the ground, and a huge white ice tiger quickly rushed towards Gray. Ice make cage. A cage appeared to enclose the ice tiger. Damn it! Leon tried his best to control it, but no matter how hard the ice tiger struggled, it couldn't break through the cage. Didn't Ulu tell us a long time ago that the shape of one hand is unstable, and he can't exert his full strength at critical moments? Ice make ice cannon. Boom! Wow! Leon was hit by the ice cannon head-on, screamed, then knelt down on the ground and said with dull eyes, "No. Impossible. How could I be defeated by you? Because I have companions in the guild, I will progress faster. Leon, you should also find a guild to join in the future." After finishing speaking, Gray turned around and walked towards Genryusai. Several people gave each other a high five with smiles on their faces. Soon several people came underground again, and their mission was not completed yet. Although I don't know what the devil's curse is, it is most likely related to the frozen die Leon. On the way, Gray said the reason why Leon wanted to revive Leon, and Genryusai was speechless for a while. To prove that he surpassed his master, so that he could resurrect the demon that his master had sealed at the cost of his life, and then defeat it himself? What kind of retarded brain circuit is this? Even an idiot like Natsu wouldn't be so brainless. Just for this, so many people are cursed. It's too much. He doesn't know, find a place where no one is there. Natsu cursed loudly angrily. Genryusai. Lucy. Well, still overestimated the IQ of this idiot. While speaking, several people came to the frozen die Leon. The surroundings are dark and empty, the temperature is extremely low, and the terrifying die Leon pulls the cowardly Lucy and Happy into fear. Is this the source of the curse? Natsu kept looking at the demon inside the ice cube with great interest. Except for Ignir, he had never seen such a big creature. Destroy it. If you stay, Leon will continue to do the stupid thing of resurrecting the Leon. After destroying it, he will completely cut off his thoughts. After hesitating for a while, Gray said with a slightly sad look in his eyes. He knew that Genryusai had that ability, and in that endless flame, everything would be incinerated. Good. Just as Genryusai nodded in agreement, his expression changed slightly. Then he frowned, and looked at the frozen die Leon with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Genryusai. Although Lucy was scared, she still noticed Genryusai's expression. This frozen demon seems to have two fragile soul waves. Genryusai said seriously. What did you say? Everyone was shocked, especially Gray, whose body couldn't help shaking. Does Genryusai say that? You mean, you is not dead yet? Gray ran over, grabbed Genryusai's shoulders with both hands, and looked at Genryusai in ecstasy. No, your master Ulu is dead. Genryusai shook his head and whispered. The surprise in Gray's eyes darkened, his arms trembled, and he loosened Genryusai's shoulders feebly. It's just that her soul doesn't seem to dissipate completely, perhaps it has something to do with her absolutely frozen magic. Genryusai's words rekindled Gray's hope. Genryusai, can you save you? Gray looked at Genryusai expectantly and pleadingly as if grasping at the last straw. I can only try. Genryusai looked at Gray's pleading eyes, and finally couldn't bear to dash his hope. Except that Genryusai wasn't sure either, not at all. Genryusai also experimented with Bengaiu, and wanted to try to create void. But without exception, all failed. I don't know if it's because of the broken jade, or the rules of this world, or he didn't use the right method. In short, Genryusai all failed. Stand back a little. Genryusai pulled out the Zanpakutō from his waist and said solemnly. Please. Gray bowed to Genryusai and stepped back with Natsu, Lucy, and Happy. Call. Genryusai adjusted his breathing, his pupils became heavy, and the Ryutsu was firmly locked on the two Ryutsu in the huge ice block. Bengaiu, I really need your strength this time. Genryusai thought silently in his heart. Then, with a firm gaze, without any hesitation, the Zanpakutō pierced fiercely into the ice. On Genryusai's chest, a jewel that shone with blue-black light shone faintly. OM. A strange wind and wave rolled up, and Genryusai's Ryutsu poured into the huge block of ice. Wow! The huge ice block that wrapped Dai Lion's pole was shining with white light. This. Gray clenched his fists, his heart beat faster, and he watched this scene expectantly. The white light gradually changed from soft to dazzling, making it hard to keep your eyes open. Roar! Ah! Suddenly, two beast-like roars, not human-like, resounded through the entire underground cave. Chapter 55. Roar! Ah! The dazzling light gradually dissipated, and two beast-like roars that did not resemble humans resounded throughout the underground cave. That is, what? Gray opened his eyes with difficulty, and looked ahead in disbelief. Not only him, Natsu, Lucy, Happy, all stared wide-eyed, opened their mouths wide, with disbelief on their faces. In front of Genryusai, the huge block of ice had disappeared. There are only two huge creatures, one black and one white. The huge black figure, known to everyone, is none other than Dai Leon, known as the undead demon. And another white monster, everyone has never seen it, let alone understand why it suddenly appeared here. It was a pale monster half the size of Dai Leon. Standing on all fours, like a snow leopard, but with a pair of huge wings, criss-crossed fangs, and sharp claws, declaring that this monster belongs to the status of a predator. The tyrannical aura exuding from his whole body was even more frightening than that of the immortal demon Dai Leon, and that kind of fear came from the depths of his soul. The most special thing is that this white monster has a hollow that runs through the body at the chest. Gray, Natsu, and the others are having a hard time imagining how this monster whose chest was pierced survived. Because of the rules of the world, it is said here that virtuality is an entity, which can be seen by human beings. False. Or Yaku cause. Genryusai looked at the white monster in front of him in surprise, and couldn't help but feel happy. It worked this time. Void of soul. But why? Why is Master Gray's soul able to be blurred? And after being blurred, it will be a middle-level big void of Yaku cause level? Deep doubts flashed in Genryusai's eyes again, although he created this one through the collapsed jade and spiritual pressure. But he didn't understand the principle at all. It is more reasonable to say that it was a mistake. Roar! Yaku cause, who looked like a snow leopard, roared violently, stepped on all fours, and slammed into Lionla. Oh ho ho ho! Even though it was much smaller than Dai Leon, it knocked Dai Leon to the ground in one fell swoop, and the crushed stones flew all over the sky, shaking the ground. Ho ho! Dai Leon pulls the same tyrannical breath, wanting to tear up the little things on her body. The sharp claws made a sound of piercing through the air, as if they could tear everything apart, and ruthlessly grabbed the snow leopard pressing on him. Clang! When the sharp claws scratched the body of the snow leopard, there was a harsh sound like the collision of iron objects, and sparks flew everywhere. Steel! Huh? Lien Dai Lion's weak soul has become much stronger. Is it because of Bengyu's power that he repaired his body by the way? Watching the hand-to-hand fight between the two huge monsters, Genryusai stood there and muttered to himself. He could feel that Dai Leon, who was already a dying candle in the wind, had grown stronger in soul and body after creating Ashika's. Chirp! A white bullet condensed in the mouth of the snow leopard, and it blasted towards Dai Lion's huge body. Boom! Boom boom boom! Compared with the false flash, although the power of the false bullet is much smaller, the attack speed is 20 times faster. Oh ho ho ho! Dai Leon was hit in the front, his powerful body was directly torn apart, blood spattered, and he screamed in pain. Genryusai, what the hell is that? Gray appeared next to Genryusai and asked with a panicked expression. If nothing else, that should be your master. Ulu. Genryusai was a little embarrassed and explained with a guilty conscience. How did you turn into such a monster? Did he receive magic? Gray shook his head and asked in disbelief. This is very troublesome to explain. You can understand that Ulu's body is dead, and I can only resurrect her soul in another life form. Genryusai touched his head and explained with an embarrassed expression. And when it comes to resurrection, it's even quieter. Because, through the Ryutsu Genryusai can feel the East Asian Yamkas are full of devouring, destroying, and tyrannical breath. Like a beast with only instinctive desires, without any reason at all. It stands to reason that Yaku cause already possesses wisdom. But the Yaku cause created by Genryusai are more like Karayan with stronger power, only the desire to eat. Is this a success? Or a failure? Gray was shocked when he heard Genryusai's explanation, and turned his head to look at the snow leopard who was attacking violently, with complicated eyes. Ho 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 ho! Bang bang bang! Boom bang! Oh ho ho ho! Boom boom boom! The battle between the demon and Su is still going on, and both monsters exude a terrifying aura. Bloody hand-to-hand combat, the wildest fighting. Biting with sharp teeth, tearing with claws, body bumping. Unstoppable vibrations in the ground, rocks shattered and danced. Ah! Dai Leon wailed in pain again, his right arm was bitten off by the snow leopard, blue blood gushed out like a fountain, flowing on the ground, and the ground hissed white smoke was corroded. The snow leopard completely didn't care about the corrosiveness of the demon's blood. It grabbed the demon's arm with its sharp teeth, biting, chewing and swallowing it directly. This. Gray trembled all over, he couldn't accept that the gentle and powerful Ulu would turn into such a bloodthirsty and cruel monster. Away! Tear. Although it is smaller in size, Dai Leon is no match for snow leopard at all. The sharp teeth and claws of the snow leopard can easily tear apart the immortal body that Leon is proud of. But Dai Leon couldn't do anything to snow leopard, at best he used brute force to push him back. As time went on, Dai Lion's body became more and more bruised, corroded and splattered everywhere. Ah! Tear! The snow leopard once again bit off a large piece of flesh on Dai Lion's shoulder, and swallowed it directly into his stomach. Boom! Dai Lion Nyakian Zhao, screamed in pain, and with his remaining left arm, he patted the snow leopard hanging on his body to the ground, smashing a deep hole. Seeing that little thing shake his body, he stood up again. Dai Leon pulled his scarlet and tyrannical pupils, flashing a look of fear. Dai Leon scared. This little thing terrified him, the demon. Dai Leon took 2 steps on his hind legs unconsciously, his daughter-in-law twins. However, Snow Leopard didn't give him a chance to escape at all. With a flap of huge wings, it swooped over again. Ho ho ho! Snow Leopard has brutal scarlet pupils, only decorated with crazy killing intent. Even the pair of emotionless eyes that the devil looked at each other would care about business. Tear! Away! This time, the sharp claws of the snow leopard pierced directly into the flesh and blood of Dai Lion's chest. Opened his bloody mouth full of blue blood, biting fiercely on Dai Lion's head. Chapter 56. The snow leopard opened its mouth wide and bit Lionla's head fiercely. Crack! The devil's hard skin was like tofu, and it was easily bitten through. The muscles, blood vessels, and the hardest bones were all crushed by sharp teeth. Dai Leon pulled half of his cheek, which was torn, making him look even more hideous. It has to be said that the vitality of the demon is really tenacious. Even after this, Leon can still let out a deafening roar. Crunch crunch! The snow leopard chewed the flesh and bones of the demon, looked at Dai Leon with icy eyes, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth from time to time, dripping on the ground with a hiss sound. OM! At this moment, Genryusai's pupils contracted suddenly because he felt a throbbing inside him. This throbbing comes from the collapsed jade in the body, which seems to reveal a longing. Bengaiu actually reacted. This is the first time Genryusai has felt the reaction of Bengaiu since he traveled through time. All these years, no matter what method Genryusai tried, he couldn't communicate with Bengaiu. Although Bengaiu was in his body, it was like a proud iceberg snow lotus, never making any movement. Bengaiu wants to, the soul of a demon. Looking at Dai Leon, who was bleeding profusely from 410 and was being knocked down again and again by the snow leopard, Genryusai's eyes were fiery. Genryusai couldn't help walking forward, trying to collect Dai Lion's soul. Tear. Crack. Ah. Finally, as the snow leopard once again fell on Dai Leon, biting his neck. The tall demon struggled twice, then lost his movement, and his scarlet pupils lost their spirit. Dai Lion's body cracked little by little, turned into fly ash and began to dissipate, and that huge body disappeared in the blink of an eye. As for why the body dissipates after the demon dies, no one knows the reason. Is this true of all demons, or only those created by Zeref? Then I don't even know. Genryusai appeared at the head of Dai Lionra, who turned into ashes, and a spiritual pressure covered the surroundings. A wave of energy that only Genryusai could see was drawn into his body and then absorbed by Bengaiu. Genryusai can feel that his collapse seems to be a bit different. It's like the broken parts patched up a bit. Genryusai secretly scolded himself for being an idiot, knowing it in his heart. In the manga, Aizen, in order to create and feed Bengaiu, used the souls of Liu Hun Street, who have the talent of the god of death, the soul of the god of death, and even the soul of Su. But Genryusai has only fed the souls of Warcraft and the Dark Guild mages these years. Could it be that the restoration of the collapsed jade requires a different soul? Genryusai had a new guess in mind. But it's not right, isn't Lullaby also a devil? Why is there no reaction after absorbing Bengaiu? Thinking of this, Genryusai had another headache. Bengaiu seems to have become a picky eater. Since the past 2 years, Bengaiu has been unwilling to devour ordinary weak souls. Genryusai still can't figure out Bengaiu's feeding method. It would be great if there was another Kisukura Hera. Genryusai shook his head secretly and sighed. Life is not easy, let me sigh. It can only be said that there is a specialization in the art industry, and the captain inherited by Genryusai, although powerful, has reached the peak of the 4 death skills of chopping, punching, walking, and ghosting. But in terms of research on the soul, he is not good at it. Although Genryusai knows the function of Bengaiu, but how to use it and how to feed it can only be slowly explored by himself. Just like we play games and know how to use skills, but the programming and code of this skill are only known by designers and code writers. Like this time, what was the principle behind Yakuka's being created? Genryusai didn't know. Why didn't Bengaiu respond to Lullaby, but was throbbing with Dai Lionla's soul? Genryusai didn't know either. But Genryusai at least understands one thing, that is, Bengaiu needs different souls, such as a demon, or a dragon. Yuen, Kaej, Luzai, who was thinking, suddenly felt a chill all over, as if he was being targeted by something terrifying. Looking up, he met Yachika's cold and bloodthirsty eyes. Oh? Do you think I stole your food? Or, are you treating me as food? Genryusai closed his pupils and said lightly. Roar! Ashikas roared at Genryusai, and a violent riot raged. Gray, Natsu, you guys get out of here first. The farther the better. The Su of Yakuka's level is not something that the current Natsu can face. No. Natsu felt the pressure from Ashika's body, and nodded without trying to be brave. Lucy also said in fear, Genryusai, then be careful. Happy, let's withdraw first, hey. Gray's complexion was tangled, his fists were clenched and loosened and clenched again, and the moment he turned around, he said to Genryusai, please, don't hurt Ulu. Genryusai didn't answer. Gray didn't wait for Genryusai to speak, closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and left here with Natsu and Lucy. Yaku, with his bestial instincts, seemed to feel the pressure from Genryusai. There is no such thing as attacking Dai Leon, directly rushing to bite. Instead, he kept walking around Genryusai with his limbs, and stared at Genryusai with scarlet eyes. However, the bloodthirsty instinct still defeated the instinct of the beast. The snow leopard opened its bloody mouth wide, condensing white energy false flash. The proud son of heaven, the iron city wall, the dragon's walk, the lion's roar, the tiger's roar, and the wolf's run, cut off the world before it collapses. 81 of the way of binding, breaking the void. Genryusai didn't dodge, he wanted to feel the power of this Su. Of course, let's not be careless, in the original comics, the Yachika's level Su has a captain level Ryutsu. Genryusai's current Ryutsu is not much stronger than Chuka's. Which is to say, he created a monstrous monster. No. It should be Bengaiu who created a terrible monster. Bengaiu, what an incredible thing. Chirp. Boom boom boom. A white virtual flash shot out, and a long ravine was plowed into the ground along the way, and the terrifying energy wiped out everything in front of it. The white energy collided with the black barrier brazenly, and the powerful shock wave centered on the collision point and quickly swept away towards the surrounding area. The earth cracked, rocks turned into powder, and waves of terrifying energy raged around. Explosions resounded through the cave, and the entire underground was collapsing. Clatter! Pieces of rock fell, and gravel fell like raindrops. Boom boom! After a while, the entire building above cracked and collapsed. The flames of the explosion and the smoke and dust aroused by the collapse of the building rushed into the sky, and then scattered in all directions like fireworks. Chapter 57. Run! With flames under his feet, Natsu looked at the collapsed temple behind him and the aftermath of the explosion that shot straight into the sky, and ran towards the distance. This is too exaggerated. Lucy yelled desperately. Fortunately, they ran fast, otherwise they would be buried alive in it. Hey, by the way, Lucy, you are too heavy. Happy grabbed Lucy and flew, saying aggrieved baby. Shut up, you naughty cat. Lucy blushed pretty, and shouted angrily. Looking down at his pride, he couldn't see his toes at all, so he couldn't help feeling proud again. Stop talking nonsense, run farther away, and stay away from the people in the nearby village. Gray said calmly while running. That's right, once Genryusai goes all out, this island will be destroyed, hey. Happy nodded again and again. Lucy couldn't help complaining, is it so scary? Shua! Shua! Two piercing figures rushed out of the collapsed pit, standing on the left and right above the abyss. Even without wisdom, Ashika's is still Ashika's, and his power should not be underestimated. Genryusai looked at the snow leopard with its white fangs on the opposite side, and commented. Roar! This time, the snow leopard didn't linger any longer, but directly rushed up fiercely, extremely fast. Genryusai put his hand on the handle of the knife, his eyes were cold. Caress and chop. The light of the knife suddenly appears, and the edge is revealed. Clang! Blades collide with sharp claws, iron tools clang and sparks fly. Boom! Boom! Clang! Boom boom boom! In the blink of an eye, the two sides fought for more than 10 rounds, gradually fighting from the ground to the sky. There were continuous sonic booms and the sound of iron objects colliding in midair. Chirp! Boom boom boom! From time to time, there are flaming explosions, false flashes, false bullets, and broken paths continue to explode and roar. It's too exaggerated. On the edge of the island, Lucy looked up at the constant roar of collisions in the distance, and said in horror. Boom buzz buzz! Boom boom boom! Genryusai and Snow Leopard fought back to the ground from the sky. The entire island shook for a while, and everyone was terrified. The village chief and the villagers were so frightened that they all knelt on the ground. Looking at the eyes of Genryusai in the distance, it seems that he is looking at a god. Only when the gods are angry and fighting, can they have that kind of heavenly power. Hoo. Neat wounds appeared on the body of Snow Leopard, and Genryusai's figure was reflected in the scarlet eyes, panting heavily. But soon, his wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Opposite him was Genryusai, who looked unscathed, only the cuffs of his clothes were a little damaged. It's really difficult. Let you calm down first. Looking at the Snow Leopard, who only had the desire to kill, Genryusai said helplessly. As soon as the words fell, the tip of the knife pointed obliquely at the ground, and open-air ryutsu gushed out from Genryusai's body. Everything is ashes. The blade is like fire. Boom! The terrifying golden flame instantly reduced everything around Genryusai to ashes. Endless flames poured out crazily, as if they were going to swallow the entire island. And in the middle of the flames, Genryusai stands in the center holding a knife. Like a ghost from hell. The earth was burned and rocks turned into lava. Ah, what is that? Looking at the sea of flames like a natural disaster and feeling the sudden rise in heat, Lucy shouted in horror. That's the true power of Genryusai, the blade is like fire. Gray swallowed and explained tremblingly. Even if it wasn't the first time I saw it, the fear that seemed to be engraved in my bones could not be suppressed. Hey, this is because Genryusai has controlled the range of the blade like fire, otherwise the whole island will be covered in flames. Happy also explained with the same fear. Looks like I took a bite. What should I do? Natsu watched the sea of fire in front of the island with longing and fear. But he didn't dare to get close to the soaring sea of flames, even though they were so far apart, he still felt hot and dry. If he touched the golden flame, he might be burned to ashes before he swallowed it. The high temperature of the flame was simply not something Natsu could bear. As for the villagers on the island, under the leadership of the village chief, they kowtowed to the god of fire. Roar! Surrounded by flames, the Snow Leopard also became restless and manic. He can feel the deadly threat from the sea of fire around him. Calm down for me. Genryusai held the knife in his right hand and slashed down heavily. The torrential golden flames rushed towards the Snow Leopard like a tide. Ho ho! In the bloodthirsty and violent pupils of the Snow Leopard, there was a look of panic and fear. Even Yakukaze, who only had the instinct of a beast, felt the breath of death. Bear! Dash! Covered in flames, the Snow Leopard couldn't dodge at all, and was burned by its screaming. The white body was scorched black in an instant, and the burning pain caused him to roll his eyes and fainted. Call! As the Snow Leopard fell, the golden sea of flames quickly dissipated, and it disappeared completely within a short while. Only a large area of scorched earth remained, and the original ruined eaves of the temple, intricate rocks and forests have completely disappeared at this moment. It sounds like a long time, but in fact, it took less than a minute from the beginning to the end of the flame. This is the power of the strongest and oldest flame-type Zanpakutō flowing Blade Ruohuo. Daigzu, who is as strong as Yakukaze, can only be killed in seconds in Lyran Ruohuo. This is because Ashikaze's spiritual pressure is strong enough, and even if Genryusai stopped, he was not burned to ashes. What can we do about it? Genryusai put the knife back into its sheath, looked at the blackened and comatose Snow Leopard, and scratched his head in distress. Yakukaze, created by Uryu's soul, obviously only has the desire to kill and devour, but has no wisdom. Ashikaze often falls into fear, because he needs to devour his own kind constantly, otherwise he will degenerate into Kylian. Genryusai wondered if the Yakukaze he created would do the same. Now there is only one way, forcefully break the face. This is the only way to stabilize Yakukaze. Yakukaze after breaking his face will no longer degenerate, and after devouring a large number of souls, he can still evolve from Valstored. Chapter 58. Genryusai stepped forward slowly. Yakukaze Daigzu's size was still very huge for him. It is more than 3 meters high, with a body length of more than 5 meters, and a pair of wings spread out, which is more than 10 meters. Walking in front of the jet-black Snow Leopard, Genryusai looked a little short. If it weren't for the rising and falling abdomen from time to time, I would think it was dead. However, Suke has the ability to regenerate at a super speed, although Yakukaze is not as good as Vastard. But the resilience is still amazing. Genryusai could feel that Yakukaze, who was unconscious on the ground, was recovering quickly from his injuries. The burned skin peeled off little by little, and new steel skin was growing. Hopefully it will work. Genryusai put one hand on the head of Snow Leopard, expecting in his heart. Because he knows very well that the success rate of forcibly breaking the surface is very low. Once it fails, I am afraid that the soul will become the nourishment of Bengaiu. But Genryusai had to take a chance. Otherwise, a Yakukaze who only knows how to kill and devour the instinct of 107 will be a big disaster. Genryusai's Ryutsu broke out suddenly, and the powerful oppression made King Jiao split like a spider's web. Bengaiu, please. Genryusai said silently in his heart, and mobilized the power of Bengyu with Ryutsu. On his chest, a jewel that shone with blue-black light seemed to sense Genryusai's wish. A special energy poured into the huge body of Snow Leopard through Genryusai's right hand. Ho ho! The Snow Leopard who was in a coma suddenly opened its scarlet pupils, and roared in pain. Ho 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 ho! Boom! Boom! The Snow Leopard stood up, with a distorted expression and a low growl, as if its body was in great pain, rolling, beating, biting, and roaring. The scorched earth around was photographed with potholes. The huge body vented its pain frantically, ran frantically, fell to the ground, and kept rolling and struggling. The pupil suddenly looked at Genryusai. At this moment, he completely forgot the fear just now. With a loud roar that twisted his face, he rushed towards Genryusai. The wall of iron sand, the tower shaped like a monk, the burning iron yin-yang is silent because of its determination. The 75 5-pillar iron guns that bind the Tao. 5 huge iron pillars hit the head and limbs of the Snow Leopard, making it immobile. Ho 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 ho! Ah! The Snow Leopard who was pressed down by the iron pillar kept struggling and roaring, and the spiritual pressure on his body became more and more violent. No one can help you now, you can only rely on yourself. Looking at the twisted and painful Snow Leopard who was constantly struggling, Genryusai put his hands together and released a stronger spiritual pressure. Enchantment 4 Beast SN. 4 yellow light films rose in the 4 directions of Snow Leopard, locking him inside. This enchantment was used by the Masked Legion in the comics to train Kurosaki Ichigo's virtualization, and its defense is very strong. Now, the power of Bengaiu is raging in Yakukaze. Whether it can be successfully broken depends on the luck of the Snow Leopard. Bang bang bang! Ho 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 ho! The spiritual pressure of the Snow Leopard became stronger and stronger, and it became more and more bloodthirsty and violent. The 5 huge iron pillars pressing down on his head and limbs finally couldn't hold on, and were directly crushed by the spirit pressure of the Snow Leopard. Ah! The Snow Leopard roared to the sky in pain, and the scorched ground under its feet was instantly frozen by ice. The spiritual pressure increased rapidly, and the temperature dropped again and again. Genryusai's exhaled breath turned into a white mist visible to the naked eye. The ability to affect the weather is very similar to Dong Shiro's Hiranwan. Looking up, looking at the snowflakes falling from the sky, the corners of Genryusai's mouth turned up slightly. Up until now, the spiritual pressure of the Snow Leopard has been continuously improved, but instead of exploding and dying, it has developed stronger abilities. That's a good sign. Ho 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 ho! Ah! Caw caw caw! Squeak squeak! The Snow Leopard inside the barrier became more and more violent, and seemed to be in more pain. Constantly struggling inside, claws scratched at the barrier, making an uncomfortable rubbing sound. The ground was smashed to pieces by him, and even his own body was seriously injured in the self-torture. Ho 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 ho! In the powerful spiritual pressure, the temperature is getting colder and colder, and the air seems to be condensed with frost and mist. The huge body of the Snow Leopard was wrapped in spiritual pressure, and the white spiritual pressure was like ice, frozen him in it. The Snow Leopard no longer struggled, and the roar of pain disappeared. The huge body was gradually completely frozen, and his figure was no longer visible. Inside the barrier, the snow is white, covered with frost, and there is only a big frozen cocoon, beating heartbeats from time to time. Genryusai waited quietly, the low temperature around him had no effect on him. There's nothing going on there, should we go and have a look? On the other side, the edge of the island, Natsu suggested, pointing to the distance. Absolutely not, the sea of flames that was so terrifying before, now it's snowing again, it's too weird, we'd better wait. That's what she said. An old-fashioned ancient clock with a human face said plainly 0. Lucy, who was shivering in cool clothes, hid inside the ancient clock. Hey, I also think it's weird. Speaking of which, why is it snowing? Happy opened her cat's claws to catch the snowflakes, and complained suspiciously. Isn't that interesting? We should go and see it, I'm on fire. Natsu yelled excitedly. No, no one is allowed to pass. Don't bother. Genryusai, in the past. Shirtless Gray, standing in front of Natsu, spoke with a seriousness he had never had before. Looking at the snowflakes falling on the island, Gray couldn't help feeling hopeful. At this time, he was the one who was most anxious and eager to know the situation there. But Gray, who calmed down, suppressed the anxiety and curiosity in his heart. Never allow anyone to disturb Genryusai. In case, because of their interruption, Genryusai fell short, he would never forgive himself. Hey! Happy looked at the serious Gray and agreed with him. All right. Natsu didn't make a fuss at this time, because he knew that Sonaliusu was saving Gray's master. This waited from daytime to evening. The snowflakes have stopped long ago, but the temperature is still very low. But Natsu and Gray, a fire-type dragon slayer and an ice-type mage, don't care about the low temperature at all. Only Lucy, wrapped in thick clothes sent by the villagers. As for her celestial spirit, time has passed and she returns to the celestial spirit realm. The village chief and the villagers also gathered here and did not leave. It was the flames descended from the gods, and it was also the weird weather. They didn't dare to leave without authorization. Staying with a few master wizards, at least a little sense of security. On the other side, Genryusai, who was sitting cross-legged on the spot and practicing Ryutsu, heard a sound and opened his eyes involuntarily. Ka. Small cracks appeared on the surface of the frozen cocoon. Finally, did it work? Genryusai stared expectantly at the frozen cocoon. His spiritual pressure has been paying attention to Yachika's spiritual pressure. Since the spiritual pressure has not disappeared, it proves that he is not dead. And the Ryutsu has become stronger and more stable. Now that there is movement, has it been successfully broken? Ka. There are more and more spider web-like cracks, extending the entire minister. Finally. Boom! The huge white firefly exploded, and a looming figure appeared in Genryusai's sight. Chapter 59. Finally. Boom! The huge daying exploded, and a looming figure appeared in Genryusai's sight. Hoo! A gust of wind blew past, and the surrounding frost and fog dispersed. I saw a female standing there who was petite but well-proportioned, exposing a large area of snow-white skin, and only the important parts were covered with white bone. He has short dark hair and a bone wolf-shaped mask on his head. His face is beautiful and cold, with a mature personality, but it also gives people a kind of indifference that rejects people thousands of miles away, just like the snow lotus on the iceberg, cold and noble, not to be profaned. There is a small hole running through the body below the chest, and a long white and blue knife is held in his hand. At this moment, her blue pupils looked a little confused. Congratulations, you have successfully broken your face. Genryusai's slightly joyful voice sounded, making her bewildered pupils look over. Boom! The sound of air crashing sounded, and Yu appeared in front of Genryusai after breaking his face. Ring turn. A high-speed movement technique unique to Pomeon, even better than Shunpo. Who are you? Ulu could feel the Ryutsu from Genryusai. 20 gave her an extremely intimate and familiar feeling. After all, Woolu can blur. In addition to the power of Bengaiu, there is also the help of Genryusai's spiritual pressure. My name is Genryusai Heath Ledger. Do you still have memories of your life? Genryusai took off his coat and put it on Ulu. Feeling the temperature from the jacket on his body, Ulu's cold cheeks blushed, but he didn't mean to refuse Genryusai. As if deep in her soul, Genryusai is the most trustworthy person. Yes. I remember I was dead. When I sealed the undead demon Dai Leon, I died with him. Woolu regained his cool look in an instant, and after thinking for a while, he spoke calmly. Just when he said that he was dead, he gave Genryusai a hesitant look. Seems worried that Genryusai will misunderstand her as a monster. Forgot to introduce, my name is Ulu Milkavish. I know, I resurrected you. You resurrected me. You pointed at himself, opened his small cherry mouth, and looked at Genryusai in disbelief. Resurrect you in another form, you should know something about it. Genryusai looked at Uru with a smile. Although I don't know what Ulu looked like before he was alive, Ulu after breaking his face is really beautiful, both cold and wild. Woolu lowered his head, seemed to feel it for a while, nodded and said, I should be called Su now. It seems to be a form of human soul after death, and there are some more original calendar areas in the computer. Ulu's cold face is sometimes happy, sometimes tangled, and sometimes sad. She still needs time to adapt to her new identity and new body. Don't think so much, you are still alive, isn't that the most important thing? Genryusai put his hands on Ulu's shoulders and said in a gentle tone. Woolu raised his head and looked at Genryusai's deep and dark eyes, his impetuous heart somehow calmed down miraculously. The four eyes met, her pretty face was stained with a layer of blush, she took 2 steps back in a panic, and said, Thank you. Thank you. Soon he regained his composure, and said seriously, Anyway, thank you for saving me. You're welcome, your apprentice, Gray, is now my partner. You are his master, and it is only right to save you. Genryusai smiled slightly and said with his hand. Gray? Where is he? Hearing the news about Gray, Ulu asked in surprise. Come on, I'll take you to him. Genryusai smiled gently, and walked forward with Uru under the moonlight. On the way, I even told her, why did you come here? Some of the things that happened on the island, of course, including her other apprentice Leon, in order to prove that he surpassed her, he did these stupid things. Leon, I'm sorry, I really caused you trouble. Ulu was very happy to hear the news of another apprentice, and then apologized to Genryusai in embarrassment. It's okay, you don't have to worry about it, who doesn't have a guy with a bad brain around him. Speaking of this, Genryusai couldn't help but think of that idiot Natsu. Compared to Leon, Natsu should be more stupid. Along the way, the relationship between the two gradually became familiar, and they were no longer as polite as before. Even because of the spirit pressure, it seems a little intimate. Huh? Genryusai is back. On the edge of the island, by the campfire, Natsu's dog nose moved slightly. Where is Genryusai back? Hey! Gray, Lucy, and Happy all looked anxious, their eyes scanning the night. Especially Gray, with a tense expression, concern, expectation, and worry in his eyes, all indescribably complicated. Tap tat tat. 2 figures appeared slowly under the purple moonlight. Ulu. Gray's whole body trembled when he saw the cool and beautiful figure in a coat beside Genryusai. Surprise, excitement, joy, astonishment, disbelief. Although the temperament has changed and the appearance has also changed, but Gray can be very sure that it is Ulu. Then all the emotions turned into excitement 250, and ran towards Ulu. Ulu. Gray. Seeing the familiar figure running towards him, gradually overlapping with the young and stubborn figure in his mind, Ulu recognized that this was her apprentice, who had grown up. Boom! Gray's eyes were flushed, weeping with joy, he opened his arms to give Ulu a long-lost hug. But as soon as he arrived in front of Ulu, he was kicked away by Genryusai beside him. Gray, you are so old, is it polite to hug your master shirtless? Genryusai clenched his fist and said coldly. Ulu, who was about to hug Gray, couldn't help but cast a glance at Genryusai, who had fierce eyes beside him, from the corner of his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up in a nice way, and he lowered his hands. Gray, you've grown up so much, it's great to see you again. Ulu lifted Gray up and said happily. You're alive, I'm so happy. Gray didn't care about Genryusai's kick at all, and looked at Ulu with red eyes. To see Ulu again, he would be beaten half to death by Genryusai. Just as he was about to hug Woolu with excitement, he was once again stopped by a cold gaze and stopped. Gray could clearly feel the murderous intent in that gaze. Ulu couldn't help giving Genryusai a dark look, but his heart was slightly sweet. Chapter 60. This is my master, Ulu Milkavish. Ulu, this is Lucy, this is Happy, this idiot is Natsu, they are all my guild partners like Genryusai. Master Woolu, hello. Hey Master Woolu, you are so beautiful. Happy you are cute too. Gray introduced Natsu and others to Ulu, and the smile on his face never stopped. Master Woolu, what are you? You are so handsome. Natsu looked at Ulu's shape, especially the hollow below the chest that runs through the body, with stars in his eyes, and asked excitedly. Boom! Gray punched Natsu on the head, baring his teeth and yelling, show me some respect, hang yourself up. Do you want to fight? You exhibitionist. Come on. Boom! Boom! Be quiet, you two, or I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Genryusai punched each of them unceremoniously, and said viciously. Ai. Natsu and Gray nodded in fear. Puff. Like an iceberg melting, Woolu's cold face bloomed like a snow lotus with a smile. Genryusai hasn't read the original, if he has, he will know. After breaking the face, Ulu is even more beautiful than when he was a human being, especially the cool temperament, which is fascinating. No, Genryusai was dumbfounded. Noticing Genryusai's blank stare, Ulu put away his smile and glared at him. But from Genryusai's point of view, that look is more like shame, anger, and coquettishness. By the way, what about your senior brother? Genryusai coughed twice in embarrassment, then turned to Gray and asked. We didn't see them when we came out. Some villagers saw Leon being taken away by his partner and left by boat. Gray shrugged and said nonchalantly. That's it. Genryusai didn't care either, they were just some crazy kids who were being used, they were disobedient, just beat him up next time. Master Genryusai, which temple? At this time, the village chief came over with a group of villagers, looked at Genryusai and asked cautiously. Well, it was destroyed by me, so it doesn't affect you much. The village chief quickly waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter, and we never go there, but what is our curse, my lord? Ah! That's right. Dai Leon has been defeated, why hasn't the curse been lifted? Hey! The moon in the sky is still purple. Do you want to take Leon and the others back and ask? After being reminded by the village chief, Genryusai remembered that there is still such a thing as removing the curse. How do you feel that Ulu looks somewhat similar to the woman named Altair whom he trained? It must be a coincidence. Genryusai shook off the messy thoughts in his head and looked up at the purple moon. Never had so many weird thoughts before, since taking down Ryujin and Urza, and eating meat, there have been more of them. I see. Ah! Genryusai, do you already know what the curse is? Well. Just destroy the moon above. Are you trying to destroy the moon? Genryusai, that's amazing. Gray quickly shook his head and said, no. Impossible. Even Genryusai is unlikely to destroy the moon. Let me do it. My disciple has caused so much trouble for this village, let me fix it. Woolu took a step forward and said earnestly. Okay, I'll leave it to you, you are you. Genryusai understood Yu's mood and stepped back. Everyone stepped back so as not to affect Ulu. Ulu stretched out his right index finger, and the blue-white light converged between his fingers. That ray gathered powerful energy and terrifying oppression, causing ripples in the atmosphere. Wang Tsu's flash. Chirp. A blue-white energy beam shot out violently. Boom. There was a violent crashing sound in the sky. Lucy shouted in horror, God! Gosh! I was shattered by Ulu. The sky is going to collapse. Hey! Natsu and Happy panicked. Call! The sky shattered like glass, and the undiminished blue and white beams shot straight into the sky. Then it turned into light and gradually dissipated, and the white moonlight shone on the island from the sky, appearing warm and peaceful, instead of the purple light that seemed so weird. Okay, that's amazing. Gray said dully. Natsu asked, has the moon been destroyed? Genryusai said to the terrified crowd, "What are you thinking? The moon is so far away from us, how could it be destroyed, and the sky is falling? Aren't you ashamed to say that? What's in the sky?" Ulu explained apologetically, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be when Leon used the ritual to condense the moon drop, a crystallization layer of exhaust gas was produced in the air, which cannot be seen when the light is sufficient during the day, but it can be seen through the crystallization layer at night. It looks like a purple moon. But they don't seem to have changed much. They are demons in the first place, of course they haven't changed. It's just that their memory is a bit confused due to the influence of the moonlight, and they think they are human beings, so they send a task request to the Wizards Guild." Genryusai shrugged unsurprisingly. The souls of these villagers are different from humans, but similar to demons. When he saw these villagers yesterday, Genryusai noticed. "I thought it would be some kind of conspiracy, so I didn't expose it, but waited and watched." But after these incidents and the reactions of the villagers, Genryusai knew that the village chief was not lying, so there was only one possibility. Memories messed up. It's unbelievable to say, even nonsensical, good. But for Genryusai, who has done so many threatening and weird missions, it is not uncommon for his memory to be confused. He has also experienced the entrusted task of tampering with the memory of a small town. Demon. Lucy and the others were taken aback. They thought that humans were cursed to become like that, but they didn't expect that the other party was really a demon, so it means that they slept in a demon's village last night. What happened to the transformation? It's a devil after all, it's normal to be born with the ability to become a human. Natsu came up to someone and asked, "So you guys are really demons?" The man thought for a while and said, "It seems to be true." Grey. Lucy rubbed her forehead, "I can't complain anymore." Natsu, devil, so handsome. Happy flew up and said in agreement, "Hey." Chapter 61. That night, the villagers held a banquet to celebrate the restoration of memory, and the so-called demons danced wildly. The happiest among them, apart from Grey who was resurrected because of Ulu, is Lucy. Because of this S-level task entrustment, this remote and poor village simply cannot afford the 7 million J reward. At that time, Genryusai almost destroyed the island in anger. No one has ever dared to prstute him for free, not even the council that manages the Magic Guild. In the end, all the demons presented a zodiac key in fear, and with the persuasion of Grey and others, Genryusai let these demons go. The next day, Genryusai and others left Galuna Island under the respectful farewell of all the demons. Ulu has also agreed to join Fairy Tail. The matter was finally resolved satisfactorily. Grey surrounded Ulu all the way, and his smile never stopped. Only Natsu, Lucy, and Happy, like frost-beaten eggplants, feared that they would be punished if they went back. When Genryusai and others arrived at the guild, everyone was stunned. I saw that the guild that was originally a tavern was now in tatters, and the guild was pierced by several huge iron pillars. How did the guild become like this? What the hell happened? BD, who did it? Damn it, who? What happened? 990 Suddenly. Boom boom boom. A powerful spiritual pressure pressed on the entire Magnolia. Boom. The atmosphere became heavy and cracks appeared in the ground. Crack. Crack. Several cracks appeared on the tables, chairs, and walls around the street. The pedestrians passing by suddenly turned their eyes white and fainted on the ground. Bang bang bang. The entire Magnolia fell to the ground one after another, unable to resist the oppression from the soul at all. Wow. It's so heavy, this pressure. Gravity, no, it's not gravity. At this time, everyone on the basement floor of the guild was startled. Many newcomers had already passed out, and others also used magic power to resist the sudden gravity. Makarov, who was drinking, immediately shouted in horror, "No! That brat Genryusai is back! Hurry up and hold that guy, otherwise there will be a big mess." But the strong pressure makes it almost impossible to move. "Stop, brother-in-law, please stop, everyone is fine." A figure hugged Genryusai from behind, and stopped towards Genryusai with a loud, ka sound. Hearing this familiar voice, Genryusai's angry mood calmed down a little, the spiritual pressure slowly dissipated, and the dull atmosphere finally returned to normal. Lissa. Together with Gray, Natsu asked Lissa, what the hell is going on? It's a ghost, come with me first. Lissa quickly led Genryusai into the basement floor, where everyone in the guild except those who had given out missions was here. The horrible oppression just now, it really is your kid who came back. And Natsu, Gray, and Lucy are all back. Huh? Who is that beautiful lady? Welcome back, Genryusai. Genryusai, this time we have to settle the score with the ghost. Yes, Genryusai, how dare they openly destroy our guild? When many people in the guild saw Genryusai's return, it was as if they had seen the backbone. Makarov still looked the same as usual, with a slight drunkenness on his face. When he saw Genryusai and others coming over, he raised his hand and said hello, yo, welcome back. Oh? There's a newcomer. Natsu shouted at Makarov, Master, is it still time to drink? Oh? Really? You went to perform S-level missions without authorization, and you will be punished now. Makarov tapped Natsu and Happy on the head as he spoke. When he wanted to hit Lucy on the buttocks, he was stopped by Genryusai, and Makarov withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened. President. Do you know what's going on now? The guild has been destroyed. Makarov said, calm down. It's not a big deal, the ghosts and the group of guys only have this ability, why should we be proud of smashing the guild when we're not around? There is no need to be angry with this kind of opponent who can only sneak attack, just ignore them. On the contrary, Genryusai, you guy, we were not killed by the enemy, but almost scared to death by you, you can't calm down. Makarov said drunkenly while drinking. Natsu shouted angrily, how can it be just like this? I must beat them. That's the end of it, we're working on it until the upstairs is fixed. Where is the mood to work? Makarov said loudly, Natsu, calm down, regular mage guilds are not allowed to attack each other. Hearing the president's serious words, everyone clenched their fists, with a surge of anger in their hearts. Oh? By the way, is this a newcomer? Makarov smiled lightly and changed the subject. President, this is my master, Ulu Milkovich. Gray immediately introduced. It turned out to be Gray's master. Wow, I didn't expect Gray's master to be such a beautiful mage. It's not that I heard that Gray's master has. Idiot, that must be a rumor. Oh, yes. Hello, Mr. Makarov, you can call me Ulu. Ulu had heard of Makarov's fame before. Ha ha ha, Ulu, please teach me more in the future. Makarov had also heard the name of the strongest ice mage in the north. But he heard from Gray that you sealed the undead demon Di Leon with his life? President, Ulu has agreed to join our company. Gray said impatiently. Really? That's great. Makarov looked at Ulu in surprise. Seeing Ulu nodding, Makarov was very happy, and the other members were also very happy. Oh! Welcome, Ulu's joining. With the addition of Ulu, our guild has grown even stronger. Yes, it's just right to find trouble with ghosts. Welcome, you. Thanks. Myra Jane greeted Ulu with a smile on her face, then hugged Genryusai's arm, and pinched him hard at an angle that others could not see. Hiss. Genryusai gasped, she knew Myra Jane was jealous. Mila sauce, it's not what you think, this time the matter is very complicated, I'll explain it to you later. Genryusai whispered flatteringly in Mirajana's ear. Myra Jane felt the heat coming from her ears, her pretty face flushed, she gave Genryusai a white look, and ran over to talk and laugh with Ulu. By the way, it is also stamped with the fairy tale mark. In this way, Ulu officially became a member of Fairy Tale. Chapter 62. Genryusai, is this the end of the matter? After Myra Jane left, Natsu came over and asked Genryusai. Natsu was still furious, and he wanted to beat up Spectre's bastards right now. Genryusai said with a smile, there's no need to be angry, it's good that people are fine, and there is no need to rush to settle the score slowly. After speaking, he turned around and walked up the stairs, leaving the basement of the guild. President. Genryusai is really angry. Are you really all right? Myra Jane said to Makarov worriedly. After all, he was her man. Myra Jane naturally knew Genryusai's temper. Lucy was taken aback and asked curiously, is Genryusai really angry? Obviously, it seems to be normal, with a smile on his face. Myra Jane explained, Genryusai is like this when he is really angry. He will talk less and people will become quieter, but when he does things, he is earth-shattering. I remember that the biggest thing he did was to destroy the Magic Council headquarters. Makarov said with a relaxed smile, Jose is a bit too presumptuous recently, he even dared to destroy my guild, let that guy suffer a little bit. President, are you saying that Genryusai might attack the Ghost Guild? It's not a possibility, but a certainty. That kid has never been the one who is willing to suffer. But the President, didn't you say that regular mage guilds are not allowed to attack each other? Makarov scolded loudly, I told you not to make trouble, when did you hear that? Boys! Be careful. This time, if the other party retreats despite the difficulties, it's fine. If they dare to sabotage again, they will be beaten back hard. Oh. Hearing what the guildmaster Makarov said, the members of the guild immediately became excited. Ruler of Ghosts. The strongest guild in Kingdom of Fiori, but in recent years, its reputation has gradually been surpassed by Fairy Tail, and many people even believe that Fairy Tail is the strongest guild in the kingdom. Its president, Jose, is also one of the Holy 10 Mages and is very powerful. But the ranking is behind Makarov. Yo, Gajeel, you're back, how's it going? I heard you went to attack Fairy Tail. Gajeel grabbed a piece of iron and stuffed it into his mouth. This is the base camp of ghosts. As the signature mage of the guild, Iron Dragon Gajeel was sitting in the corner of a pile of iron blocks, eating iron blocks. Vulnerable. Ha ha ha, as expected of Gajeel, but it should be because there is no one in their guild. Boom. Gajeel bit the iron block in his mouth and pressed the laughing man's head straight into the wall. Jose, are you trying to piss me off? Gajeel had a cruel smile on his face, but it was a pity that he didn't hear the screams, otherwise it would have been more enjoyable. The person who just made the net directly bled from his head and passed out. Everyone stopped talking when they saw Gajeel getting mad, drinking their own wine silently, wanting to go back quickly. Who knows who the next target of this lunatic is? Ha, Fairy Tail, it's just a bunch of rubbish, I can take care of it by myself. Gajeel sat back and ate the iron, and said confidently. Boom. Suddenly, the gate of the Ghost Guild shattered open. Who? The members of the Ghost Guild who were drinking immediately stood up and shouted to the door. Genryusai walked in, glanced at him and said, Where is Jose, the president of your guild? Let him come out for me. Fairy Tail. Everyone in the Ghost Guild also saw the logo on Genryusai's clothes. A mere Fairy Tail is here to make trouble, I think you are impatient, come on, brothers. Oh. Kill him. Boy, go to hell and regret messing with our ghosts. Looking at a group of ghost members who released various magics and surrounded them. Genryusai looked cold, stretched out his right hand, and said. 33 of the Broken Way Kanghuo Pendant. Boom. The blue light shines and shoots towards everyone around. Wow. Everyone was blown away and hit the wall, kaka. Cracks appeared on the wall. What kind of rubbish is that? Genryusai put down his right hand indifferently. Weird, monster. 0 for flowers 0. How is that possible? All of us in one blow. Is this the Fairy Tail wizard? Will someone tell me now, where is your president? No, we don't know. We were just called here this morning. One said looking at Genryusai in horror. Genryusai could see that the other party didn't tell any more lies, and frowned. What kind of tricks does Jose want to play? Iron Dragon Stick. Suddenly, an iron rod hit Genryusai from behind Genryusai. Genryusai stretched a finger back without looking back. Ding! A crisp sound sounded, and fingers pressed against the iron rod, making it impossible for the thick iron rod to move forward. 0. How is it possible? One finger blocked Gajeel's attack. Even stones can be smashed into pieces by Gajeel's iron rod, how can human fingers? Is that guy still human? The members of the Ghost Guild stared wide-eyed at the scene before them in disbelief. You must know that Gajeel is the trump card of the Ghost Guild, and his strength is stronger than the 4 elements of the S grade. How could someone block his iron rod with one finger? Turning around, Genryusai saw a young man in black clothes with iron nails on his face, who looked very bad and rebellious at first glance. It looks like you're the guy who sabotaged our guild. Gajeel smiled ferociously and said, I don't know what you are talking about, I only know that you came to our Ghost Guild to beat people and destroy them, and I came to stop you. Fairy Tail's strongest mage Flame Calamity Genryusai, and I am also the strongest mage of the Phantom Lord Guild, why don't we compete here to see which guild is the strongest? Stop me? Is it up to you? Let your president Jose come out. Since you are still a regular guild, I'm only looking for the mastermind this time. Genryusai shook his head. The smile on Gajeel's face disappeared. Although his appearance this time was only a task assigned to him by the president, he hated being underestimated, and he could see that the other party didn't take him seriously at all. Chapter 63. Damn it, UBD, die to me. Iron Dragon Gun. Gajeel shouted loudly, his feet turned into spears, and stabbed at Genryusai. Overreach. Genryusai sneered in disdain, without any power, he directly punched the extremely sharp iron gun. One bone. Boom. Whoa. Gajeel let out a cry of pain, and cracks appeared on the iron dragon rod that his leg turned into. The iron rod changed back again, and blood flowed from Gajeel's leg. This is still because Genryusai didn't use his full strength, otherwise this hit in vain would have broken Gajeel's leg. Iron Dragon's Roar. Gajeel's face was fierce, he didn't admit defeat, his cheeks puffed up. A silver whirlwind metal storm flew towards Genryusai. One bone. The 740, which also looked ordinary, hit in vain, and just hit it with a fist. Buzz bang. The fist collided with the metal storm, there was no explosion as imagined, and there was no blood spatter. Boom. The direction of the metal storm changed directly, opening a huge hole in the roof of the Ghost Guild. Shua. Genryusai appeared in front of Gajeel in an instant, Gajeel's face changed drastically, and before he had time to react, Genryusai punched him in the abdomen. Wow! Bang bang! Bang, bang, bang! Immediately afterwards, a series of dizzying attacks hit Gajeel's body. Gajeel screamed, even if his body turned into lost skin, it was useless. Under Genryusai's riot-wrapped fist, even steel can be crushed to pieces. Gorgeous white strike moves and smooth attacks made Gajeel even have no chance to fight back. Although you are not the mastermind, as a person who destroyed the Fairy Tail Guild, you should be punished accordingly. When Genryusai said this, he threw Gajeel up casually. With a stronger riot covered in his hand, with a swish sound, he jumped to the half-minister who was on the same level as Gajeel. Then he punched Gajeel hard. One bone. Bang bang. Boom boom boom. The atmosphere immediately sounded a violent sonic boom, and cracks and distortions were visible to the eyes of the atmosphere. Boom. A terrifying force hit Gajeel's chest. Puff. The blood in Gajeel's mouth splashed like spring water. Whoa! Boom boom boom. The body flew upside down like a cannonball, screaming screams from the mouth. Blood was continuously splashed in the air, and countless buildings were smashed continuously along the way. Suddenly, just as Genryusai's attack ended and he fell back to the ground. The ground under his feet was like a wriggling swamp, immobilizing his legs. Genryusai frowned slightly, his body was covered by shadows. A tall figure suddenly appeared behind Genryusai. It was Dekong Arya, the head of the 4 elements of the Ghost Guild. At this time, Dekong Arya opened her eyes, clasped her hands together and shouted. Airspace destroy! The light of magic shines, and Genryusai is right within the range of his magic. So sad! So sad! Why am I so sad? Is it because a great wizard is about to die? Noisy! Genryusai shouted impatiently, crying is so ugly, shut your mouth. Arya, who was still crying, stopped abruptly. Looking at Genryusai in disbelief, he said, I have exhausted your magic power. Why are you doing nothing? Magic power? It's just something you learn to pass the time when you're bored. If you want it that much, just take the time. While saying this, Genryusai stepped on his feet, and the Ryutsu directly shattered the ground that bound him. Go away, don't be an eyesore here. He hit back with an elbow casually, hitting Azora Arya's abdomen. Boom! Ah! Dakong Arya vomited blood, screamed and flew backwards, crashed into several walls, and was buried by ruined stones. But Genryusai didn't kill him. After all, they were all members of the Guangming Guild. He didn't want to make things difficult for the old man, and rashly killing the members of the regular guild would not have a good impact on Fairy Tail's reputation. Seeing that Jose hasn't appeared yet, Genryusai presumably has given up here and won't appear again. It looks like that BD Jose is afraid to come out, so there is no need for this place to exist. 0. Genryusai stepped on his feet, and his figure disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, it was already standing in mid-air, overlooking Phantom Lord's guild. What does he want? Have no idea. I have a bad feeling. Quick, retreat quickly, get out of here. Yes. Let's go to the president, only the president can avenge us. Genryusai stretched out his right hand, aiming at the Ghost Guild building that was twice the size of Fairy Tail below. Beast bones, spears, red crystals, and steel wheels are scattered all over the place. When they move, they are the wind, and when they stop, they are empty. The sound of spears striking each other fills the void city. Terrifying energy condensed in front of Genryusai's right hand, and everyone could feel that suffocating energy fluctuation. No. Not good. Go. Run. Tat t t t t t t t t. 63 Thunder Roar Cannon. Call out. Boom boom boom. Dazzling thunder and lightning radiated in all directions, bombarding the Ghost Guild like a punishment from heaven. The Ghost Guild exploded immediately, and the roar of the explosion resounded throughout the world. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding ground was also affected, continuously shattering, and the whole city was shaking slightly, scaring everyone in the city to scream. When everything subsided, the hall of the Ghost Guild had disappeared. There was only one bottomless pit left on the ground, the surrounding area was scorched black, and 1.0 white smoke was still rising. The public, the guild. He destroyed our guild with one blow. Monster! How could such a thing happen? It's so scary. Step. Genryusai calmly landed beside the scorched pothole. Stop. Suddenly, at this moment, a group of men in white clothes holding long guns appeared around Genryusai. Magic Council. A frogman wearing the clothes of the Magic Council said, I am the envoy of the Magic Council, Fairy Tail Sorcerer Genryusai. You wounded many members of the Phantom Lord Guild and destroyed the Phantom Lord Guild Hall, causing serious damage to the city. Now the evidence is solid, according to the law of the Magic Council, he should be arrested. Chapter 64. Now that the evidence is solid, according to the law of the Magic Council, he should be arrested. Genryusai looked at the supervisory force of the council in front of him, and said with a smile on his face, Arrest me? It seems that the council has made great progress over the years. What do you mean? The frog messenger said arrogantly. From this point of view, in order to save face and prevent those black histories from spreading, the council has done a thorough job of blocking the news. Genryusai ignored the clamoring frog at all, touched his chin, and thought maliciously. If Genryusai's guess is correct, the Magic Council should have used some coercive special means in order to block information about him. Otherwise, how dare you come to arrest him? However, it is also understandable that if Genryusai had destroyed the headquarters of the Magic Council, the council would still have to compromise with the news that Genryusai had no choice but to change the location of the headquarters, and the black history spread in the kingdom. Not to mention that it is a devastating blow to the prestige of the Magic Council, the subordinate magic guilds may follow suit, and even unite with 257 to no longer obey the council's orders. Don't think it's impossible, after all, the power of role models is infinite. There is absolutely no shortage of pretentious mages among mages. What Genryusai can do, they think they can do it too. Even within the Magic Council, it will cause quite a bit of turmoil. Therefore, the Magic Council had to block information about Genryusai and the dark history about the council. Genryusai, now come with us to the council and be judged. Seeing Genryusai's indifference, the frog messenger immediately became furious. In his heart, no one can resist the authority of the Magic Council, even the Holy Ten, under the leadership of the council. Interesting, then I'll take a look with you. But don't blame me for not reminding you, you can take me there, but it's not so easy to let me go. Genryusai smiled harmlessly. You want to leave after doing something that violates the rules of the Magic Council? Stop dreaming. The frog messenger looked at Genryusai with a very proud expression. Oh? Really? Genryusai smiled slightly, his eyes full of mischief. At this time, a thought body appeared beside the frog messenger. With a purple shawl, a wizard-like tall hat, and a poisoned lip color, he is one of the 10 holy wizards, José Porla, the president of the Phantom Lord Guild. Seeing this, the frog messenger immediately bowed slightly to salute. After all, this is Holy Ten José Porla, the president of the strongest guild in Kingdom of Fiori. At present, Spectre is still ranked first. The main reason is that Fairy Tail doesn't care about the opinions and rankings of the outside world. Even if it is the supervision force of the Magic Council, it must be respected to a certain extent. Genryusai said mockingly, Jose, you don't even dare to show your body, you only use your thought body to appear in front of me, so you have the nerve to say that you are the Holy Ten Mage? That's too bad. Jose was not angry when he heard Genryusai's ridicule, but said with a smile, I just used the simplest way to win. Flame Calamity Genryusai, Fairy Tail's strongest mage, if the two of us fight, this city may be destroyed, then. No, you think too much, it's not that difficult to kill you. Genryusai raised his hand to interrupt Jose's words. Jose's expression became ferocious, and he said, you arrogant brat. That's right, your face should be so, caca, ugly, this despicable person's appearance really matches you. I beat your people and smashed your guild, why are you still pretending to be a big-tailed wolf with me? Genryusai taunted unscrupulously, with extremely disdainful eyes. Damn you brat, let the Magic Council greet you, Jose's figure disappeared after speaking. The frog messenger waved his hand and said, put him in the magic handcuffs. Several people who supervised the troops immediately stepped forward to handcuff Genryusai. Genryusai's pupils shrank slightly, and a powerful spiritual pressure surged out, pressing on them. Ah! What's with this gravity? Genryusai, is that you? Too heavy. I can't breathe. The frog messenger lay on the ground covered in sweat, raised his head with difficulty and shouted at Genryusai, Genryusai, do you dare to arrest him? Genryusai walked slowly in front of the frog messenger and stepped on his face. Wow, quack, quack. The frog messenger was stepped into the ground and croaked. Your council still dares to invite me over, I'm very happy. But I don't like the way you speak. All the former councillors dare not speak loudly in front of me, it seems that the new councillors of this term have become bolder. Genryusai was very insulting, rubbing the soles of his feet on the face of the frog messenger, and said in a cold tone. Everyone in the supervision team was crushed to the ground, and they didn't even have the strength to stand up. Who dares to resist at this time? Where did the frog messenger see such a vicious person? Even the Magic Council's messenger would dare to fight him. Looking at that cold look, it is possible to be killed even if you talk nonsense. Let's go, I haven't visited the Magic Council for a long time, I will go to see it this time, I don't know how many old friends are left now. Genryusai withdraws the frightening riot Su. Hoo. The people who supervised the troops stood up one by one panting heavily, looking at Genryusai timidly and cautiously. Genryusai strode forward and left, and the frog messenger and others quickly followed behind, not daring to breathe. It seemed that they were not arresting Genryusai, but rather like a group of followers waiting behind Genryusai. Chapter 65. Hoo. The monster is finally gone. Ha, that guy will definitely be sentenced by the Magic Council. Flame Calamity Genryusai, Fairy Tail's strongest mage, now without him, what will Fairy Tail do to fight us? That's right. The president is still thoughtful. We must teach Fairy Tail a lesson this time, and let Genryusai know what will happen if you offend us. Jose's figure appeared, and there were several people beside him, who were the other four-element magicians from the Phantom Lord Guild. President. Found Arya and Gajeel, both seriously injured. Gajeel? How's the injury? Gajeel gritted his teeth and said, I'm fine, President. This level of injury will heal soon. This time it was a big blow to him, he didn't expect that he would be helpless in Genryusai's hands. Even Genryusai didn't use magic, just a gorgeous taijutsu to defeat him. Flame Calamity Genryusai, worthy of the name of Calamity, is simply a terrifying monster. W. Soul of the Four Elements said with lingering fear that he had just used magic underground to restrict Genryusai's actions. Jose said with a grim face, Damn Genryusai, you dare to destroy my guild, this time you must pay with blood. If that stinky brat sees his guild disappearing, he doesn't know what expression he will make. 11. Magic Council. At this time, because of the news of the arrest of Genryusai, the MPs were called to the meeting. What does the chairman of the council mean? Don't you just arrest a Fairy Tail member? Why do you need to hold a special meeting? A new senator said impatiently. I think it's because it's Fairy Tail's S-rank mage, after all Makarov is the Holy Ten. Another middle-aged man who was also recently elected as a councillor said nonchalantly. Although Makarov's identity as the Holy Ten was mentioned, his tone didn't care at all. Humph. That guy is so daring, disregarding the council's regulations, wantonly attacking the regular Magisters Guild, he should indeed be arrested and brought back for trial. I suggest that he be imprisoned immediately. And disband the Fairy Tail Guild. Almost half of the MPs present have just taken office. Due to unknown reasons, the Magic Council has changed to a new location, and many members of parliament have been held accountable by the king, and have been dismissed. It can be said that the Magic Council has undergone a major change. Among them is Genryusai's acquaintance Ultair, and of course the newly promoted Holy Ten Zeklin. These councillors who have been in office for less than 2 years all want to make some achievements for the kingdom to see. Coincidentally, the Phantom Lord Guild leader, Jose, sent news that Fairy Tail Demon Islander Invincible attacked his guild members. After discussing with several congressmen, they sent a team of supervisory troops to investigate. If it is true, it can just suppress Fairy Tail, who has been very active recently. President Crawford, you called us here, but you have to say a word. Seeing that the chairman of the council stood there with an ugly face and hadn't spoken for a long time, a member of the council asked. Other congressmen also looked at Crawford, the chairman of the council. Crawford glanced at the few congressmen who made their own claims, and said, whoever ordered the arrest, let him deal with it. Whether you want to maintain the majesty of the council or take some advantage from Jose, it has nothing to do with the council. As I said before, all issues related to Fairy Tail need to be decided by voting. Since you are ignoring my words, you can solve it yourself. After saying, it disappeared, obviously the body of thought has been disbanded. Originally, he called the meeting to make those people bow their heads to Genryusai and admit their mistakes. But looking at the arrogant attitude of those people, it is clear that they don't take Fairy Tail seriously. That being the case, why should he bother talking? Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with him, and when the king pursues it, those people will arrest Genryusai on their own initiative. A bunch of idiots. I don't even think about it. There are so many guilds, why is Fairy Tail so special? Regarding the matter of Fairy Tail, I said to vote to decide. Crawford cursed inwardly. The remaining 9 members of the council looked at each other in blank dismay. Has the chairman of the council escaped? The second seat of the council, Og, suddenly said loudly, oops, I almost forgot, the Lord arranged for me to coordinate the cooperation of several guilds. Everyone, I'm leaving first. After speaking, he immediately disbanded his thought body. 0 for flowers. 0. The rest of the MPs were a little confused. Although the king's mission needs to be taken seriously, but... As for the rush? Cough cough cough. Councillor Yakima suddenly began to cough violently, as if he was about to cough out his lungs. Yakima counselor, who are you? Yakima waved his hand and said, I'm old, I'm sick all over, I still have a few days off, so I'm going to see a doctor first. After speaking, he disappeared without waiting for other congressmen to reply. Let's talk to the pony. Yakima, who left, glanced at the direction of Fairy Tale with a heavy heart. This beat all the remaining reviewers out of reach. However, the people present are all old fritters who have worked their way up to this position. They have already seen that the chairman of the council, Oak, and Yakima obviously don't want to get involved in this matter. But why? Isn't it just a Fairy Tale S-level mage? Suddenly, a woman's voice said, everyone. I also want to take a rest first. Altair, what's the matter with you? The escape of 3 consecutive congressmen made the remaining few of them very dissatisfied. Altair said with a smile like a flower, women always feel uncomfortable for a few days every month, don't they? Hearing what Altair said, the expressions on the faces of several old guys present were a bit embarrassed. No one was ashamed to stop the woman's reason. Altair left here with a smile, but looked at those counselors with mocking eyes. I also have some things that need to be dealt with. With a tattoo on his right eye and short sky blue hair, Zeklin raised his hand with a smile and said, What's up? Several other people looked at Chi Kilian one after another. After all, this young congressman has the strength of the Holy Ten. I have recently searched for information about my brother Jalal. Need to ask for proof. Zeklin said calmly. For this reason, the remaining 5 congressmen are not easy to refute. After all, it is not a secret in the council that Zikarian's younger brother fell into darkness. After Chi Kilii left, there were only 5 members left, 4 of whom were dissatisfied with the Fairy Tale Guild. Chapter 66. A group of cowards, who are the kingdom's judges, actually ran away like this. That's right. But it's just a fairy tale mage, so what if Makarov is the Holy Ten? Those 3 are old. As for the 2 young people, they are useless. In the future, the council will still depend on us. That's right. That's right. As the new members of the Magic Council, we should change some of the bad atmosphere of the council, even the guild with the Holy Cross in charge, if it violates the regulations, it must be punished. That's right. The 5 remaining members of the newly promoted councillors spoke nonsense one after another. They always believed that those members of parliament who wanted to stay out of the matter, including the chairman of the council, did not want to offend Makarov. Just when the 5 of them were boasting. An unparalleled force of gravity suddenly descended on the headquarters of the Magic Council. Crack, click. There are cracks in the glass of the Magic Council, as well as in the building. Wow! What happened? This, gravity. Enemy attack. Did 20 people come to attack our council? How is it possible? Who dares to do that? What happened? Quick, go check it out. Your Excellency, we can't move at all. This powerful oppression does not seem to be as simple as gravity. At the headquarters of the Magic Council, many guards who were still patrolling, their eyes turned white, and they fainted on the ground. Boom boom boom. The entire council fell to the ground one by one, unable to resist the oppression from the soul at all. But this sudden oppressive gravity came and went quickly. Seems to be just a provocation for a demonstration. Hoo. What is going on? The 5 congressmen stood up out of breath, and asked angrily. They have never been so embarrassed since they became members of the Magic Council. At this moment, the sound of tattling footsteps came in. I saw Genryusai walked in leisurely, looked at the somewhat embarrassed congressman, and said with a smile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, why are there only 5 people? They are all newcomers. I wanted to meet old friends. As he spoke, Genryusai found a seat and sat down casually. This posture is as relaxed and comfortable as if this is his home. The appearance of Genryusai stunned the 5 congressmen. Who are you? Fortunately, the frog messenger behind Genryusai and other monitoring forces followed closely behind. The monitoring force stood behind Genryusai, and the frog messenger went forward to report the situation. You are the Fairy Tale S-level mage, Genryusai known as Flame Calamity. If I'm not mistaken, you must have done the gravity just now. What? He dared to attack the Magic Council, this man is really audacious. He must be taught a good lesson. How dare you provoke the council? Sin is added to the list. Boom boom boom. Michaelo struck the gavel and said, quiet. The other 4 councillors stopped cursing, but all looked at Genryusai angrily. This time, this arrogant guy must be taught a lesson. Don't think that with Makarov's backing, you can do whatever you want, this is the Magic Council. Genryusai, Phantom Lord's guild master Jose has accused you of attacking his guild members and destroying his guild. What do you say about this? Originally, Michaelo wanted to directly convict Genryusai. But considering that they have just taken office not long after all, they still need to maintain a fair and just image of the council, so let's go through the process. Genryusai spread his hands casually and said, there's nothing to say, but it's a pity that Jose, that shy turtle, dared not appear in front of me. Then you're pleading guilty. Huh? It's a crime to beat up some trash. Trademark humph. It's also the Light Guild, what's the difference between what you're doing and what the Dark Guild is doing? Audacious. Reckless. And ignoring the rules of the Magic Council. And your crimes are not limited to that. Some time ago in the town of Ryujin, you destroyed the century-old clock representing the town. At Kulaki Station, you destroyed nearly 50 kilometers of tracks and a train. What do you have for these? Genryusai said speechlessly, didn't I lose money? Originally, you have already made compensation, and the council for these matters will no longer pursue your reckless actions. But now, you are blatantly violating the rules of the official mage guild that do not allow mutual attacks. Punishment for several crimes, do you admit it? There's no point in denying it, I admit it. Genryusai said indifferently. Okay. According to these crimes, you are sentenced to 20 years in prison, plus another 10 years for the public provocation against the Magic Council just now. Do you agree with the judges? Agree. 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 The other 4 nodded in agreement, looking at Genryusai with even more arrogance. Boom boom boom. Michelle said loudly, 5 people voted, and all members passed. He was convicted. Put him in magic handcuffs, and now put him in prison. Crack clack. Genryusai sat there, applauding 960 calmly. Worthy of being a member of the council, it's really majestic. Sinner Genryusai, what do you mean? Are you objecting to our sentence? Michelle looked at Genryusai arrogantly, with a haughty expression. No. But what? I have no objection to the verdict, but I do not intend to obey it. Genryusai shrugged and smiled as a matter of course. Are you trying to arrest? Get him for me. Yes. There are several guards around, as well as supervision troops, pointing at Genryusai with wands. Roll. With a cold shout, pure spiritual pressure surged towards the surroundings, overwhelming the overwhelming pressure. Ah! Wow ah ah! Boom boom boom! The surrounding guards and supervision troops were all hit by an unrivaled pressure and flew upside down. Even though they had magic shields, they felt that their bodies had been severely injured in just a moment. The powerful spiritual pressure makes the weak unable to get close, and can even directly destroy their souls. You can refer to the number 1K Yatai Stark in 10 Blades. In the early days of the virtual circle, because of the strong strength, the weak virtual will be automatically consumed by the soul and die. So there has been no companion, which is also the origin of his loneliness. Chapter 67. Ah! Wow ah ah ah! Genryusai, what are you doing? Stop! How dare you attack the council's guards? It's an even worse crime. Seeing this scene, the congressman immediately shouted in shock, you! How dare you resist, lawless, lawless! Your sentence has been changed. Death sentence. And the death sentence is executed now. Hearing this, Genryusai stood up and said, you are so angry, are you worried about losing your status? The faces of the 5 judges changed, and Yuen Liulai's words pierced their hearts. They arrested and sentenced Genryusai, and now they are responsible for this situation anyway. No wonder those 3 old guys have slipped away. Most likely those guys chose to stay out of the matter in order not to take responsibility. Now there is only one way to minimize the responsibility, and that is to kill Genryusai. In order to maintain the unchallengeable majesty of the Magic Council, all the responsibilities can be shifted to Genryusai. The Magic Council still hasn't made any progress. In fact, I was sentenced to death 3 years ago. It is reasonable to say that I should have died 3 years ago, but why am I still alive after all these years? 4. Why? Genryusai grinned and said, because they can't beat me. What? Impossible. You, a mere mage, can compete with the entire Magic Council. Don't overestimate yourself. What are you still doing in a daze? Kill him. Execute the death penalty directly. When the 5 members of parliament heard Genryusai's outrageous words, they all thought that he was arrogant and talking nonsense. At this time, all the guards of the Magic Council swarmed with wands in hand. On the orders of the 5 councillors, an attack was launched against Genryusai. Red, white, blue. Magic light of various colors condensed on the magic wands of the guards. Kill him. Councillor Michel, with terrified killing intent in his eyes, gritted his teeth and shouted. Choo choo choo. All kinds of magical energy shot towards Genryusai. Such a dense attack, ordinary mages can't resist at all, they will only be blasted into pieces. Kin. Genryusai just stretched out a hand indifferently, and said softly. 73 of breaking the way, double lotus Kanghuo pendant. 2 dazzling white beams of light radiate, and terrifying energy bursts towards the magic beam. Boom boom boom. Bang bang. The spacious conference hall suddenly exploded, and the roar of the explosion resounded throughout the world. The magic was wiped out in the berserk energy, and the momentum remained undiminished to attack the guards. The guards had no way to dodge, and were hit by explosive flames in the front. Many people only had time to let out a scream before being blown into coke. A large crater was blasted out on the ground, and waves of shock waves and flames raged around, causing all the guards to be thrown to the ground. Too weak. It's been 3 years, and the council's guards haven't improved at all. By the way, can't you recruit some powerful mages? Or have you embezzled all the recruiting money? Looking at the guards lying on the ground, Genryusai shook his head mockingly and smiled at the 5 congressmen. Damn it! The old man wants to take you down with his own hands, a heinous person. Saying that, Michaelo and the other 4 members jumped in front of Genryusai. Only by you 5 trash. Genryusai showed his white teeth in disdain. Don't underestimate our congressman. Although we are not the top 10 wizards of the Holy Spirit, we are still a merchant island second only to 2 in strength. Michaelo and the other 4 magic judges breathed fire from their eyes, and the magic energy in their hands condensed, and then the waves of magic energy in their hands were launched towards Genryusai. Genryusai didn't even move, but with one hand, he said lightly, the 54th of breaking the Dao, waste flame. Disc-shaped flames whizzed out, the scorching high temperature made the atmosphere seem to be distorting, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. The magic of several people were all engulfed by the flames in mid-air, and then disappeared. The flames hit the 5 of them, and Michaelo and the others, who had no time to fight back, could only condense the magic shield in front of them. Boom! 5 people smashed a big hole in the wall and flew out, falling to the ground. Genryusai tipped his toes, and his figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he landed in front of the 5 judges. Really, you are not even one of the top 10 wizards, so I don't know what you can be proud of. Master Counselor. A group of magicians from the Magic Council rushed towards Genryusai. Genryusai didn't look back, just raised his hand and stretched out a finger. 31 of breaking the way, red cannon. Boom boom boom. Wow. Ugh. The powerful flame impact knocked away all those who approached, even those who did not approach were repelled by the fire wave. Genryusai smiled and said, don't get too close, I'm timid, and there are so many of you, I'm really scared. You don't have to stare at me, I just like the way you can't get used to me and can't kill me. A magic judge said, Genryusai, do you think you will be forgiven for doing this? Excuse me? Did you make a mistake? Now I'm not going to let you go. Genryusai smiled coldly, and stretched out his palm to the building behind him, 63 of the Broken Way. Chirp! Boom boom boom! It was radiant and thunderous, and while everyone was stunned, Lissa, the 5-story building was directly smashed to pieces by the violent thunder and lightning. Not good. Get out of the way. Get away from the building. When the 5 magic judges saw this scene, their eyes widened and their faces were full of horror. Irresistible. They are totally irresistible. Genryusai's strength is far beyond their imagination. Sound. At this moment, the 5 reviewers finally felt scared. They also finally understood at this moment, why the 3 old guys ran faster than anyone else when it came to the flame disaster Genryusai. Now think about what Genryusai said just now. May all be true. 3 years ago, the Magic Council dealt with Genryusai, but there was nothing they could do about him. It turned out that it wasn't that the Magic Council didn't want to punish Genryusai and Fairy Tail for what they had done over the years. But dare not. Chapter 68. We are members of the Magic Council, what do you want? Genryusai, I advise you not to mess around. We will review this matter again, don't be impulsive. Noticing Genryusai's cold gaze staring at them, Mikalo and the other 4 judges finally gave up. They regretted it, regretted why they were obsessed with provoking Genryusai, and why they had to arrest him. At the same time, he also began to resent the chairman of the council, and there were 3 old guys from Yakima in the second seat. The 3 old guys obviously knew what kind of monster Genryusai was, but they didn't remind them at all, but ran away by themselves. It's too late to say anything now, my own life is in the hands of others. Altair and Jalal, who had been hiding to watch the show, were both silent. They thought that Genryusai would make a big fuss at the Magic Council, but they never thought it would be this scene. The seemingly powerful Magic Council, in the hands of Genryusai, couldn't survive a single round. A veritable monster. For such a monster, one has to kill it with one blow, or avoid it as long as it can. And being a member of the Magic Council is all cunning and cunning. Retrial. Arrest if you want to arrest me, retry if you want to retry. 907. Who do you think Genryusai? Genryusai looked at them coldly, and slowly pulled out the Zanpakutō from his waist. I said it before I came, brought me here, and let me leave easily, it's not that easy. What do you want to do? Michelle and the other 4 counselors all took a few steps back, staring at Genryusai with all their guard. I have other things to deal with, this time I will teach you a little lesson. Hearing Genryusai's words, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's the same as 3 years ago, let's destroy your place. Anyway, your Magic Council has money, and it won't be long before you can rebuild another one. If you don't know how to do it, then destroy it. Genryusai said calmly, with an extremely relaxed tone. It seems that destroying the Magic Council headquarters is as simple as drinking water. What do you want? Genryusai, don't mess around. Attacking the Magic Council is an enemy of all magic guilds. Stop him. The 5 shouted threateningly or comfortingly. God, they must not let Genryusai ruin this place. In that case, not only will the reputation of the Magic Council be greatly impacted, but the 5 of them will definitely be held accountable by the kingdom, and at the very least they will be dismissed, and they will not be able to keep their current positions. Looking at the members of the Magic Council gathered in all directions, and the 5 judges gathering their magic power, Genryusai smiled coldly and said, if you can stop it, you can try it. As soon as the words finished speaking, he pointed at the ground obliquely, and a powerful ryutsu gushed out from Genryusai's body. Everything is ashes. The blade is like fire. Boom! The terrifying golden flame instantly reduced everything around Genryusai to ashes. Endless flames poured out crazily, and in the center of the flames, Genryusai stood in the center holding a knife. Like a ghost from hell. The earth was burned and rocks turned into lava. Wow! What kind of flame is this? A natural disaster. This is simply a natural disaster. Is that why Genryusai is called Calamity? Flame disaster, so that's how it is. Monster! Monster! Quick, run away! AHH! Feel the high temperature like being in a volcano, watching the flames soaring into the sky. All 5 judges turned pale with astonishment, stunned and at a loss. They have never seen such a terrifying sea of flames. If they knew that Genryusai had such terrifying power, they would not dare to provoke Genryusai even if they had the guts to do so. But now, it's too late to say that. Whether they can survive is still unknown. In just a moment, hundreds of guards who were a little closer to Genryusai were all burned to ashes. Those who did not touch the flames were also burned all over their bodies and rolled on the ground in pain. The city is on fire. With the right hand of Genryusai holding the knife, he swept across the entire Magic Council headquarters. Quick! Run! Get away from here, run! Ah! Wow! Weird, monster! Boom! The raging flames instantly covered the entire Magic Council building. Wherever the flames passed, everything along the way was instantly burned to ashes. Whether it is a wizard, or flowers and trees, solid buildings, rocks, rockeries, streams. Everything was turned into fly ash in the terrifying flames. As for the people of the Magic Council, no matter how strong they are, as long as they run a little slower, they will be burned to ashes. At least half of the guards and the wizards of the supervision force were burned to ashes, and 3 judges were burned to death. Only Michelle and an old judge escaped by luck. This. It's over. The Magic Council has been burned. How could there be such a monster in the world? Damn it, Belluno and the others were all burned to death. Is this the true strength of Fire Calamity Genryusai? What kind of monster did we provoke? Woo woo woo. FK bang bang. I'm an idiot, why should I listen to that BD Jose? I understand, the original Magic Council headquarters was scorched, probably caused by Genryusai. Flame disaster, fire disaster, fire disaster. Michaelo and a group of Magic Council members were devastated, looking at the sea of flames covering the headquarters of the council with great fear. At this moment, in their hearts, apart from remorse, there is only deep fear. It was impossible to get rid of the fear that burned into the soul with that cataclysmic flame. Finally, the terrifying golden sea of flames dissipated. I saw a large area of magnificent buildings, intricate gardens, statues, and streams, which have completely disappeared at this moment. The only thing that can be seen is the large expanse of scorched earth and billowing lava that represent destruction and severance. That large area of black, it seems that someone has dyed the land black with ink, it looks so eye-catching, so daunting. The headquarters of the Magic Council, which used to be high above and ruled over all the formal guilds in the kingdom, was reduced to scorched earth at this moment. Chapter 69. The scorching heat, scorched earth, flowing lava. Who would have thought that this seemingly lifeless place is thousands of miles away? A few minutes ago, there was still a beautiful, peaceful, and magnificent Magic Council headquarters. Shua! Genryusai's figure suddenly appeared in front of the surviving Magic Council members. Ah! Woo! Seeing Genryusai's appearance, many members of the Magic Council cried out in horror. But afraid of attracting Genryusai's attention, he immediately covered his mouth with his hands, and looked at Genryusai with fear in his eyes. Genryusai, you can't kill us. We are, of the Magic Council. Michelle and the other remaining commentator also said nervously with fear in their eyes. Genryusai sneered twice, and said sarcastically, I still like the way you all looked arrogant just now. No, dare not. At this time, Michelle didn't have any arrogance of the Magic Council, only fear and nervousness. Only at this time did he realize that compared with his own life, the so-called power is nothing to mention. As long as he can survive this time, he swears, he will take a detour if he sees anyone in fairy tale in the future. Are you still going to judge me? No, no, no. It's all a misunderstanding, that BD Jose is lying to us. Since it was a misunderstanding, you have delayed my time for so long, please tell me how to compensate me. Genryusai said with a slightly raised mouth, but the hand on the handle of the knife was full of threats. Ah! Michaelo and the others were a little dazed, but when they saw Genryusai with unfriendly eyes, they immediately reacted. Yes. Yes. Compensation should be made. This time it's our Magic Council's fault, we decided to compensate you. 10 million, do you think it's okay? Michelle and another reviewer looked at each other, gritted their teeth and said flatteringly. Okay, who told me to be kind and talkative, remember to send it to me when the time comes. If I ask for it in person, it will cost $1 million to travel. Yes, yes, we will definitely send the compensation to Fairy Tale. That's right. As expected of a newly promoted counselor, he really knows the current affairs. Genryusai patted Michaelo on the shoulder, and smiled with satisfaction. Michaelo was tense all over, especially when Genryusai patted him on the shoulder, his whole body trembled a little. Speaking of Jose, I have to deal with him, so I'm leaving first. Next time, if you miss me, you can invite me to sit down at any time. You go slowly. Michelle showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and said tremblingly. Let Genryusai come? Even if he was killed, he wouldn't dare to have such an idea again. Michelle could see that the monster Genryusai didn't take the Magic Council seriously at all. Genryusai destroyed the headquarters of the Magic Council and killed so many people, including 3 high-ranking judges. But the entire Magic Council dared not even say a word. Michelle couldn't help but think that the Magic Council headquarters 3 years ago was probably the same scene. All he wants now is that Yuan Liuzai can leave as soon as possible. As for revenge or something, I dare not even think about it. Only after personally experiencing the Golden Sea of Fire like a natural disaster, no one dared to have the idea of revenge. SHH. Genryusai's figure disappeared, and everyone who went to the council breathed a sigh of relief. Genryusai stood there as if a mountain was pressed down, making them dare not breathe. It's over, Michelle, I'm afraid we won't be able to secure our position this time. The old judge sat on the ground with his slumped, looking at the scorched earth with a miserable face. It's good to be alive, we should block the news as soon as possible, and we must not let the situation escalate. Otherwise, not only will our position be lost, but we may also be imprisoned in a magic prison. Michelle also sat on the ground limp all over, and said with a pale face. This time, they really saw it. In this world, there really are monsters that they cannot provoke. Buzz. In the basement of the Fairy Tale Guild, a magic circle shone with light, and Genryusai teleported back. Genryusai is back. President, Genryusai is back. Genryusai, why did you come back so soon? That's right. Didn't you say you were taken away by the Magic Council? Natsu jumped in front of Genryusai and shouted, Genryusai, UBD, don't call me to smash the ghost's lair. Zero looking for flowers. Elfman leaned over and said, brother-in-law, tell me what happened during the meeting. Yes. Genryusai, tell us about it. Genryusai waved his hand and said, it's a small matter, just killing some people and burning down their headquarters, it's a small matter. Lucy was taken aback, and complained, you really just say earth-shattering things casually. Brother-in-law, are you okay? Lissa ran over, threw herself into Genryusai's arms, and asked worriedly. It's okay, they are quite easy to talk to. Under my explanation, they admitted that this incident was a misunderstanding, and they also made spiritual compensation to me. Genryusai touched Lissa's small head and said with a smile. Hey, Genryusai's explanation must be very reasonable. By the way, how much was the compensation? Happy is not surprised at Genryusai's masterpiece, but is more interested in the compensation. Not much, just 10 million J. What? Everyone in the guild soared, almost trampling the already damaged guild. 10 million people, how many fish can I buy here? Hey Genryusai, can I be your partner? You money lover's cat. Lucy complained, and leaned over with bright eyes, Genryusai, why don't we form a team? As she spoke, Lucy made a few seductive moves, showing off her graceful figure. 10 million, that's a lot of money, I'm on fire. What are you burning? The money has nothing to do with you. As expected of a brother-in-law, a man. Genryusai, as long as you buy me a drink, I can be your girlfriend too. Kana put down the big wine barrel, wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth, and cast a wink. Urza looked at Kana with sharp eyes. Kana, repeat what you just said. That, I'm drunk, gong. Ha ha ha, Genryusai did a great job. Let the Magic Council bow their heads and admit their mistakes again. Why do you say again? Hey, didn't I say that, 3 years ago, Genryusai destroyed the Magic Council once, and after a friendly negotiation, Genryusai was compensated 7 million yuan. Are you sure it's a friendly negotiation? Hey! Bulletin. Chapter 70. At this time, Myra Jane came over with an envelope and said, President, this is a letter sent by Jose, the president of Spectre, and it is said to be delivered to you. After hearing Marajana's words, the guild quickly fell silent. Makarov frowned. Jose? I want to see what that guy wants to do. The envelope was opened and fell on the ground, and then a projection appeared, which was Jose, the president of the Phantom Lord Guild. Makarov, are you worried that your guild's flame calamity Genryusai has been arrested by the Magic Council? Ha ha ha, how about we sit down and have a good talk this time? I have specially prepared a dinner party, I hope you can come to attend. Well, in order to make you look good, I specially prepared a small greeting gift. As he spoke, Jose let out the scene behind him. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild was furious. I saw 3 people whose hands and feet were tied and nailed to the wall. They were all wounded and passed out. Levi. Droy. Sarasuk. This damn BD. How dare you do such an outrageous thing? Ma 20 Karloff yelled loudly, Jose. You BD. Are you angry? Are you angry? Come here quickly, or the dinner dishes will be cold. Oh. By the way, I almost forgot to say, it's better for you to come alone, otherwise, if I accidentally miss, I will end up with the lives of these 3 little guys, and it will be bad at that time. Ha ha ha. The projection fades into Jose's maniacal laugh. President, let's go to war. Phantom Lord, we will not let them go. President, let's go to war. Let's go to war, President. At the moment, all Fairy Tale members are sprayed. Makarov clenched the wooden stick in his hand, his face extremely gloomy. If it's just smashing the guild, it's not a big deal. But no parent can see their child bleeding and not do anything. Boom! Makarov directly crushed the cane, and powerful magic waves erupted from his body. The war is on. Oh oh oh! Hearing this, all members of the Fairy Tale Guild let out angry roars. Their anger has been completely ignited. Only blood can calm them down again. President, we will go with you. That's right, President, they must have no good intentions for letting you go alone. That's right, Genryusai is here, let's go straight there. Makarov waved his hand and said, No, to ensure the safety of Levi and the others, I will go this time by myself. Genryusai, the guild will be handed over to you. Don't worry, old man. There was killing intent in Genryusai's eyes. Genryusai has no patience. For this kind of villain, the best way is to wipe him out of this world. For this kind of villain, Ryusai has a lot of experience in advance. I'll go back as soon as I go, don't worry, I will definitely bring the children back safely. Genryusai remembered something and said, By the way, old man, be careful, the other party has a guy who can empty the magic power. That guy's sneak attack is of no use to him, but if Makarov is sneak attacked, he will be in great danger. Yet. Makarov nodded and turned to leave. Lissina asked Genryusai, brother-in-law, don't you want to stop the president? Block? Why? What if the other party besieges the president together? Genryusai said calmly, who do you think the old man is? The president of Fairy Tale, one of the great wizards of the Holy Ten, although he is old, there is no need to worry. That despicable guy Jose doesn't have the courage to confront the president yet, even though he is also one of the top 10 holy wizards, the gap between the top 10 holy wizards is actually quite large. The biggest possibility is to divert the tiger away from the mountain. This should be a series of plans by the other party. I should be the first one to plan. Let me be captured by the Magic Council, and then let the guild leader have to leave the guild. The next step should be to take advantage of this time to launch a general attack on Fairy Tale. I have to say that the other party's plan is very good. The only thing I didn't expect is that I have already returned. After all, it would take 10 meters to return from the Magic Council if I hurried normally. The only thing to worry about now is the safety of Levi and others. Natsu immediately yelled, "Come on! Just kill those bastards!" Yes. Who is afraid of whom? I have long wanted to kill these bastards of ghosts. It's despicable to lay hands on a girl as cute as Levi. The members of the guild were filled with righteous indignation, wishing that the ghosts would come now, and they would just kill those bastards. At this moment, Ulu walked up to Genryusai and said softly, "Just in case, I will go quietly with the president, and see if I can rescue him." "Okay, as long as I save Levi and the others, I can rest assured that I can kill the ghosts." Genryusai nodded in agreement. He was quite assured of Ulu's strength. A sonic boom sounded, and Wolo disappeared in an instant with the sound spin. Half an hour later. Buzz buzz. A dull sound sounded, and the earth began to shake slightly. What? What happened? Go out and have a look. My God! What's that? Everyone was stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. They saw a huge castle walking on the sea, walking towards this side step by step. That is castle. The castle actually walks on the sea. Run! Get out of the sea! The huge shadow of the castle and the vibration caused by walking have already been noticed by 490 residents in the town. All residents took refuge in the opposite direction from Magnolia. Is that the Phantom Lord's Guild? Sure enough, Genryusai didn't expect that Makarov and Ulu left less than an hour before the Phantom's surprise attack came. It even rushed over the sea. I never imagined it at all. The other side. Inside the huge castle, elite mages including the President Jose, the Four Elements, and the Iron Dragon are all here. This castle is the real headquarters of the Phantom Lord. Magic Cannon Jupiter is ready. Jupiter is charged, and the magic power conversion is complete. The magic particles are gathered. Preparation complete. Ready to launch. The huge castle suddenly started to move, and soon a huge gun barrel stretched out, aiming at the Fairy Tale Guild, and the cannons began to gather continuously. Seeing this, many people in Fairy Tale changed their faces drastically, and many people began to panic. Not good. It's the magic cluster cannon. The other party wants to destroy the Fairy Tale Guild together with us. Damn it! What should I do? I never thought that the other party would have such an attack method. A crazy smile appeared on Jose's face, and a voice sounded from above, "Ha ha ha, damn fairy tale! Get me out of this world!" Emission. Chapter 71. Jupiter launches. A terrifying blue-black magical power was brewing and gathered at the front of the gun muzzle at a very high speed. In a short time, a gigantic and terrifying magic ball of light has already been formed. Everyone get down! Urza, who was standing at the front, reacted quickly and recovered from his daze in an instant. When he saw the soul-stirring and terrifying magic power condensed at the front end of the gun barrel, his complexion changed drastically and he roared, changing clothes. As soon as the words fell, a set of thick and shining armor appeared on Urza's body. It is the Vajra armor with the highest defense among all her armors. What does Urza want to do? Could it be that she plans to take this magic cannon? Seeing this, everyone in the guild was shocked. Immediately, someone shouted loudly, "Don't be impulsive, Urza, you will die. I won't let you destroy the guild." Never. Ignoring his partner's call, Urza poured all of his magic power into the armor with solemn eyes, opened the maximum defense of the silver armor to the fullest. That's right, as everyone guessed. In order to protect the guild from being destroyed and to protect the safety of the guild members behind him, Urza is going to force this magic cannon at all costs. Boom! Finally, the bobber is launched. With a flash of extremely bright destructive light, a terrifying huge blue-black magic beam of light suddenly shot out violently from the barrel. It was like a huge meteor that could destroy the world, carrying a suffocating and terrible pressure, towards the Fairy Tale Guild in front, and exploded in a menacing manner. Ahead. There is only Urza standing there relentlessly. Nobody thought Urza could block this magic cannon unscathed. Even she herself never thought of it that way. With the determination to die, she came to fight for the next moment of life for everyone. Jupiter's light was getting closer and closer, just when that terrifying beam of magic power was about to hit the shield erected by Urza. Even when everyone in Fairy Tale was about to cover their eyes and refuse to look again. A black figure that seemed to flash across time and space suddenly rushed in front of the magic cluster cannon Jupiter, and stopped in front of Urza. The proud son of heaven, the Iron City Wall, the Dragon's Walk, the Lion's Roar, the Tiger's Roar, and the Wolf's Run, cut off the world before it collapsed. 81 of Binding Dao, Breaking the Void. Boom boom boom. Clatter. Boom, 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 boom. A deafening roar resounded between the sky and the earth, and the big river in front of the town was bombed with turbulent waves, exposing a large seabed. The shock waves continued to spread layer by layer, breaking and shattering like spider webs. But look around, it seems to be separated by a barrier. Only one side of the area was turbulent and roaring, and the flames were radiating. On the other side, there was no trace of destruction, and even the aftermath was isolated. However, there is also something that cannot be isolated, that is the dazzling light after the explosion, which made all Fairy Tale members couldn't help but close their eyes. However, there is only one person whose eyes never close, and that is Urza. Her eyes have never been closed from the very beginning, or she was going to close her eyes to take Jupiter by force. However, when she saw the proud black figure that suddenly appeared in front of her eyes and blocked between herself and Jupiter, her eyes could no longer be closed. When I am in danger, you are the only one who will stand in front of me the first time. The corners of her mouth curled up, and Urza smiled, so happy and relieved. Like a brilliantly blooming secluded flower, the beauty is dazzling, the beauty is moving, full of joy and emotion. Genryusai, my man. At this moment, on Urza's face, the usual determination turned into gentleness, and the darkness deep in his heart was gradually dispelled and filled with a gleaming figure. Snapped. Just when Urza was in a daze, a brain crash hit her fair forehead. Urza immediately covered her little head, and looked at Genryusai, who appeared in front of her with some grievances. Next time you do something like this again, I'll take care of you. Genryusai gave Urza a vicious look, and said firmly, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Urza's pretty face was stained with a layer of blush, and she hummed like a kitten, and stood obediently behind Genryusai with her head down. Bang! He threw the wine glass in his hand to the ground violently, and immediately splashed the liquid in the glass all over the floor. Looking at the picture displayed on the magic mirror, Jose said with a gloomy and cold voice, Genryusai, it's this guy again. Damn, why did he appear here? Can't those wastes of the Magic Council last even a day? At the end, Jose almost roared, his whole face looked extremely hideous and distorted. A guy who likes to show off and show off with a little bit of strength, since you like to show off your strength so much. So today Jose. Having said that, Jose slowly stood up from his seat. Staring fixedly at Genryusai standing proudly in the air in the mirror image, Jose roared with a ferocious face, let you have a good look at my pen's note. Dark Law. Magic Phantom Soldier. As soon as the words fell, a disgusting ferocious magic power suddenly burst out from Jose's body. Immediately, countless ghost-like magic soldiers in black and purple robes split and floated out from Jose's magic power. Then, like a tidal wave, from the giant steel giants emerged in all directions, one after another roared and surrounded Genryusai standing in the sky. The supersized Jupiter is ready to accumulate energy. Jose ordered, and immediately all the mages under him began to operate busily. Seeing this, the corners of Jose's mouth couldn't help pulling out a cruel and cold arc, and the crazy laughter immediately echoed dully in this vast world through the loudspeaker device installed on the steel giant, Zhao Wang's. 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes at most, this oversized Jupiter can gather the power needed for launch. At that time, I want to see how you deal with it. I want to see if you can easily block Jupiter like you did just now. Genryusai, one of the worst things you ever did in your life is to make an enemy of me, Jose. Because anyone who dares to block the progress of my president Jose, I will ruthlessly and completely destroy it. Ha 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 ha. The only two choices you have now are, or die under the siege of my magic ghost soldiers." With a disgusting smile on his face, Jose screamed like crazy, or be blasted into a pile of waste by this oversized Jupiter. There is no other choice. There is no other choice. Choose. Ah ha 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 ha. Chapter 72. Noisy. It's just a pile of broken copper and iron. Is this your trump card? Disappear. He spit out these words indifferently from his mouth, and the next moment, an extremely bright sword light suddenly slashed out. Silently, just for a moment. It completely turned the group of magical ghost soldiers flying towards this side into a piece of nothingness. Not only that, but even the huge steel giant with a height of more than 100 feet was cut by the sharp blade light, and a wide and neat gap with a diameter of more than 10 meters was cut out of it. Immediately, Urza was dumbfounded. Myra Jane is stupid. Lucy is stupid. All the members who saw this terrifying slash were dumbfounded. Even Jose in the giant steel giant is already stupid at the moment. But more, it is a monstrous anger. BD. Genryusai UBD. I must kill you. I must kill you. Jose's eyes are starting to blacken. God knows how many ghost members died under this slash. 687 doesn't talk about the casualties. The damage from this slash alone has already made him go crazy. At least the steel giant's ability to move is completely gone. You must know this active headquarters guild, but he is the real trump card of the Phantom Lord. After suffering this penetrating slash, although it did not completely scrap it, how much money will it take to repair it in the future? Thinking of this, Jose felt a huge flame of anger burning in his heart. The huge anger that made him go crazy made the evil magic power rippling on his body suddenly become more violent and violent. That terrifying magical power that seems to be able to destroy the world made even the town tremble violently. Wave after wave of disgusting and terrifying magic power, like a rising tide, raged wildly in all directions. All the members who felt this magical power couldn't help but tremble all over their bodies at this moment. His eyes were filled with deep fear and horror. Kill me? Exactly. I want to kill you too, Jose. The corner of Genryusai's mouth showed an exaggerated cruelty, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Hoo. Jose took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and also showed an evil smile. Genryusai, do you see who this person is? As soon as Jose finished speaking, a cross protruded from the steel giant's throat, and beside the cross were several wizards holding weapons. On the cross, a girl was tied up. Levi. It's too much. To do that to a girl. Damn it. Don't let Levi go. Lucy said, is this man inhuman? Everyone in Fairy Tale cursed out of righteous indignation. Bai was originally the youngest in the guild. She has a cute and kind personality, and can chat with anyone. Everyone in the guild treats Levi and Lissa as sisters. Now Levi is wounded and tied to a cross, causing everyone's rage. Of course, including meta weapons. Boom! The terrifying spiritual pressure covered the steel giant, and the powerful oppression made many members of Spectre faint. The cross at the throat of the steel giant was retracted, and Bai's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Genryusai's usually lazy and gentle appearance disappeared, and the murderous intent in his eyes almost condensed into solid, edge quality. Genryusai, I want you to watch Fairy Tale be destroyed. This is the price you pay for offending me. Jose's cruel and perverted voice came out. From now on, you are not allowed to make another move, or I will kill that girl. What? That's despicable. Is this also worthy of being called the Holy 10 Great Mage? Threatening with girls, mean and tasteless guy. Fairy Tale members cursed angrily. Where are Droy and Sarasu? Instead of losing his mind, Genryusai questioned the other two captured guildmates. Don't worry, they are safe, and they should be found by Makarov soon. Jose smiled coldly, this was also part of his plan. Separate the hostages and use those two hostages to lure Makarov away. Genryusai, leave it to us. Natsu said to Genryusai, I'm going to rescue Levi, Happy. Hey! Happy immediately grabbed Natsu and flew towards the iron giant. Elfman said, me too. Gray said calmly, let's destroy the magic cluster cannon, otherwise it will always be a threat. This man of steel has not been completely scrapped. After speaking, the two rushed towards the Phantom Lord Guild headquarters together. Lissa said worriedly, but this number is still not enough. Ghosts have 4 elements and Iron Dragon Slayer Gajeel. The most important thing is that their president, Jose, one of the 10 great wizards, is also there. The president and you are not there, and when Genryusai can't do it, no one can stop it. No. Urza and Myra Jane looked at each other, and said confidently at the same time. Leave Jose to us. The two girls nodded to each other, and rushed towards the steel giant at the same time. Macau shouted loudly, attention! The enemy is coming. At this time, many ghost soldiers jumped down from the steel giant and rushed towards Fairy Tail. Free attack! Everyone in the guild began to use their own magic to freely attack these ghost soldiers. Genryusai, you can't do it. I don't know what will happen if you do it. Just stand there and watch the members of your guild die one by one, ah. Genryusai's pupils were murderous, and he raised his head and said coldly, it's really infuriating, Jose. Genryusai has never had such a strong murderous intent. Even the judge who sentenced him to death or the so-called devil never let Genryusai have such a strong killing intent.